Bomba. Buba mi nekao leći.
Final Fantasy XIV is the game's second life with MMORPG elements. Now, I'm the type of person who's always been drawn to cesspools of degeneracy. I had a ton of fun with WoW Classic, but in my opinion, the endgame is actually very boring. Besides, I just don't think it's fun to play this type of game on your own. So, I decided to join my friends on Chaos Omega. You see, IRL is kinda mid, so I had to go digital.
Hi, honey, where you going?
Square Enix provide a very simple installation process.
Yeah, you've got to activate your code.
Sean, you haven't hit the Mog Station mix-up yet. Like, do you think I was making
is that the
up?
first mini boss?
Mini boss? Mate.
It's
No.
the first raid.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh,
that was like perfect.
And with the Mog Station mix-up out the way, it's time for the birth of a legend. Eorzea has 8 playable races. Ordinary human, incredibly tall elves, tiny person, cat people, enormous muscular brute, dragonkin, burly lion man, and sexy bunny people. I'm more scaly leaning than furry, so I went with Aura, a race balanced between 2 dualistic clans, one that live a peaceful life of tranquility, and the one I picked, who bloody the land with endless tribal conflict. Here's how easy the decision was.
Yeah, that top one will do the cooking and the cleaning, the bottom one will ram it up your...
I meticulously manifest my inner self
On je
and
tad
carefully
dronom
use
vidio
each
da je nas
slider
dvojica,
to craft perfection.
Yeah,
make that thick. Yeah, you want some girth on that for sure.
Bob, let's help Bob.
Over what we'll call a relative period of time, I finally reach a character that I can be proud of. This is how I feel on the inside. In game, on top. It was the 11th sun of the 5th astral moon. After picking our birthday, it was time to choose a god. This is, however, pure RP, so I went with Ralgar, Breaker of Worlds, the god of destruction, which is completely in line with the energy of our protagonist. Now, this is a crucial moment where there's a bunch of classes, and I'm not even going to describe them to you. I picked the one that punches. Name.
Samo polako, bez ovo moramo na taktiku dobiti.
Joe Rogan was taken, so I had to think deep. I went primordial. I went with my instincts.
Vidiš da nisu
This
uzeli
is our
Bounty,
hero,
čovječe.
Melanie Felony.
Jest.
Oh shit.
Digli su na žicu, znaš? Moraš ovo zatvorit, stavi žicu ili šta imaš? Nema, može da uđe, znaš?
For the intro cinematic, I'm going to try to unpack a little bit of the lore here, okay? Now, in the center of the planet, there's a woman, a goddess named Hydaelyn, right? And basically, in the world of Final Fantasy XIV, when you die, your ether, which is all of the elements that comprise your very being, they return to the center of the planet so you can get reborn. I'm physically manifesting into the world here because we're actually back in time. The whole world blew up, and we gotta. And there's also the guy with the mask. Whatever, just.
To je kasno. Bounty ne uzima tragove.
I wake up in the intro to
to su oni,
Skyrim.
znaš.
Here I discover my terrible fate.
Really the effects of the ether, I reckon.
At this point, most of the cutscenes are, have no audio.
Oni hoće sve, razumiješ?
I wouldn't have wanted to think
Pa
about
malo
that.
moraš
For the
Kozak
authorities
tamo da
pull us over
upališ,
and
oni su
threaten to
došli
escalate their
odavde,
opinions.
odavde su došli.
Physically, on a legal level, I knew we were in trouble when
čekaj.
they found the bag of prohibited
Otadle su
herbs.
došli, a tamo je
Shit.
Bounty.
I just
Znači,
wanted
to
to
je
boot
Bounty
Rootbark in a
ekipa.
furry
To je
nightclub.
Bounty
Now I'm
ekipa.
staring down the barrel of the metaphorical Remington shotgun that is the death penalty. But then some big burly guys
Pa nema
exude
šta,
a bit of
to su
vigilante justice, and our caravan
Ajde,
eludes
svi
worrying
na
social
mati jebimo
situations.
oca.
What?
Deep in the sun-baked south, surrounded by the shifting sands of an endless desert, she rises. A solitary rose amidst the dust and rock, a symbol of defiance. Her name, Ul'dah. As the twin faces of Nold Thol maintain their vigil over all that has been and shall be, the present proffers a brave soul. One whose arrival could mark the beginning of a new era of prosperity for the realm. May the traders nurture our fortunes as they kindle the flames
Stream
which
elements.
burn within us all.
Ima Sparks.
S.W.Frost 1 is now live. Streaming Vampire Survivors, Thors-Day.
Moram ti slikat steak, da vidiš kako izgleda uppercut.
This humble merchant taught me two equally important things. How to control my character and how to skip cutscene. Going forward, these two nuggets of wisdom work brilliantly in tandem. Like yin and yang, or PewDiePie and Gay Kiss. He also sent me on my very first quest. The beginning of an entire saga of grueling tasks known as the Realm Reborn main story quest line, which spans from about level 1 to 50. I'll be referring to it as MSQ or alternatively Hell. Yet at the time I had absolutely no idea what I was actually getting myself into. I was a pure, innocent soul yet to be corrupted by the world of Eorzea, blissfully unaware, just exploring Ul'dah, appreciating the culture. Children rule the city. There's mercy killings on the street, and mostly everyone appears to have strong
uppercut.
Yes, uppercut.
Podsjeća, vidim, podsjeća jako podsjeća na onaj kaduk. Jedan na jedan, znači liči.
Brutally interrupted by an old acquaintance.
Get in, bitch.
Is that you? Damn, you rolled up on me. Am I in?
I'll do it. Just drive really slowly.
No. No, I want to get in.
We did.
I'm gonna take you to a high-level area and get you killed.
I actually can't leave the car. Is there a button?
Listen, I gotta stand on the seat to see over the dashboard, so you know you're not with the safest of drivers.
Polako, Beka, imamo živac. Polako. 23 minuta, još
How the fuck are you doing the pedals?
Well, you see, the thing is...
If that car crashes, the one in the front goes flying.
Oh shit!
Alright, now
You can attune to this crystal if you want.
click the rock. Always click the rock.
And that means you can spend the money to TP the...
Cool. My questionable driver agrees to end the circumstantial hostage situation in good faith and return me to Ul'dah. Here, I kill a good many animals with my bare hands, and then it dawns on me that I definitely picked the right class. Marmot wants to scrap, hit him with a pow, pow, pow! With my newfound fists of fury, I return to Hammond and complete my Pugilist Guild initiation. This is where things get a bit dicey, because immediately thereafter, including a couple steps, I, as in the main protagonist, am about to experience my first integral voiced segment of the main story. Admittedly, I didn't read the quest, but I am exceptional at mindlessly following directions. When arriving upon the scene, here's what I experienced.
Oh, Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line, forgive my weakness. My failings have cost us dear.
The whole game is like this, bro.
It isn't safe for you here alone. It isn't safe for anyone. Not with this etheric disturbance.
Or so I thought, which at the time led me to arrive at a decisive conclusion. There's no way I'm showing you every cutscene. At that point, you can just play the game yourself. No, instead, I'll give you my perspective. Here's how I perceived the story, based on when I started paying attention. Do you know level 45? That's exactly when I started paying attention.
Polako,
Spoiler
imamo
alert, I
21
guess.
minut.
Enterprise.
Ako padne, momentalno moraš doći da me dižeš. A znaš šta znači momentalno?
This is the big moment. We're finally taking off in Sid's airship. He's this savage fella who I met in a monastery. Along with some teenagers, I'm helping him reclaim his former self. It is at this point that he has sort of an intergalactic seizure. In a flashback, it's revealed that Gaius, the main villain who currently is ushering in a violent jihad upon Eorzea, is also Sid's father. More importantly, in the future, we evidently become infinite.
Moram neka samo da vidim kakvi su ovo igrači. 1.04 a drugi je 1.13.
Unbound by the rules of nature, we traverse through space-time, ultimately to deliver this man his goggles. At this point, I said to myself, what the fuck? I dug deep within my subconscious mind to piece together how I ended up in this situation. I vaguely remembered that on multiple occasions, we have been floating in interdimensional space with god energies collecting crystals, and I fuck with that on a personal level, but I had to know more. I had to traverse the innermost sanctums of my mind palace to retrieve enough memories for the main story to coherently make sense. I thought back to the very beginning. I started noticing that I'm the hero. Always finding myself in a situation involving some type of peril or evil that I am to vanquish. It's pretty much you're the good guy, hit the bad guy every single time. Actually, gameplay mechanics are at this level of progression at best a modernized, vibrant cookie clicker. But because we're playing through 10-year-old content, there's no other option than to just slug through that gamer grind. Doing so may lead you to experience a defining element of the Final Fantasy gaming experience, what the community wholeheartedly referred to as MSQ burnout. Now, I'm not saying that I don't enjoy clicking a quest marker 80 times in a row, but what I am saying is that choosing an MMO to play is a bit like having a wank. There's people who actually download pornography into a folder. That's weak behavior. Then there's the enlightened ones who know what artist they're currently in the mood for. That's based and epic. My friends kept telling me over and over again that you just gotta get through the main story.
Eorzea, a blighted realm, riddled with false gods.
However, that can get a bit stale. You see, there's this bitch in the Waking Sands named Nymphilia, who's been sending me on this never-ending series of meaningless, futile tasks. Why must I keep delivering letters? You have phones!
This is raging
Ovaj dolazi na
What
query.
news?
Ovaj na
I've
query.
wished upon her death many times. Yes, and my prayers fall deaf as the MSQ continues to let me down time and time again. One thing I find is that consistently, Final Fantasy XIV is mid, so we stop playing. And that's when the real game begins.
Oh yeah, that goes hard. That goes hard.
You slapped me like that, I'm slapping her like this. Bops, right on the boob.
Hey, fuck you.
Please stop touching me.
Oh shit. Okay.
Ovaj
Gameplay?
će mu biti.
No! Oh, I'm at the Cactuar statue. Ah! Choco Ben Lolo Kobo. I still want to know what Arya named her. She's just chuckling.
Fleek of flatulence.
Polako, čekaj.
As a scholar, and I'm about to finish my degree, I can read to you from Janeway's Immunobiology, 7th edition. Immunology is the study of the body's defense against infection. We live surrounded by microorganisms, many of which...
Limit break!
Don't limit break a single
Boom! Destroyed! Oh my fucking god! I'm gonna pull aggro. Healers adjust.
Wait, have I even got my fairy out? No, I fucking don't. That explains a lot.
Kom men, hej.
Oh my god.
Keep going.
Oh.
Healers adjust, what the fuck? Come on, John! You've got it! No!
This is my special move, okay? Hold up now. I go through walls.
I'd love to see some of your special... What the fuck, John?
Right? This is my thing, I'm just...
You can't be going in the...
Oh,
no,
I'm just a unique dragon girl doing my thing. I just go through walls and shit. She can't hear us in here.
I'm healed, like...
Yes, team mode, yes! I didn't even know that was in the game. Wow. Oh fuck, she's right behind me. No, fuck, bro.
Ništa, misklik. Daj mu samo ga digne.
There's someone down there, let's go talk shit.
Najviše healova.
Call them a loser. Hey, loser.
I don't know, they nailed that, to be honest.
Ajmo gužva jednog po jednog, razdvojeni su.
Okay, never mind, they got a fucking dragon.
Mnogo su razdvojeni.
Final Fantasy XIV is basically like pretending to play an MMO with your friends. If you treat it as a social dress-up sandbox with clicky buttons, it's actually pretty damn good. Me and my friends were around the same level, so we decided to dive into a bit of group progression.
Right, where to?
Ovaj jedan je na Southwest.
You're not going to believe this. Where we just were.
Yeah?
However, at this point, getting boosted was actually the slowest form of progression, since my new driver insisted on GTA San Andreas RP crypt driving between every destination.
Power dog.
Yo!
Had him in the car.
Hey.
Keep on, gore.
Suburban.
The fact that he refuses to fly, he's just slowly driving into a wall, by the way.
It's like
respecting the speed limit.
More to the right, Adam. We're not enough to the right here.
Yeah, I don't really know. Oh god.
I can't go off-road in this thing. Look how low, look how much of a low it's gonna wreck up. It's gonna wreck the
How far are we gonna take the LARP?
Okay, well we have to go right.
Što je metko, a nemam ništa, bro.
Maybe you could
Ne mogu ništa.
is there any way you could get the vehicle up?
Nemam hilo, a nemam metko, a nemam ništa. Daleko, nemam ni
Traffic's awful today, isn't it?
Ne, kako
Only
ga
we could
pušta.
fly.
Gužva me ovaj, gužva me ovaj.
Wait, one sec. I'm looking around the dashboard.
Sakriješ si i čekaš da oni tebi priđu.
Ja i ti smo ko pola jednog, ko pola jednog.
Such is life with solo male in the driver's seat. You take the scenic route, deny some women their carnal impulses, and before I knew it, I found myself playing the actual obligatory game. It wasn't even on purpose, I swear. In what seemed to me like a momentary stroke of a fever dream, I somehow managed to bust out like 20 ascertain the intentions of the youth, acquire the wedding panty look of my dreams. Carefully pay attention to the main story. I'm gonna skip cutscene here. I met a German woman.
I am Melve Bluefistville.
Take my very first airship and ecstatically thrive in pure pleasure. Life is perfect. This game is the predator of MMORPGs. It lulls you in with pretty colors, joyful happenings, and fun times, only to then sink its teeth in as it pushes the unknowing player past the point of no return and into the dungeon. Seconds of limit break!
Igraš Capture the Flag ili Team Deathmatch, to je to.
Lako je igra, odakle će čovjek stvoriti, fali hilo, a ne možeš naći ničeg.
Ja sam, evo, iskreno, ja, slušaj.
Staneš sa strane, hilaš se sam.
Slušaj, uzeo sam Nagant socijalni pred primeč, ne ovaj nego onaj prošli. Sam ubio onog lika iza stene. Ja sam random pucao, brate. Ja sam njega ubio sa 50, brate, metara 50 s prljivim, brate, Nagantom u, brate, glavu. Znači, ono, sasvim random. A pucam ga u telo bio.
300 na sat paranoja radi u igri. Ja jednostavno ne...
Mene šta da radi više? Moje vreme prošlo u, brate, Huntu, sad chillam samo. Sad me Milan
Znači, drugačiji ne zna sistemi, to je to.
Sad puštate Milana da tryharda, napađe.
Da, ja nemam snage.
Još me ping jebava, brate, stalno na 70-80 stoji. Zbog čega to objasnite provideru? Lagani serveri.
Guys, limit break not up yet. Do more damage, do more DPS.
Imaš jebeni luke i 2010 jebote.
This is the big pull.
Yeah, we got the big one here. This is the big fight.
Big heals here, so big heal. You pulled the boss.
Is that the boss? Shit.
Oh no, it looks like the boss.
I'll stun the boss.
I believe this to be...
Kill ads first. Kill ads first.
Ima pravo da traže lute, ali čovjek neće.
Ma kakve veze ima router sa serverima od Hunt? Kakve veze ima? Kakve ima? Igra radi kao sranje.
Ne samo sram, ti imaš i u drugim igrama problema.
Nema, igra je tenkove čovjek.
Ti znaš, a ja igram igra, a ti znaš da ja imam problem.
Uradi test ping, znači da vidiš.
Speed test mi pokazuje isto kao što mi isporučuje provider.
To be honest, I think I'm more of like into the Sophie Arya aspect of this game. The questing, like the actual playing the game is like kind of mid.
You just want to play an MMO with women?
Yes. No, yeah, I just want to customize my character. Like, I want to find different colored panties. I want to like find different hair colors and stuff.
John's finding out he's trans.
But in game.
Ovako si da nas 8.
A istog providera imamo. Shvataš i ti da mi nemamo drugog providera osim ovoga.
MTS Telekom, teško.
Jebote, toliki ping je nenormalno. I ping na 2 je nenormalno, a kamo on i na 70.
Šta kažeš? 70 je nenormalno.
Pa ako ping ne jedi gome sad. Ako ping od providera kad tebi 70, to je nenormalno.
This is Limza Laminza. Categorically, I don't
serveru
really know
mi
how
piše
this
ping,
sound
ja ne
fits
znam
into
koliko je
the
moj
story.
ping.
All I know
Kad serveru mi
is
isporučuje
this
toliki
is where
ping.
the debauchery is at.
Je boss, preko puta.
Degenerate central command hub. Here, I
Tebe
found a
boss.
form of social interaction so emote-based, it felt like learning a whole new language. I also uncovered that in this world, speaking it is the true barrier of entry. Either you're a normie and you think this shit is weird, or it awakens something carnal within you. I spoke degenerate fluently by nature. For you see, coded deep within my DNA is the catalyzer of a sequence of actions that ensures very few steps between me understanding a culture and taking over their entire world. Meet Jaina Catherine. His name is Pierre. He's my future wife. The little sapling isn't even gone from my name yet. I'm already one of them. I will, however, say submissively maneuvering my way to essentially wifing up a middle-aged man with presumably high blood pressure and a smelly t-shirt was definitely limit testing my capacity for ERP at the time. So, I chose the lesser of two evils and continued progressing the main story questline. Let me take you through it all. Minfilia sends me on a daring adventure. I am to enter a forest and dance with fairies. Diplomat, but in this moment, I am our greatest dancer. I gracefully ally with the forest people and earn their trust. Why do I need it? Obviously, because there are bad guys in space trying to employ Ultima Weapon, a biotechnological anti-primal war machine. Which begs the question, what the hell is a primal? Well, they're phantom spirits, each worshipped by their own beast race. Think of them as the furry gods of the Final Fantasy universe, and think of destroying them as very, very racist. Unless you're the main protagonist, in which case it could circumstantially be a downright necessity. But I digress. The Black Shroud, home to the Sylphs, is abruptly invaded by Garlean soldiers. In case you lost track, they're the space Nazis.
Bro,
you almost managed to capture the Sylph Elder Frixio. He barely escaped into a deep, dangerous cave. It was finally time for a real dungeon. I gathered my companions, and we began our
Go, my minions, go!
Here's what I had to say at level 27, over 30 hours into my journey. Is there any way to tab target? Because right-clicking...
Yeah, you press tab.
Ah!
Fucking moron.
Yeah, but...
Don't try it, idiot.
No fucking way.
Dobro, nisi ne vidjeti.
I've never heard John IQ hit that hard.
Christ, man.
I don't believe it. I'm actually in awe right now.
I am here and I am healing.
Nemaš domet. Bravo ovdje.
You okay?
Sorry, I just have an AoE ability, so...
God, I wish that was me.
Između dva brate balvana je ona tamo.
I implore you to marvel in awe at this glorious moment in time. This is where the gameplay superseded standing and hitting. Yes, this is not a drill. We are in fact pulling aggro whilst running and smashing. Absolutely breathtaking
To je gađe,
gameplay.
ništa to on gađe što treba. Još jedan D. Dići!
Diže ga, za mnom.
As our heroes approached the boss room, I stood before my first truly difficult boss fight. I was actually quite excited to edit this final sequence of the video, but fate would come to me for what is a story without some dire conflict along the way.
Ah, yes.
Taj ti ima kocku manje.
I love it. What the fuck?
Pikate.
Whoa. Okay.
Pitaj ga, Milane, puci ga.
What the fuck?
To je to.
What's happening to my computer? What the fuck?
A još neka dođe treća ekipa i to bi bilo to. A možda smo ga ubili i vrati krenuli.
Yeah, task manager, task manager. So my entire computer's just busted now.
In the weeks prior, my PC had started acting up.
Ja prelažem partije, sad vidim kako je osjećaj tvoj.
Probably because I built it 10 years ago, and physical reality is prone to entropy.
Hello?
I didn't think much of it until one day, the unthinkable happened.
Ti si dobro.
No boot sequence. On the surface, I appeared to be witnessing the death of the duck machine. And along with it, this entire video series, the armchair tech support from my inept Discord server were convinced that my motherboard finally bit the bullet. It could also be that not reapplying thermal paste on my CPU had over a decade, in fact, turned it into thermal concrete. I will also openly admit that my system may have had a little bit of dust inside. I checked all the cables to make sure the mouse that coexists in my apartment wasn't to blame, but deep down I knew he was friendly and wouldn't mess with my stuff. Just look at him eating that M&M. He's a tranquil little fella. He wouldn't hurt any cables. I kept systematically testing each part to find that they work as they should. But there was one thing I didn't consider. If you've seen my WoW Classic series, you'd know that 3 years ago I fixed my computer by installing a CMOS battery I found on the ground. I should may have sought assistance from the unemployed low IQs, nor Google, who both told me that a faulty CMOS won't prevent a boot sequence. When a Danish tech genius on Twitter told me otherwise, I finally listened to reason. It was time for my favorite part, using power tools on my motherboard.
Peđa stream ako ga nisi upalio.
Imal živi...
Pali stream ako ga nisi upalio.
Palio sam.
Za drop.
Aaaa, bravo jebe.
Jel ima živi ljudi?
Slabo.
Evo ćete matori s vama da igrate.
Ko je tu? Mene zoveš matari.
Šumski debili, jebote, ne veruje. Neće. E pa nemoj više da si me... Znači, nemoj da si me više u životu pito, jebote. Znači, ali ozbiljno, znači kad ti pali neko, uopšte nemoj da me pita.
Znaš što, zato što će igrati bolje nego ja sam umoran nešto, nisam sad sve.
Gardi, šta se radi, brate?
Ništa, evo igram solo hunt.
A solo hunting, Boris?
Zar nisi bio da spavaš, brate?
Jesam sad vremena i sad igram. Sada se mešam, vidim da vas ima troje, u stvari ima vas petoro u partiju, što ima šumski drekavac, šumski retard i mamino mlijeko, jebi ga, on trojica. Ma stavi tu tvoju one maculuguricu sebi u usta pa ga dući.
Znači Peđa da ja metka nema.
Znam.
Vidi čov, Peđa.
A boli me kurac, ne možemo da igramo.
Please. Is the fan spinning?
Dosti ga bacio pa si ga ugasio ili šta?
Nema tu čovk, ne vidim ja.
Na pin, tačno.
A nema to kod tebe, stoji samo vreć.
Lijaze.
Prvo na stepenici, što kida žicu?
A ja tebi ovdje vidim žicu tvoju.
This is how I normally boot, so that's just...
Nijem.
That's dope. These are my BIOS settings, I don't have any, fuck them. You don't need them.
Having avoided the death of my computer, I was finally able to finish my video. I proudly present you with an absolutely insane boss fight.
Kako si ga ubio?
A šta se radi, ne mogu kram. Jes.
Yours is a most fantastic. You guys just beat the boss while I'm. Did you guys just beat the guy while I'm in the cutscene?
Yep. You were in a cutscene.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
Se aligatori.
Ne znam kome se obraćaš, meni možda.
Regular Terraria.
Reci mlađani dječače u kostimu Petra Pana. Reci vječiti dječače u kostimu Petra Pana. Ne, boli me kurac, ne igram više nikad.
Wait, don't do this inside the house. Don't use it in the house.
Yeah, hi, be careful.
Modded Terraria, a video essay. To start the video, I want to give my final rating. Terraria gets the highest score, which is that I've already reviewed this game, and this was just an excuse to play it again. My literal only criticism was that at the end of the game, you stop progressing through it. Tackling that heinous flaw is the core premise of modded Terraria. As you can see on the Steam player chart, the 1.4 content didn't exactly go the distance. Have you ever seen a final content drop flatline? I do, however, wonder what happened on April 12th. it would appear a mysterious, persuasive force catalysted Terraria's rise to the all-time peak of almost 500,000 players.
Kako
That's
Bekan
enough
da se
lubrication.
pohvali
With
kad
haste,
on
we
ubije,
segue
kad
to
drugi
the
ubije
canon
neće da
plotline.
prizna,
Kenny
znaš.
got a job, and as for Maddie, between
Ne
having
priznaje,
COVID, a visceral
ništa.
addiction, becoming homeless, and literally not wanting to play with us for whatever reason. Interesting.
But why?
I can't for the life of me think of a single good excuse in there. You're not off the hook, but I don't question it, because you know what that means, right? No girls! Yeah! So that leaves 3 interstellar, rocket-powered musketeers who all agreed upon the first verdict unanimously. Memes Unleashed was a mistake. Memium is a pestilence upon the world and atrocious to look at. No to the Sniper's ghost, and you're gonna want to dump those meme coins. With a minor stimulation of the Kundalini, our 3 Cabrons rebirth the entire world.
Ooh, Terraria,
Nije
error,
first
game
round,
ran out of
prvi
memory.
put smo
Because
izgledali.
you are gonna decimate your interpersonal relationships for the entertainment of random people on the internet.
Igrate
Really
samo
ought
ova
to be
dvoje, ja
taken
ni ne
down.
igram.
For
Ja
our
blame.
heroes, our gamers, that meant erecting the first pillar
Of course,
of any
huh?
totalitarian regime,
Sram
communal
tebe.
housing. We needed nay an architect, merely shelter for the night. So we do a bit of critical thinking, a brainstorm if you will, which led us to agree on the most optimal course of action. Tactically dig out our base in the first hill we come upon.
We do it
Strategically.
like a trick.
Oh my, isn't that just...
Živote!
And then, within a
Lutalica,
relative time
drug mi nisi
frame,
bio.
Gardi, jesi ti upalio stream,
a
Gardi?
feverish assortment of
Dobiješ
unique
drop.
individuals are forced to settle with their own
dobiješ
choice.
koks.
The worst fucking landlords of all time. Now he'll swindle them using ancient, forbidden game mechanics. He actually once raised our tenants' rent to all they had. Now me, kill the NPCs.
A kako neće pristati?
I have them for sport. However, worst of all is Josh.
Ali
Went
bit da ti
Sasuke
nećeš
mode,
da
you know,
priznaš, znaš.
started
Ja
believing in it.
imam...
Look, our 3,
Jedan
our
assist.
two
Se
don't
prizna.
think. Our 4,
Hoću da se
Josh
prizna.
has built a fucking mansion. The thing about me and High is that we
Ega
know our
ložiš.
friend to be a
Ega
narcissist. So we saw this coming. In that hour, we went to the edges of the world to get Johnny the
Sam se
Fisherman.
povratio
The
na
fisherman is
5,
on the other
inače
side.
ne bi nikad jebo.
Oh.
Brate, mili,
Wanna go to the other
25.
side?
Ovo
Šta
što
da-
da
Let's head
damage
back.
sa bubom.
You know
znaš
why?
kako tu radi.
For our first session,
Bolje
Ovako.
uzmi s
he
pištoljem
just
sa
wants to fish
spare...
in Josh's
Daj.
castle, okay?
A ne,
To je već uradio.
To
To je
sam
već
vidio.
uradio.
Au, tebi onda još teže. A,
To
dobro,
ti
nije
je
to da
lako.
moraš to preći.
To ti je
odmah.
lako.
Šta treba da radim na ovih 5
Samo pored bossa arene dođeš i lansiraš bube na njih.
Three friends casually enjoying a video
Sad ću ti
game.
reći.
Izabereš
Reality,
zadatak.
line.
three people in the
Dva
same
sam
social
rešio.
setting for
Prvi
weeks.
i treći sam rešio, prvi i treći.
Pa izabereš
Koja
drugo.
si? Na prvi.
Pa prvi
da.
ja,
We're talking
prvi ja.
three poor
Ja
souls
sam uzao
chained
treći
together in
i
social
brate,
construct.
četvrti prešao sam samo. To je to.
Ma možeš da radiš i stare zadatke ako imaš živac.
Beyond any reasonable
Što bi radio njih kad s njima ne mogu...
Ne one što nisu aktivni, nego dobijaš ti poene i za one iz prvog akta.
All it takes
Znaš?
for one person to just go renegade mode.
Ne znam da li me kapiraš što ti
A,
pričam.
dobijam žute, znači...
Da ne mogu peđe da preskočim odmah na drugi akt, da rešavam.
Ne, imaš minimum koliko ti treba.
A čekaj, jel mogu da uradim
This is more of a chaos factor. I build a
recimo
rope
peti...
upwards into space and
Ne.
climb it. Say hi to
Ili
that.
za
Dva
peti,
zadatka iz
peti,
petog.
ja da ne
Screw on an
završim
umbrella
prva
to yeet
4.
my way through the sky. I jump between skies,
Ne.
really looking
Ne.
for a skylight to fish in. But
Soldier,
instead,
Silver,
I'm
šta je
mogu
Soldier,
prvi da
Silver?
se
To ti je Bornheim.
Prve sve, da.
To ti je Bornheim Extended.
and my path became clear to me. I had to raid the secret lab
Select.
and get
Razumeš šta
the
ti kažem,
forbidden
mogu ja da igram
technology.
peti, a
The
da nisam
safety
prešao
turrets
treći,
were a
četvrti.
challenge. They
Ne moraš sve da pređeš iz trećeg četvrtog, da. Ne moraš sve.
Kako da stavi nije čovjek gledao Twitch, bre?
Ali je real.
But like sort of an interstellar space bandit, I did make off with a bunch of
0
dubious
40.
materials and
Aj,
mysterious machinery.
Beka,
Because my
aj,
last creative endeavor paled in comparison to Josh's ego trip. I fettered
Ne
and
razumem
beat him,
ovu misiju,
joined
ne
him,
razumem.
and thus
0
we
od
begin
40,
excavating
šta
for
je
the
0 od
Underlake
40?
lab.
Treba li da gađaš lovce ili zombije?
lovce sa bubom
Dobro.
i damage deal 0 od 40.
A, buba radi 5 damage-a.
A, to je, dobro.
Evo ti, eto ti objašnjenje.
Šta je ovo?
Buba radi 5 damage-a. Nije baš
At
sjajno,
the time,
priznajem.
we had no idea what we were actually building. In retrospect, this accidental PB is a legitimate contender for the AGDQ Plus any % speed run for seizing the means of production.
A ja
which the
nemam taj
majority of our
silver.
playthrough I used as an
Borheim,
extremely
nemaš?
inefficient gold farm. It worked as such.
To ti je Borheim sa onim velikim magazinom što ima 8-9 metara.
Imam Borheim na mogući standard, ali običan je silver.
Pa možda ti još nije otišao.
And raw materials from the rigid constraints of their prior physical forms. Finally, I vendor the plating and circuitry for a profit on the free market. I even brilliantly devised a system to automate the process so I could gather my thoughts whilst watching my wealth accumulate. My second favorite frame tip in the entire game is actually just picking up all the golden materials after doing this for like half an hour. I know, I live a very eccentric life. Like
Pa to ti je možda 3-4 skina da kupiš odjednom. Pretpostavljam da je to. Karten ti je zavesa sad, šta god.
Much to the dismay of my compadres, I simply refuse to do 3% less damage.
I'm doing 350k damage.
A da, na četvrtom dobio taj sol.
But I am jumping all over the place. So, for the sake of coherent sanity, I want to be a
Kad
bit
pređem četvrto smeće. Pa nisu oni mutavi da to može preko reda.
Možda Kesić.
Čekaj, samo sekund.
Nije to džabe napravljeno red.
Evo, otključa sam.
Šta, skin?
Evo, samo ti pokažem.
Može redi Kesić. Ajde.
Ajde, Zlatko, man.
Nategni, imaš bajonet! Imaš bajonet!
Može redi, Peđa.
Gdje si Nenade, jebote, čoveče?
Šta ti Nenade?
Da igraš?
Si poludo?
Pa što ne igraš, ja ovdje vrištim, igram solo, ti ćutiš.
Jeli, šta si dobio danas?
Gardi. Ne mogu da verujem.
Poison bomba, legendarna. Da mi to.
Ništa Nenade, ja odigram još jednu pa idem da prošetam kući pa onda možemo ako hoćeš.
Ilija, evo se ti posla nešto na Discordu.
Terraria used to be played like this. I don't know where...
Šta si ga otključao?
A 792 Bloodborne-ca sam dao za to.
Fin.
Komplet košta... Koliko ili no...
Odmah sam vas
košta taj...
900 košta, sad je na popustu, zato sam iskoristio Ilija. Prije mogu da ga uzmem.
Imao si para.
Ma imam to, Ilija, toga
Znam.
Gdje, na Black Marketu košta toliko ili...
Onamo, nije Black Market.
Gdje je kao offer neki?
Meni traži koliko 900.
Pa kupi ga, brate. Nije 900.
Wait, šta to kupujete?
792.
Kaj to kupujete?
900 traži.
Uppercut koji košta $400 inače.
Alright, I think we need an arena.
Uzeo si skin za pištolj koji su poskupili sa $270 na $420.
Nema veze, neka stoji.
A dobro kažeš.
Ajde, Beka, nemoj Afka, Beka.
That's fucked.
Sutra.
Taman će mi nešto trebat novac, sad sam u kutu, brate, treba da servisiram kola, brate, moram da se zajmam, znaš.
Aha, you suck.
Možemo li smo nekakvi tačan? Nema šta da... Tu pač spomen od mene jebe ovce.
Epa.
Znam, nego kažem, znam da ćeš me ti poštovat, nema tu šta.
A ne kao ovaj... Misli se na Milana.
Milane, evo, nađi neku jasnu.
Rasu. Rasu.
Rasnu.
Krmaču šta?
Daću ti 10.000
Pras za 10.000 evra.
Ti da nađem.
Ome da uzme pras!
10.000 evra za pras. Šta je to?
Kako se odmah iskopa?
Ti iskopam, ti da nađem. Ti ga otkrijem.
Da otkrijem.
And this is just really great stuff right here. I mean, just absolutely 100% gaming at this point. Because when handing in the quest, we're each rewarded with our very own Doom Cannon. Now, it's said that with great power comes great responsibility. And we are very irresponsible.
Nemoj zvonit, beka.
Nis
trebao zvonit, brate.
Wait, it
charges up.
Što?
Wait, don't use it inside the house. Don't use it in the house high.
Yeah, hi, be careful.
Ne mogu to
We had a hard no reset policy, which meant begrudgingly rebuilding Josh's entire manor.
I think we should stick with it. It's kind of canon.
Znači, stavio sam ti tamo u NSF. Gledaj, ponađeš sakra. Za mene,
if you're gonna do something again, you should at least aspire to do it better than the last time. And the Doom Cannon changes everything. Now, excavating is the new meta. You could dig the elevator like this, just absolute pussy behavior on all fronts. Or you could do it in a way that the developers didn't intend.
Aj ne, da ovdje kampujem se ovo.
Oh my god, it's slaves too, holy shit.
Crveni trak, znaš? A, ispred mene ljudi.
Wait, we found another lab.
Gaming.
Neko je s druge strane.
East beka, zato kaže da se držimo skupa. Tu, levo.
Went as a rope! Hoggers.
After defeating the wall of flesh, we enter hard mode. Normally, this is more or less the halfway point of progressing through the entire game. In modded, dude, we basically just got done doing the intro tutorial, something that became apparent very quickly.
Oh fuck, that demon hit me when I was mining. Alright, John, just
In the Underworld's lava lab, we come upon a mythical weapon, the Murasama. And by we, I mean Josh took it without telling us. I only found out because he accidentally stashed it in the communal storage. Anyways, seeing as you can't even wield it until you've defeated Moonlord, I realized there might be a lot more stuff. And within a very short time frame, my hypothesis evolved into a full-blown theory. Oh, a meteor drop. Natural gamer move is to mine it. However, under no circumstances are you to douse the astral beacon and summon astral chaos.
Jedan je tu.
Doing so at this level of progression is
Jedan je ovdje. Znači svi su na toj strani. Koga pucaš keš?
Entering hard mode is always so much fun. We get to do a loot unboxing on all the crates we've been saving up for that bangin' gamer loot. Woo! My own whole damn pile of bangin' gamer loot. Several areas revamped for that.
Pored tebe.
New biomes, NPCs.
Pored Milana je tamo spolja. Spolja, daj keć uhvati ga spolja čovjek tamo. Iza brate Milana, na ovaj čisto možeš da ga zgužaš.
Whip out the gat, whip out the gat.
Whip out the gat.
Vidiš, Milane, kod tebe lik.
Neće, brate, da dođe, a mi pomogne, no čeka, brate, kampuje, brate. Kampuj, brate. Sad zna gdje si.
Ne, samo ti kampuj.
Leđa, koljete. Diže svog. Eto ti ga odmah, tu. Tu je Peđa.
Ko šta priča, već? Meni nije... Gdje je zadnji? Gdje je zadnji?
Što mene dižeš, beka? Što mene dižeš, beka? Nemoj palit enoga čovjek tamo, gužvaj ga, šta čekaš čovječe, si lud?
This is why
Ne
I
zna
told
se
you
pop...
not to kill him at the start. You literally just...
Bolje da on nekoj... Ne zna se popet na beton ovaj usra.
I mean, like, Jesus Christ.
Vidi.
Pokušam da ga pogađam s ovim ništa.
Alright, let's run this guy. Nope.
Šturla.
Neno, ti se po zvuku ne znaš orijentista gdje je čovjek, gdje je, vidi. A ne znaš, ja vidim, a po tvom ekranu vidim da ne znaš, čuješ, ne znaš gdje, ne znaš.
Ma zna.
Sad ćeš.
Ja, Vlad.
Igramo na ovu opušteno.
I got a fish.
Yo,
što?
Boom.
If I catch some fish like this, gaming.
A nemojte toliko da ga kritikujete.
Daj bre, Milane, bre, ne
Evo, izvini mu se.
Izvini mu se.
Izvini mu se.
Izvini, ajde.
Izvini,
ajde, ulazi
A correction from my previous Terraria video.
Rekao sam ti da ga ne turiraš toliko.
The hardest boss in the game. We just fought Plantera enraged, which, when you think about it, is even more impressive. Anyways, after Plantera, you normally use the temple key. But why do that when Nicholas sells a potion that teleports you straight into the boss room? I don't know who designed this potion, but they designed it wrong. Of course, we didn't want to cheat ourselves with the experience, so we just completed the entire temple backwards, and then did the golem.
You're gonna die. I might die, you know?
After a hefty hold up of fishing,
This is what we call content.
yes, gaming, and maybe even a tiny peek at the Calamity class setup wiki page. Our 3 warriors were ready to continue progression. For the rest of the run, Kai would be our mage, you know, wizard, moderator, call it whatever you want. I was our ranged gunner, and Josh was our brain dead melee tank. At night, in an astral infection biome, we manifest astral aureus, in the words of my companion.
Čeko će se opušta, vi hoćete da ga vučete u stres.
Da, daj hoću parodije da urla Milan još.
Oh my god.
Aj kesić, aj dolazi. Još. Ajde,
Easy money. Let me be very clear about one thing. We did turn our base
Nije
into a
bitno ko šta,
unicorn
koliko ima,
biome, and
bitno
then
da
level
igramo.
up our ocean fishing game. Surface level, that's weak behavior. Aquatic depths, deep dive, 5,000 feet below sea level, ocean fishing, in the ocean. Now that's an idea I can co-sign wholeheartedly. For it takes real fundamental courage to casually fish in Abyssion, the Forgotten One's natural environment.
I just realized I got a... Oh. I don't know what you've just spawned, but you just spawned
I just killed a regular-ass mob. I killed a regular-ass mob and I summoned the Forgotten One. You're right, there is a fucking boss down here. I need your help right now, right where I am. I just fucking... Here, I, as the player, discover who's really on top of the food chain. After being eaten, I once more come into harmony with Terraria's perfect game design. When the crafting and progression run their course, the weary gamer eventually comes home to the creative. It was at this point in time that I decided to hollow out an entire planet in space and begin constructing the
ima sad da su skinovi neki.
Ja tačno meni zvuk igre tačno govori gdje.
Pa legendari skinovi za ovaj Hunt, brat. I Trixie Sun ima uppercut, to je baš da se kupi. Znaš keš, na ovaj popustu je 792 blok Hunt.
Da kažeš, Peđa?
Uppercut možeš kupiti ovaj u store-u, Legendary popust, to ono traje. Kupio si?
792,
Ne znam da li da ja kupim.
Ma ja sam uzeo.
Ima i frag bomba jebate.
How about?
Isto skin Reaper.
Funny as fuck, bro.
I would. That would be the funniest shit.
Holy shit, that would be the funniest shit of all time.
Pošalji mi invite, Peđa.
Milo mora da ti pošalje, a on otišao do WC ili šta već.
To je ono što ja ne mogu igrati.
I see you building it all, and I will begin smashing it all because that's not the creative vision we agreed upon.
Alright, John. Here's 7,000 crystal.
Okay, I don't know what to do with that much crystal.
Da uzmem da popi nešto.
Ne, treba igrati onaj Battlefield.
Wait, why are we doing the same floor?
Ma da, pa ja kažem. Znaš koliko bi ti to Peđa bolje radilo nego ovaj tam? Bolje optimizovana igra, ne možeš da primjeriš te legove i to.
Oh. Why is there a...
I dosta brza igra, to se meni sviđa, ono, umreš odmah, ideš dalje i besmrtan si u prevodu, samo roka.
Ne može više, znaš šta je pointno? Pointa je to što Milan ima mnogo slobodnog vremena, previše slobodnog vremena i onda njemu je ova igra postala, nije postala igra, nego takmičenje. Ova igra njemu postala takmičenje, dok je meni u suprotnom, ja u životu sad imam neke stvari, ne mogu ni da igram toliko, kamo li samo kad, znaš, to mi je da uđem da chillam, a ja ne mogu ni da chillam pored njega kad čovjek je normalan. Na makse, pa ništa Milane, ti mi onda daj mi platu svaki mjesec, ja neću da brate radim, ja ću da te pustam brate, igraću samo hunt i ništa drugo.
Peđa, ne kapiram kad vas dvojica poginete, ili kad vas dvojica kažete ubili smo dvojicu, ostao ti je treći, idi tamo što brže, idi tamo što brže sredi, znači treba da je tamo s vama, ne, on je u stanju da sedi u ćošku i da čeka da ih sve revajbuje i da on sam da igra protiv svih njih. Vrlo dobro.
Da.
Ne mogu da skapiram takav mozak.
Šta je ovo?
Da je nenormalno. Skup ovaj aperkat u pičku materinu zlata.
Skup.
Šta još tu ima?
Da li da ga kupujem?
Da li da kupujem ili da odustane?
Neće je mnogo aperkata. Ja... Najgore stvar šta će mi skinuje kada koristim samo nekoliko skinova, a imam legendarnog huntera skoro svakog, a ne koristim nijednog, samo vrate
revno. Jedan ili dva skina za lovce.
Da, onaj barber i vrate revno, a ništa drugo nisam igrao. Evo ga, došao je.
Još da ima da se uzme.
Pošalji Kesiću, invite mi, ne. 2 puta ti poslo kaži.
Done. The people with OCD aren't gonna like this, but after literally spending weeks correcting the video game equivalent to Noah's Ark, I decided to just not finish this one corner right here. You'll also come to find that each section isn't equally spaced out, cause much like myself,
ne radiš ono što sam ti rekao.
Ne radiš ništa, puti tako, nemoj to da pričaš, nije to red, igramo svo troje.
Kako misliš Peđa ne radim ništa, pa me uvio čovjek tamo, pucam na čovjek.
Ne, nisam ga rekao da ti ne radiš ništa, nego to on, brate, kažeš.
Gospodar zver.
Who has the best gamer planet? That's right, I have the best gamer planet. Which actually took me weeks to build. Like, we're talking the entirety of our time on the server for me to make that.
Dobro, i šta će to da mu nabiješ čitav dan?
Chronologically, I put a bunch of stones
on my head
and became the sage of the 6 suns. I knew then, spiritually, that it was time to skank out, goated with the sauce, gamer style.
Because of this new item I've got, I now have 1,000 health.
Taj što ti ubio pored mene, tačno stoja.
Were you dead?
Apparently the 1,000 health didn't matter.
Tačno pored mene ovaj stoja. Pa ješće, najveća fora jest.
I'm killing it anyway. Cool. Oh.
Pa ja sam iza zida, ja sam iza zida.
Yeah.
Ja sam iza zida umro. Peđa je sam iza zida umro.
Bio si s njim ispred, par čovjek, što znači. On je izašao, njemu Milan je bio, nego je umro tamo.
Pa izašao se, taj me ubio, taj što je Beku ubio, taj me ubio.
Ajde, igramo novu.
Wait, it's night?
Ne.
I learned two things at this exact
Nisam ja na zid bio uopšte, napolje sam.
Nije se desilo, nije se dogodilo.
Nije ni važno, nije ni važno.
Da igramo samo.
Ono što je važno da se družimo.
Nisam ja unutra bio, ja se iza zida se puca s njim.
Now, in a single clip, allow me to show you all what kind of person he
pucao s njim, nego dolje sa ovog nivoa se pucao s njim. To znam ja, ne vidim ja Peđu na tvom ekranu. Tu je boss, zamisli.
Can you not hear this?
I can hear that very loudly, I'm just trying to...
Nas danas bossovi.
What is it?
Dobro, bitno je da nas hoće bossovi, makar uzemo pare.
Bitno je da se tila Peđa.
Fuck off.
Anyways, within a quite short time frame,
Stani Ketiću, nemoj da ulaziš, nemoj! Možda si pokušao.
Oh, 3 plat, I'm gonna have to cop that. Oh no, it put me in the spirit realm. Post-fungus consumption, I found myself in the spirit realm, farming mushrooms with the souls of my ancestors, inside of a giant mushroom planet I built with my own 2 hands. This experience was followed by a psychedelic pirate invasion. Alright, okay, I'll admit it. I'm having a good time here. This is fucking gameplay, a truly wholesome moment for our gamers, which would be eclipsed shortly thereafter by the beginning of the dark times. Hey, there's no nice way to say this, I'm just gonna say it. Look, as adults, we try to work around each other's schedules. For example, I had to go to Germany for a week with a bunch of activists to be an agent of chaos. Naturally, Josh and I were nice enough not to pursue any major progression in the meantime. Now Josh has a day job, and every single day, me and Hai would work around his schedule to try and do a lot of the cool parts together. Okay? So when Hai, who set the server up, and this whole thing was his idea in the first place, who was really looking forward to doing all these later modded bosses, had a RuneScape tournament that would require him to be gone for 1 week, the natural courtesy would have been for me and Josh to extend that very same respect back to our friend. Let it be known that we scummed him out. Let it be known. It was at this very moment in time that Josh and I went renegade mode.
Jesi debil, brate? Prekinuo si mi, ispala mi buba tam 3 pičke materine, nemoj to da radiš. Kakav imbecil, ne možeš to da radiš, brate. Čime je udario, insta se prekinula. Ispala mi buba negde sad ovdje, brate. Čekura. Kakav mrtak, brate, posle zašto ne igram. A zato što me udario, čim sam primio damage, prekinuo mi se kamera.
A nije znao, Peđe, nije znao.
A, ne, glup je, ne znam. I sad ja nemam bubu, sad ja moram da je tražim ovdje.
Oh, here he is. Let me know when you're back.
Te bube. A, gledaj.
Oh, no.
You know I'm fucking dodging with 60
Ja da bi vidio igrače koje prilaze, sad nemam bubu.
Alright, for some odd reason it let me buy the Doctor Steve when it popped up, so
Evo, renta, ja ne mogu da verujem.
Oh, fuck.
Letao sam bio.
We could have just stopped there, man.
Kreten.
We could have just stopped
Ono
there.
kreten.
150.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my fucking god, what the fuck?
Right, stay alive.
Yeah, I'm adrenaline mode.
Snake, why uppercut?
Oh, you get yes. Did you see this shit?
Oh my god, it looks like a spinning sword.
Oh my god.
No, ja
He's shooting many needles.
This is 1,000 needles. I was not prepared for 1,000.
Here you go.
Gilgamesh. Ladies who dress like men. Oh, on that. Yo, Gilgamesh on that tomboy
Neću uzeti, bet.
He's messing.
Kreten. Već će poći ja tebi tako ga.
This is very hard to dodge.
Nebitno, brate, trolaš.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna have to die then.
Fuck, I'm just gonna shoot everywhere and hope that I hit him.
Oh, there we go, he's on me, he's on me.
He's on you? Alright. What about the lag bullets? He's too tanky, man.
Ja mogu sve ih da nađem bobu ovdje.
U kom si compound?
Wait, he's coming to me?
Hemlock and Hide.
The nurse is gone.
Hemlock and Hide?
Doing that much damage that it's going through my...
Ne znam, tu ne znam. Ima na toj mapi tamo, kao što je rekao, preko puta vodenica, to ti je daleko. Baš daleko.
Oh no.
Ja moram.
Yep, kill him.
Jebali ste mi bobu.
Oh my god. That did so much damage.
Basically don't get hit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh my god. It's sad.
Nemam bobu. Saj sekija nad.
What was that?
Kill him.
Oh, he killed me. Just drums. Don't die.
Yeah, I won't die.
Just whatever you do, don't die. You got 6 seconds.
Oh, I got died so hard. I died fucking so much. I fucking totally died.
Oh yeah. Wait, how far did you get in without me?
Oh no, we got a few bosses.
Yeah, got a couple bosses.
We've got Yaren and Calamitous left.
Oh my god. Okay.
Cool,
Man, you guys really went hard. Oh my god.
No, I will say this high. It's like it's not even that. It's that it's very, very hard to play Terraria without progressing.
Yeah.
I know.
It is really hard. Because it's like, you're like, oh, I'm just gonna go build.
I mean, I know. I thought you guys wouldn't play, but I guess the urge was too much. Wait, did you all do it yesterday?
I'm actually doing it. I was doing it right now, actually.
Like 2 bosses left.
That is kind of whack.
It's kind of lame, to be completely honest.
It was kind of lame, to be completely honest. In fact, I think kind of lame is a disservice to the actual state of affairs. In truth, it was entirely out of pocket and completely uncalled for. But I'm a sicko, so naturally I doubled down and structured the entire video around it. No guilt, no remorse. When I was 10, I had my own horse. Endgame weapons, customization and content is what makes modded Terraria just that much better. In my opinion, the glaring flaw in this game was that once it gets really, really good, it ends. Having just a couple extra tiers of progression and upgrades lets you pop off extremely hard. For so long, the content will most likely outperform.
Ajmo ovako, nije Bomblens jeftin, nego je sve skupo.
To je isto ono, Vučić da po 100 evra više puta, a ovamo uzme Boga oca na...
Nije Bomblens jeftin. Znaš ti da je sekira koja je koštala $4, sad $25? Znaš za to? Nisi obratio pažnju, a? Znači, znam ljude koji su igrali, kupi sekiru za $4, medkit i bokser i igra. A ne možeš ni to da igraš, sad ti za to trebaju pare.
I read it on the wiki. When you kill the Eater of Gods, there's a 2.5% chance to drop the Skull Masher. And you don't need to statistically
kill it 4 times.
Time for me to heal.
Što će ti sabi kad možeš čovjeka ubiti nož?
Terminu se dobije odmah na rank 5 fazom, a pre 55 bio.
Da.
Znaš ti to, brati, koje poente, šta su radili, su normalno.
Pa malo su kao lakša ljudima koji prestižu.
Fires 4 high-velocity bullets, and if you manage to successfully strike whatever you perceive to be a threat, there will manifest more bullets as sort of a preemptive.
Mali vitality shot je isto skup, znaš.
From harm's way. Here's all I know. The charged dark blaster is one of the most effective ranged weapons. So how is it that post Moonlord you can use an ancient manipulator to combine it with 2 other guns, Luminite, Life Alloy, and Galactica Singularities to make
right, the Shredder, a gun that is in almost every single scenario, much less effective, but way funnier. Unless you happen to be in an extremely enclosed space, its damage output pales in comparison to anything else at this level. I'll have you know, I used it for like half the endgame. But let's get real. Let's take it to the next level. My favorite bow, Ultima. Dark Sun fragments, cosmolite bars, exodium clusters, 3 bows and a laser rifle, forged on a cosmic anvil. Firing this shit is literally a dopamine injection. When I blast pure plasma, my brain is in a state of reverse depression. And I'm telling you, as a person that has extensive experience with both, firing the Ultima is better than sex. It's also at this point that Terraria truly begins to blur the line between melee weapons and every other category of weapons. It's kind of hard to tell. Take for example, the Triactus True Paladinian Mage Hammer of Might. Other than the fact that it is indeed a hammer, I don't really see what's so melee about it. It has the same range as my sniper rifle. But you know what, at this point it's better to not question it and just kill shit. If you consider all these weapons a spectrum, let it be known I started in the mild end of it, and we're going up the ladder. After defeating Yaron, which chronologically happens after this section, fuck you, I don't care, we as the players get to wield the Murasama, in my opinion, the coolest looking weapon in the game. Shit looks straight out of a shonen anime, and it does as much damage in-game as anime did to my childhood. I hate to be honest, but truth is, I would indeed have matured into much more gracefully without all that. It doesn't do to dwell on it.
Cheatom, pardon, nije cheat.
12 years doing jujitsu, if not for all that Naruto. Which brings me to the Rancor. After defeating Supreme Calamity, one of the final bosses in the game, we get them shaped in NPC. There's 5 specific items which can be exhumed into extremely powerful upgraded versions. And out of them, this is the one I decided to show you. It kind of speaks for itself, but let me point out that yes, it does disintegrate enemies into ashes. And yes, those are arms coming out of the lava. Finally, I have but one single weapon I want to showcase. The Universe Splitter. It happens to be the most lethal munition in our entire arsenal. To demonstrate, I have the vanilla final boss of the game versus me shooting it one single time. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Okay, I was lying, just one more. Remember when I said... The true Excalibur? Yeah, that's how you get the true Excalibur. With a similar build path, you can craft Fractured Arc. Combine them for Arc of the Ancients, upgrade it for Arc of the Elements, then visualize a similar time frame to craft Galaxia. Finally, Dimension Forge the two together and unleash upon the world. Arc of the Cosmos. Watch what I do here. Please do notice the freestyle Jedi mind wielding. This shit is so sick. With utter sincerity, on a personal level. Fuck you, Josh. My sword is way cooler. Which leads me to a very important point. As you can tell by my character and the Rainbow Unicorn, endgame customization goes fucking hard. If you actually stop progressing and just look around, you'll come to find something quite cursed. This is what nightmares are made of. So it was no surprise that when High returned, we went back to full throttle death. And you could definitely tell he'd been playing RuneScape for a week straight.
Sure. Ne može da se čuje niko od debila.
Boom. Hoćemo li ili nećemo?
Hoćemo.
Tebe ko jebe, bre.
Someone's been playing RuneScape for a week.
A boli me kurac za tebe.
I don't know how many Venezuelans go far lost their livelihood at the hands of this menace. But what I do know is that RuneScape played at the highest level is morally adjacent to being a bad person. The bad news, I'm friends with monsters. He's on our side, and with utter malice, this digital cyber Jedi has scanned us through post-Moonlord progression. You see, there's an entire biome that we haven't been able to access this whole time. The Abyss. A very hostile and soul-draining place. Only now, with our newly crafted abyssal diving gear, can we tread these hostile, murky waters. Light this place up.
cure padaju od zadovoljstva u transi, jebote, ja to da vidim, da to dokumentujem nekako za škole, jebi ga, za udžbenike.
Da se deca uče iz udžbenika.
Da kažu kako bjelozubi sokol prca.
Vidite kako civil ostaje posle Milana.
Tamo gde on prca ne moraju ni da priju picu više.
The strongest boss in the entire game.
Da se noćas roka.
Ma sad je event, kad sada prelazimo ove misije. Šta je sokole bjelozubi?
I think I just figured it out. The only boss that's not even on the fucking list. Needless to say, we appropriately executed a courageous tactical retreat to focus on the natural order of progression.
You can kill him.
Yeah, no, that's rough. Speaking of which, I'm so glad that me and Josh at least held back on this. Thematically, it might just be the coolest fight in the game. This is where DM Takuro, the legend who made all the Calamity soundtracks, actually sings in the game.
Dva neki free boss.
Madari! S kakvim debilima ja igram? S kakvim debilima ja igram?
S kakvim?
Što se ne zna? One miš iz dilema.
Mother Russia!
Oh my lord.
Pobjeda bude za nami.
Ako bi crnogorci mi pušaju kure se osnovno.
Ja don't get
I te pošu vam napravio državu.
Ko će kome da puši?
Pa Milan.
Pa znam da tu njemu priključao i nema zašto ako to je... Kako onda vratiti?
Nenade, šalji invite, završi.
Ovamo kačiš riđe slike u
I've got to share a thought with all of you, because this thought has been poisoning my mind palace for weeks, okay? It's completely unrelated to Terraria. This is the part of the song when you unlink your YouTube network on the dashboard, like a renegade, even though you still got 8 months left on your contract.
Guzić si snimio pa si zato došao, a?
Nisam to, reci.
Kažem, vidio si Guzić pa si zato došao.
Nisam zato došao.
Nenade, skini trojke.
Nadam se da ti...
Let's not forget, new boss kill means new ore, new materials,
not safe for work.
Many times for them. Plantera Gauntlet. Josh builds a house at the edge of the world for no reason. It's got a faulty, poorly designed entrance.
Šta?
To, kako kaže, evo te ti ne čujem.
5 puta ti govorim skini trojke, ti ništa, evo.
Da stavi trojku.
Ja ti nisam čuo.
Ja da čuo staviš trojku.
Da ide u trojke, bre.
Kakve trojke, evo
Nenade,
te.
počinjem da se brinem za tvoje zdravlje.
Nenad voli trojke.
No.
Počinjem se brinem za tvoje bre zdravlje, bre.
No way, no.
I šta kažeš, mano, je valjače u to.
No way. Are you actually gonna do it?
Pa ovo što je okačio...
Pa stisni ready sad, alo.
Staću, samo uzem...
It was tempting.
Kako malo pristisna ready. Kakav.
It's nearing completion. Min-max your stats, get teleporting 100.
Moj mlado, umeš da nađeš.
Vidiš okvir, nemoj, beži be. Vidiš okvir, bret. Vidiš okvir, nemoj, pored je hit. Ubićeš me, bre. Lako se ubija, jebem te usta, te jebe me, si čuo? Marš! Majmune jedan! Sad ću te ubijem. Majmunčina jedna. Nisi je gađa kurac. Debilu! Hit marker je velik za brate bubu, da brate gađaš pored nje ubićeš je. Marš bre, marš.
Nemoj ti meni marš, znaš?
Da, jedi govore, neću igrati, bret, sve ću nabijem ja tebe na kurac,
slušaj, predrže, nemoj tako.
Ma jedi govora,
Peđa, izvukli ste Kesića iz Battlefielda 1 da biste igrali, sad igrajte. Sad igrajte.
Debil, ubija mi bubu po svaki put, mora da je ubije, jednostavno čim je vidi on mora. Sad je to njemu postalo paranoja, znaš, sad je gotov, brate. Ako vidi da mu neka muva leti u brate relo ima da je ubije stvarno. Gotovo. Lud je 200%.
Vjedomir Jovanović je žena izubijala žena.
Pa to je sjajno.
Nije gore.
Zabadala žena.
A vi stvarno može biti da je žice Kesića.
A sad mu se izvini.
Jebi ga, gađa si je bio.
A sad se izvini.
Izvini, ajde, izvini. Otko znam gađa si jebate, ide kurac. Šta bi? Alo? Čujem mi se, Tušović na sekundu. Čujem? Halo?
Čuješ se, brate? Što si izašli?
A, treba im tišina.
Tu smo, čujemo te jebote. Šta je bilo? More bullets!
Got him. As a final act of totality, we destroy the entire fucking world. Starting with Josh's solo mode single player shit hassle.
4-5 čovjek.
2, 1, go.
Da, čovjek.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Alright, and then we're gonna go.
Oh, I
Nije, moje jaje ne viš.
Nemoj da ti vidiš shotgun s tom bubom, nećete nikad ući unutra.
Izvadi medkit. Izvadi medkit,
pravi se da si glupo.
Pravi se da nemaš oružje. Vidjeli ti šotku da imaš u ruke, znači neće ni prići u Mosare.
Fuck the teleporter stations. Fuck the mushroom astral biome planet. Fuck everything.
Kapala.
Thank you, I was kind of stuck. And while we're here, fuck the whole ocean. Fuck the whole ocean, actually.
Fuck ocean.
Oh fuck, the whole ocean fell on me, man.
Mine it? Like, I feel like I'm breaking one of this. Yeah, you think this is intended?
Yeah, for sure. This is what the developers always intended.
Opet buba.
Lost connection.
Are
we calling it GG?
Yeah. I think that's it.
On the 18th of August 2021, our heroes destroyed the entire world. Then some time passed while I worked on this video, and on the 27th of March 2022, my good friend Hai would come to receive a message on Discord signaling that it was time for the second canonical rebirth of our world. Chaotic neutral ending. Invisible. We cut out the weakest link and create a world without stride, without conflict.
Izviđači, sve izviđači jeba.
Two-player experience. Until I was actually basking in it, I hadn't the faintest idea what a utopia we'd created. A perfect world. A world without Josh. Even the unbearable rubber banding was gone now that Hai was hosting the world on his IP. This transforms Terraria from a creative min-max mining game into a projectile-based dodging experience. It's incredible.
Skinirao sam i vrati, video sam bubu gore, možeš preko dark site da vidiš bubu iš.
By the way, the original reason we backed up the world was so you could all play it. It's in the description along with High's Pog Pack mod pack, in case you'd want to play mod Terraria exactly like we did. Now, Josh, considering we went out of our way to hide it, I know this to be the exact moment in time that you find out what we did. And before your victim mentality kicks in, allow me to concretely describe one of the many things you did to deserve this. You took my legendary weapon and fucking used it to craft your legendary weapon. Then, when pressed about the hostile nature of your actions, you had this to say. Did you fucking take my legendary weapon to make your own?
I'm not. Well, you did all the bosses without me, so.
Oh, really? We did all the bosses without you, huh? Well, I don't want to be friends with a liar, so I'll make a prophecy out of your heresy. You see, they updated Calamity with an ending so good, it puts the actual creators of Terraria to shame. And what better person to enjoy it with than my good friend High? We begin constructing the Codebreaker, which in turn allows us to decrypt schematics from the various biolabs. I mean, honestly, it would be shitting on Josh to do it on top of his house without him.
However,
I'll have to break a little bit of his house to make space. For each part we add to the machine, I can feel the fabric of reality tearing at the seams. I knew we were about to summon Draydon. Very anticlimactic, because the quantum cooling cell, which reduces the decryption time from 2 minutes to 15 seconds, is the part I put on there last. It's so funny.
Lik je tu ispred!
Ne možemo ovako igrati.
Pa lik je tu! Stari Kesiću, lik je tu, prestani da pričaš. Lik je tu!
Whoa. Yo, whack one.
Oh shit, it's Draydon.
Oh, dude. Get tu jebote, ste nenormalni.
Wait, are you coming?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Brati, nemojte više ovo smeće. Neću da igram više ovo smeće što jede go. Neću da igram, brate, ovako smeće.
Terminus.
I gotta be honest.
Krpim se sve, on krvari I dalje. Oh shit, vrti mi animaciju kao da ste krpim, on krvari I dalje, brate.
Glitch. Glitch.
Pa neću, bre, da igram smeće I gotovo, bre, volim.
Uzeli ste mi jebeno loot, nisam uzeo sekundu. 3, pa iz te strane. Jel u šumi gore, jesu? Eno ga u šumu. Da, u šumi gore, ne možemo da lutamo toga. Ne moraš da pališ, to je čitava ekipa jedna.
Ipak ti zapali.
Čuješ?
Pali.
Treći je iza ovdje napolje, ne možeš da ga lutaš iza ovog zide.
Okay, let's go! Canonically, this is where we fucking rise! Our heroes break the fourth wall, fracturing space-time beyond repair. Lore-wise, this causes every reality to collapse in on itself. As worlds collide, our gamers wield infinite energy to defeat every enemy that has ever existed. I'm tired of getting copyrighted, alright? At this point, I might as well make my own shit. This is the part where Uberdanger, the legend who made the Terraria Steam player chart do the thing, actually raps in the video. Goated to a fault. Bossman music worldwide. We out here, bitch!
Yeah.
Major League Wobbs on the beat on the mix.
Late night lover, I got no rubber, I got no sister, I got no brother. Single child from a single mother. Cringe on wild, on deck, on sight. Drip so hard, got that pearly white. Bicep big when I curl tight. I was born black, then I turned white. Now I riggedy flip the script, give me the riggedy rigged election. If I get a bitch pregnant, that's natural selection. But I find that even with a little reflection on the way the world is going, that's a bad direction. Better off on the grind for that big perfection. And it's not Adobe, fuck the industry standard. Just Pirate Vegas, spend the money getting hammered. You spent 3 years in production school, learning Premiere, and why the fuck you don't got a career? I fuck no horse, I got dope bars. When I was 10, I had my own horse. Please don't flame me, but I gotta go crazy for this next bit. I'll do the rest in Danish. Caroline, min hårstil, jeg kører den hårstil. Mine pæne fakta er fucking dårligt. Spiser mad over udløbsdato. Lammer meget om natten, jeg er en dårlig nabo. Ønsker af sabo, rapper med kato. Tag mit våben frem, går i krig med NATO.
Nemoj da mi da me ubije neko stran.
Peaceful, tranquil existence.
Za malo da je izrašam, ali bacila bi mi bombu, ubila bi mi.
Just two gamers breaking a pirate ship they didn't make originally.
Ne mogu da vjerujem, bret.
Ovo je ono smiš. Evo te!
Šta se desilo s njim, ne znam.
Šta te...
Od ove ekipe što je...
jedna ekipa je ostala, bre.
Od ove ekipe što smo rešili. Njihovo.
Šta ti nije jasno, Milane? Ostala je jedna ekipa. Paranoja jedna, brete. Gori si nego bilo koga.
Znaš šta je, Milano? Ne slušaj njih. Uzmi ti fenjer, idi zapali sve. Po principu ne uzimamo zarobljenike.
Šta da radimo? Ja nemam pojma šta da radimo.
Nađi bubu.
Ja rašam već.
U izviđenju.
Samo da ti priču. Šta je, Milan? Šta ješ? Te su ovi nije mjesto. Skupili su se.
No, ti su.
Jebe on pić. Dobro. Babe, pucuje me njih dvoje, brate. A ispratite. Bravo, još jedan. Tu. Ispratite.
Hit one. Nemam healova više.
Iza drvece. Nije te sledeće ubio.
Od napred.
Napred te ubio. Od napred te ubio, čoravko.
Kesiću.
Od napred te ubio.
Kesiću.
Da?
Još 5 minuta, hoće Boris da te čuje nešto.
A?
Hoće Boris Makić da te čuje nešto. Ne Makić, kak jedinovački.
A gdje?
Sad ću te prebacim dome.
Daj to kocku.
Ti si znači admin.
Dobri. Dešala mi igra, već. Moguće. Moguće da mi crashala igra.
Što da ne? Moguće.
Ovo me ubije samo zato što imam 50 manje, jer mi Igra uterala kurčinu,
Uber Danger
normalno.
continues to get abused by YouTube's awful copyright system. Sorry to bother, but I spent a year making a video, and now I finally fixed all the copyright matches, only for the status to change to limited ads. I requested a review, but I truly think this video fits the guidelines. Oh shit, yeah, I mean... God damn, man. Alright, let's see what he says.
Bio si svakako iznenađen.
Trying to show off how much hair he has.
A ne može, ono je ogromno.
Like, just stop, man. Like, why you gotta do this?
Ova igra nema smisla što se tiče nekih bušenja, be.
And it's like, I just need to vent my frustrations a little bit. Okay?
Yeah.
Just woke up, I'm trying to get it appropriate, but...
Ubega Snake lik kroz debelo drvo, ono koje je nemoguće, brate, probušiti.
To malo čitarski, ja?
To što je buđeva igra, brate. Bitno je da mene bomba ubije, brate, prizonu kroz dva zida. I bitno je da tebe ubije tu kroz drvo. A ti kad hoćeš da pucaš kroz lance sa šotkom, progutaju, brate, lanci šotku, važi. Umjesto ti, brate, lanci da se otkinu, uopšte da ubiješ isto normalno, progutaju, brate, damage.
Because like YouTube doesn't have like one person to review shit, they've got like 10 people that review it. You know what I mean?
I don't know what I have to do to succeed on this platform anymore, right?
A vidio sam ja, snimao sam.
It's actually insane. Like, when I go to upload, there's so many steps where their system is just made for me to fail. So first of all, it tells you copyright checks, right? And your video, when you put it out, a couple days after being publicized, can just get a manual claim.
Yeah.
Because their copyright check system doesn't show you the copyright matches that are still pending action from the claimant, right? I have had labels or publishers lie to me in the past, tell me I can use the music, tell me it's good, then they strike it after the fact, and then
it's probably because, like, what you have to understand is, like, the YouTube copyright system, sometimes it strikes your content automatically. So, like, they could have given you permission, and then the system strikes it because the audio file is in the system, and it runs a match. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's how that shit can happen.
Extort me to pay a lot for the license, okay?
People
abuse this copyright system.
They do.
There are people that go and strike channels and videos down that they don't own at all, just to steal the ad revenue, right? But let's say magically you sorted out every copyright issue and you have licenses for all the music in your video, and you finally upload a video and you finally are successful with the release of your video for the first time in 2 years. And the first time in I think 3.5 years that I'm anywhere near this successful with the release of the video. And then when the copyright claim is lifted, that somehow changes the video to limited ads and stops getting views, and you can tell it just stops immediately getting views because now it's limited ads. And you contact YouTube, right? Contact YouTube, great stuff. It always works really great. You can complain on Twitter, you can talk to their live chat, and every time you'll get the same thing. They'll manually re-review your video and tell you, yep, it's just profane, there's extreme profanity. What do I have to do to get to upload a video? I spend so many hours. I have a shit spine, dude. I have scoliosis, I spent so many hours in front of a computer, sitting statically in a chair, making these videos, just to get limited every time, every fucking time. What do you have to do for YouTube to stop blacklisting your channel and to stop demonetizing everything you put out?
Yeah.
Do you really not want creators that spend a year on a video? Is that it?
No, it sucks because, like, you put out a video and, like, if you put, this is what the problem is, right, with YouTube, and, like, this has always been an issue with YouTube, and, you know, content creators fix this more now with, like, having different types of ways that they get funded by their audience, you know, like Patreon, etc., right? Quit your bitching, get a real job? What do you mean? What do you mean? What? Listen, why are people being nasty in chat? Like, I guarantee you, man, you go to your job, and you work a long time on something and you don't get paid for that, you're gonna be crying and bitching just like this. Shut the fuck up. Quit being a nasty little bitch. Why are people in chat being nasty little bitches about this? What do you fucking think you're better than this? Like, what do you think? You show up to work, you work and you do something for fucking, let's say 2 months, and then you end up not getting paid for it, even though they said you was gonna get paid for it. And then somehow you're the bad guy. Man, fuck you.
Imam, brate, silencer.
Yeah, they call the cops. This is so pathetic. Y'all say that shit, man. And I know it's not y'all. It's like 7 people. But go fuck yourself, man. Like, that's so, like these people probably don't even have a job to begin with. So they don't understand. That's probably what it is. Or they hate their fucking job, and they're mad that somebody who's in a position that they wish they were in is having a bad time and expressing it, and they're expressing what they have as jealousy, because they see a person in a position that they wish they were in, and they're mad that this person is expressing a negative emotion because they feel like that person shouldn't be allowed to have those negative emotions, because in their mind that person should be living a perfect life. Shut the fuck up. You're 15 years old. You'll learn whenever you grow up. Stop.
Ne znam zašto bi mi trebalo
We signed a contract, gives us some money. What contract did you sign with YouTube to guarantee income?
Noževe, šta je posle noževa?
Like for example, let's say somebody, I'll give you another example, and this is something that everybody would get behind. Like if somebody says that, like, you know, if you upload something, I'll probably give you money. How many times have we had content creators and artists come out that a content creator didn't pay them for their art? And then the content creator was like, well, I didn't technically say I would pay you for it. But it's obvious that they were being disingenuous. It's obvious that they were trying to fucking take their money. It was. And you know what? The entire fucking world is on their side because they know who's actually in the wrong here. You want to fucking go back and turn all this into contract. Like, it's not an expectation
potršiš za kompjuterom svakako.
Pa ali ti koristiš svoj račun. Svoj računar.
And somehow it's your fault for doing that?
Košta?
Get the fuck out of here.
You sure as hell won't have them if you restrict everything they put out. I don't get to monetize my own work.
Yeah.
I don't get to put videos out in the algorithmic way.
Someone says people don't sympathize with sitting in a chair all day. Bitch, let me tell you what you're doing right now. Let me guess what you're doing right now. You're sitting in a chair. You are sitting in a chair, and you know what else happens? There are a lot of people right now that sit in chairs and they do work. If you think that it's like, if you think that somehow it's more difficult, it's harder, whatever, than like physical labor or like than like working a desk job, then go do it. That's fine. But like, listen, I'm not going to argue with you about that because it's a completely illogical conclusion. It's a completely illogical conclusion. Like, it's just stupid. I find that the people that try to put manual labor and physical work above any sort of a desk job or anything that's like a professional level office work, the people that do that are people that are using manual labor and they have physical labor and they're looking for a way to try to find themselves above people that are obviously above them in social hierarchy.
Ma
it's completely transparent. No normal person thinks like this. It's stupid.
Because whenever I do get a video that succeeds and starts growing my channel, you just restrict it. Oh, this one got over a couple 100,000 views quickly from this guy. Let's take a look at that. Let's turn that down. No, sorry, where's the view slider? Let's turn it down for this guy. I've recorded this video like 4 times. I don't know how to present myself. I don't know what to say. I'm just angry, sad, upset.
I think that makes sense. I mean, I would be sad too. I'd be fucking
pissed. And I feel so betrayed.
It's insane.
I've spent the better years of my life dedicating myself to this. I still rent this shitty 1-bedroom apartment. I'm trying to like actually build a life for myself and support my family. And I can't. I really can't. If you limit and restrict everything I put out, and it's just not hurtful content.
It doesn't have all this extreme profanity.
It's
a good video that uplifted a lot of people, and now people won't see it anymore. Or a fraction of people will see it.
Yep.
Why do I do this website anymore?
I think you should change the way that you do videos. Like, that's my advice, is like change the way you do videos, because like you can't rely on putting out one video every 3 months and getting funded for it. Like, you look at the people that do that. You know, you have people like Mark Rober, for example, who puts out a video like once every month, once every other month. This guy's doing great. Why is he doing great? Number one, he's probably got like 10 people at YouTube that check it automatically because he's a very popular content creator, and as well, he also has a lot of sponsors for those videos. And it's like, if you want to go the route of like making you know, like 1 or 2 like really big videos, etc., what you have to do is you have to have those videos pay for themselves. And it's like the ad revenue, like I know what ad revenue is on YouTube, right? Like, even if you had full ad revenue, you still wouldn't get the money that you deserve for a video that took months to make. Like, it's just, that's not the way YouTube works, and everything like that. Like, ad revenue on YouTube is a lot better than it used to be, but it's still not going to really make the difference for like the amount of hours that you put into it, for example. So yeah, I would say do that instead.
Ne znam šta, animaciju dok vrati, dok... Ne znam šta da radi.
Kako ga ja nisam ubio, mene uopšte ne može biti jasno kada ova igra, brate, ja stvarno nekad...
Their system are never gonna accept my videos.
Već počnem da se zapitujem da li dobro vidim ili šta.
We haven't had that happen and shit.
Ne znam šta me
it
više
sucks
jebe.
because you have a lot of people that they want to make content on YouTube, etc. And like, it just fucking sucks. It does. Just change your job.
Tim ne iđe ona malo trunku bolje igrača, ne možemo ništa.
Well, whenever I tell people that, they get mad. I tell people like,
Pa ne
somebody says
možete.
they hate their job, I say get a new job.
Kako misliš da čovjek koji nosi sablju se zaleti u njih?
Znači 4 puta sam umro u ovom meču. Ništa, i prvi put kako sam umro,
Dragane,
iz mesta nisam mogao da se
koliko ti se puta desilo te pucaju 3 čovjeka sa puškama ili pištoljima? Koliko ti se puta desilo? A koliko ti se puta desilo te juri neko sa sabljom i dvocerkom? Nikad, pa vidiš. Nikad.
Like, what do you think? Like, this guy's some privileged, you know, great guy.
Kad počne pucnjava računaj da Milan ne može pucati u to što ti vidiš. Kapiraš? Znači, automatski ste ti i Peđe tu da, ono, malo tryharda.
Ja bi treba jesno što nisam jeo ništa od ručka.
Just fucking assume that this is what it is. Holy shit. Simping for a big company. Yeah, it's fucking YouTube. As if YouTube couldn't do better with this. As if they couldn't do better.
It doesn't matter what I do. And there's so many creators on this site that are big and monetized and allowed.
Like me.
That do the same shit or way worse. And they're fine. But I don't get to say anything. I don't get to make anything. Whatever I do, you restrict it. There's no content I make that you don't restrict. My last Terraria video, which is over like 3 years ago, was the last thing I uploaded that got to be released unrestricted, genuinely, of anything I put any amount of effort into. And because you've restricted every piece of content I've made since, I decided to go back to the formula that your website actually allowed me to put out.
This is a problem with animators
God damn, it hurts so much.
Yeah.
There's no loyalty from a website and a company to a creator who's spent like over 10 years of his life just working away at making these videos. I'm one person. I'm one fucking person. And I do everything myself. It's fucking shameful. Over the years, I've really grown to have anxiety and feel really bad about uploading. Like, let me be honest, right? I've grown really good at adapting to failure, but success fucking terrifies me.
Ma da se staviš situaciju gdje ti je...
Mozak mi prosipa svaki dan, znači nervoza, ja posle ove igre, brate, postajem toliko... Znaš do koje faze me dovodi ova igra, brate, da bi ubio čovjeka, brate. Dakle, bukvalno me do te faze...
Nije to smešno, Kesiću. Ti i Kesiću, Peđi.
Nervoza stvara...
Nije to smešno.
Misliš ti Snake?
Čovjek je frustriran.
Takav mi je.
It's insane how powerful you're making this website.
Treba da dođeš... Treba dođeš...
Uđeš u igru, oteraš sve, ubrati kurac, stegneš, ubrati krevet,
treba, Kesio. Treba da dođeš... Ne, dođeš u staka stadion, te boli kurac.
Niš ko ja. Pokušam nešto, ajde, kao, pokušam. Ne uspijem, to je to. Ali nisi ti toliko, Kesiću, da ćeš da prsnaš. Ima ovdje jedan lik koji je već prso, vrete.
Prso ti.
Počeo je da proziva sve.
Played a goddamn video game. Yeah, it was at one point 2 of us played without the other guy. Oh, you also have a policy on enabling dishonest behavior. Can you please fix your website so I can put out videos? You're ostracizing like people that like making things and that are passionate about creating stuff.
I agree with that. We're gonna watch this one in a bit.
Let me ask you to put your product development
hat. Like, what's this fucking, like, can I get this shit to work? Like, what the fuck is this?
There we go.
So, yeah, it's like, here's my advice to Uber Danger, right? Like, I've obviously watched his videos many times. I think they're really well done, and I like them a lot. Is that the videos that you put out, like, you're never gonna be able to make the money back on them unless you have a lot of sponsors. And I think that what you should do is do what a lot of other content creators do. And this is the problem with like animators and stuff
might
like
be
that,
disrupted. Šta mi s internetom?
Nije ti internet u pitanju. Njihovi serveri. To je glitch.
Really weird whenever any content creator brings up money, because viewers have this weird expectation that content creators should never want money or anything like that. So like as soon as a content creator doesn't like they ask questions or they they don't act endlessly grateful for the position that they're in or something like that, then as soon as that happens, people in the community turn on them and they dislike them. And I think the reason for that is there's a lot of latent jealousy that happens on YouTube. It happens on Twitch. For example, do you guys know the most popular job right now in the US? The job that most kids want to be? A YouTuber or an internet influencer. That's it. That's the main job. So whenever they see somebody who is the person who they believe, Neon, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Who's the person who they believe is this is the epitome of who they think is, like what they want, etc., right? That kind of stuff really bothers them because they're jealous and they're in a position. Have times have changed? Yeah, I know. Kids are delusional. They are. Exactly. We're in danger. Yeah, that's why things are fucked. Well, people want to have a job that they like. I think that's what it comes down to. Are things fucked because people want to be a YouTube content creator? Or are jobs fucked because nobody wants to do them? I think that there are a lot of jobs in the past that were looked on more favorably. Maybe people that are mistreated in the workforce constantly give off an impression that working in the workforce is not enjoyable. And then the people that are there try to shame the people who aren't there for trying to do something different with their life. It's embarrassing, man. Yeah, I know, it's weird. Everyone wants to get paid for what's in their eyes. That in tech, social media is what the youth. Everybody wants to get paid for what they feel is good, right? I mean, like minimal work. What are you trying to minimize what other people do, man? Like, I mean, the thing is, here's what I say to anybody who says doing YouTube or making content or streaming or anything like that is easy. I would say that if you think that it's easy, do it. Because streamers make so much money. YouTubers make so much money. If it's easy for you, you can set up generational wealth for your family and your kids' kids. So go do it. Go do it. Go start working on it right now. Go do
dobro,
it. And
neko,
I honestly,
znam,
I'm not
neće
trying to
zombi
mean
da
this in
puca.
like a condescending way or anything. I really mean this. Like, take your shot and see what you can do. Right? I mean, like, dream a little bit. Like, actually try to do something outside of the box. Live beyond the box that you were given by society and try to do something beyond that. Yeah, YouTube is oversaturated. Yeah, people say that every year. Yeah, they say that every single year. And you know what? It doesn't matter if it's oversaturated, because if you make good enough content, people are going to start watching it, and it doesn't matter what it is. I understand that. There's people that always believe that. They're just looking for excuses for why they can rationalize they're not trying, because they're trying to assume that they're going to fail. Not so much about knowing, though, his personality, and the fact that most don't have the personality to do it. Well, then change your personality. Yeah, then change your personality or do something different, right? I mean, like, there are a lot of people. Like, do you think that streamers and YouTubers act the exact same in real life as they do in their videos? Of course not. Of course not. It's saturated. You have kids, like I showed, speed from 0 to 5 mil subs in 4 months. Yeah, I know. It's not oversaturated at all, because there's more and more people every single day. You have to understand this, right? Is that more and more of the world is becoming connected to the internet. More and more of the world is becoming integrated into the internet. So if you're saying the thing is being internet is being saturated, yes, you're right. It is being saturated. But the difference is it is also being saturated with viewers. There are, for every content creator that comes in, there's also 100 viewers that come in. So my advice to anybody who really thinks this kind of stuff, straight up, man, try to actually do it yourself. Try to do it yourself and make something happen. And don't go around and shit on people who are unhappy because they're obviously being treated bad. Like any other person in any other company. If this person was talking about how they were treated working at YouTube or working at Google, everybody would have their pitchforks out and say, when do we start the riot? But for some reason, because this is a content creator, people can't seem to have the empathy because they can't see past the jealousy. It's embarrassing. Honestly, it is. I hate to see this stuff, guys. This is fucking awful what's happening to Uber Danger, and it's embarrassing for me to have people in my community that think that it's anything less than fucking manipulation. I'm extremely optimistic.
Dolazi treći da ih spase.
90% of people fail? What are you, 90%?
Ode iza kuće ove.
Like, I mean, there you go. Then go out and prove that you're 10%.
Nije išli za kući, sad je dalje
tamo. Go out and prove it. Go out there and try.
Jure ga kjeraj. Ništa, samo stavite u kuću tu. I to je to. Da, on ne možeš rokom da ugasi. Bež urbi.
There are probably multiple things that you are better than 1 out of 100 people in the world at. I'm saying it's easy to be successful. It's just the actual work involved. It is a lot of work. It takes a lot of time. And to have somebody have their videos demonetized, it fucking sucks. I think what Uber Danger should do is he should make content that's not as long form, and that way he doesn't have to rely on as much of the YouTube manual review for stuff. I think it just sucks, and I think for very, very large content creators, like as I said, like Mark Rober, Mr. Beast, you know, guys like that, they're able to get away with this because they have people on YouTube that they just talk to directly, and the video, like they're basically, they grease the wheels for them in every sense of the word. So what's going to happen is that if like Uber Danger's got 1 million subscribers, but Mark Rober has 20 million subscribers. Like, think about how many metric levels that is. Like for me, like I have like 1 million subscribers on YouTube as well, and I have like 3 or something like that. So even compared to like me, right? Mark Rober's a million times bigger than I am, right? Mr. Beast is a million times bigger than I am, and like it's hard to get your information out there. Absolutely, that's the way it goes. Views are more important than subscribers. They are. They absolutely are, but I think subscribers do matter, especially whenever you look at the brand. But like, I mean, this is fucking content. Who cares about that? But of course, both of them matter. But yeah, it's just, you have to have a different content perspective, and you have to have better ways to monetize content if you do that. Yeah, I wish. That'd be nice. Yeah, I know. Subscribers matter to brands, nothing else. Yeah, but brands are how you make money. So they do matter. And this is what we're talking about, right? Is making money. It's easier to give up and cry about it. Giving up became an axiom that people just accept, while successful ones don't. I think that there's too many people out there, too many content creators out there who coddle people, and this is what I said before, right? They coddle people, they do a disservice to their audience by just allowing them to think that the world is out to get them and that they can never be more than what they are because of, you know, society, because the world, because of capitalism, because of the government, because of, you know, other companies, because of other people, because of a political perspective, right? Something like that. And all this coddling, I think, all it does is make people comfortable in mediocrity. It makes people comfortable in never trying to push themselves to do something that's beyond what they could maybe normally do. It's just, it's too much, man. I find it to be very, very shitty. Like, as I said before, I mean, you can, at the end of the day, all of those things are against you, but there's always been somebody, and there always will be somebody who is worse off than you are that's already gotten to where you want to be. So it's not just, that's not all it comes down to. There's more than that. It's coddling, yes. I think it is coddling. It's annoying to me. What if you hadn't been successful? Well, then I'd just be a loser. Yeah, then I would have had to try something else. But I tried. But I tried. I did. I tried. So basically for me, like, this is kind of like what happened, is that, so I started streaming and I started making videos whenever, so like basically my mom, like this was like the first time that she had like a big medical event. And this was in like 2013. And I was working at the IRS on and off. I was going to college and I quit all of that to take care of her. And what I did at that time is I said, what do I know how to do really well? I know how to play World of Warcraft really well. If you can imagine that, I used to be very good at the game. And what do I also know how to do? I know how to make videos. I've been doing it my whole life. So I said, fuck it. I'm going to try to make YouTube videos and make the best out of what I have. What I have is a terrible situation. And I started streaming whenever I started making videos in like very, very late 2013, basically 2014, whenever I started taking it really seriously. And I went to school. I was going to business school, and I was getting a degree in computer information systems. I actually had almost a 4.0 GPA, and I was doing very, very well.
Ma samo damage dao, brate, opao damage, puca granat 70 metara, to nisam dao ni 10 damage.
Što nisi pucao sa?
Pa sa ovim silencerom.
Wow. Nemoj molit.
Znaš, namjerno ih pucao na daljinu, a ništa ti me skidam, samo da mi hit markira to što nisam dao ni 5 damage-a, nikom ništa.
Mogu si kao Boris da kažeš, hitao sam.
Da, znaš kaj. Da kažem, hitao sam ga, da, napala je.
Wow, na 100 metara si hitao Springfield. Wow, gotov je. Gotov je,
Da si Danger uzeo i da si ga pucao, pa da kažeš.
Pa Danger ima bar 4 metra kako išta.
I remember then my teeth were falling out at this point, and it's like, imagine being like 23, 24 years old. You're like, your teeth are already falling out, like you can't afford to replace fillings that are falling out, and like it's awful, right? And like your mom's sick, and like you don't know if she's gonna like you come home, she's like dead, right? It's awful. And so anyway, I finally go to the dentist. I get the courage to do this, and they tell me that it's gonna be $50,000 for me to get all my teeth fixed. And I think this is the first time that I really considered killing myself. This is the first time I was like, wow, I've actually fucked things up, right? Because like most of the times whenever you're younger, you can fuck something up, but you know, it is what it is, right? But you're not going to be able to regrow your teeth, at least not yet. And I think there's a lot of dentist paychecks that are relying on you not being able to do that. So I wouldn't necessarily expect it to happen anytime soon. So I thought to myself, wow, I want to fucking kill myself. Like, this is awful. And I went home and I realized, like, listen, I'm doing well on YouTube, but I can't afford this. I can't do this. And I told myself I'm going to push myself harder. I'm going to start streaming. I'm going to start making other types of content. And I'm going to try to start putting out even better videos, because if I don't do that, I'm going to fail. And that's it, because I did the math on like how long it would take me to get everything fixed and everything. It was just impossible. So yeah, that's basically what it was. Killing yourself because of bad teeth? Come on. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not just that, right? I think that it's realizing that you fucked up your life irreversibly and you have no way to fix it, and it's only going to get worse. Yeah. Yeah, I think there were a lot of people that would want to kill themselves after hearing that. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Especially like in the context of like my mom being sick, like my life fucking sucking at the time. Oh, absolutely, that was the case. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a pile up, right? This was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back. So, anyway, remember the first I streamed, I was doing a year, got lucky as fuck? No, I didn't get lucky as fuck because I cultivated the opportunity. That's not the case. People that say that you got lucky are people that don't understand what opportunity is. I cultivated that opportunity by working hard, and I also had made a YouTube channel at that point. I made good content, people liked watching it, and they stuck around. That's the way it goes. Yeah, that's the way it goes. People that say you got lucky are just looking for excuses why they're not lucky. That's it. Work so hard because you didn't want to work. Yes, that's right. I never wanted a job. Whenever I was in like 3rd grade or so, I heard and I found out that, you know, whenever you get older, like you have to like go to like a job every day, and like you have to wake up, and it's like even worse than school. You don't have recess, and it's just like all the kids around me were like, man, I don't know what do I want to do? Like, maybe I want to be a firefighter, I want to be an astronaut. And I'm like, I want to wait. Can't you just like wait? Can't I just like not do anything? And the teacher's like, no, you can't do that. Like doesn't work that way. And I'm like, well, why not? And she's like, well, because you got to do something. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna do anything. She's like, okay. And I was like, you'll fucking see. And so now I work all day, every single day, tirelessly to make sure that I never have to have a job. Yeah, I work 10 hours a day streaming. I deal with my org stuff. I work 10 hours a day minimum, probably on things related to my online content. I do that every single day, so I don't have to have a job. If I ever forget about it, there's a day 10 years ago where I was actually an employee at Sam's Club, and I have my name tag right here. It's right here on my light.
Nije to baš.
Znači sve of what it used to be. So yeah, obviously people can always listen. You can always find a million excuses and a million reasons why you can't do something. Trust me, anybody can do that. But I think it's a lot harder to come up with excuses and reasons of why you can. So yeah, the one out 290. No, not that one. And you said that. That's what it is. Yeah, I still have it. Of course I do, man. Yeah. Do you think there's an age limit No, I don't think so, because the age of streamers is getting older in general, right? So like 10 years ago, could you imagine a 30-year-old boomer sitting around just watching YouTube videos talking about bullshit? Fuck no. It was all a bunch of fucking kids hopped up on Mountain Dew playing World of Warcraft, listening to rap, right? But now you've got boomers sitting here like me, and there's just a bunch of guys. So like I'm making a joke about, right? What I'm saying is that the audience for Twitch and YouTube is aging up, because the people that are older, like I'm saying like 60 or 70 or 50 now, who didn't really grow up with computers in the same way that we did maybe, like they're already moving out of the market in general, and every year there's a new generation of people that is now 1 year older. And also there's a new generation of people in general that's 1 year larger, that are consumers of content online. So yeah, it's just gonna keep getting bigger. That's what it is. I shook up the Tyson Fury. I don't know what that is. I haven't seen that. Going 60 listening to 7-year-old. I think there's a lot of people that are lucky, but I think everybody in this chat should realize that they're lucky. You are lucky. You have an internet connection. You have access to a computer. That's already better than over 1 billion people in the world. Don't let it go to waste.
What is it? Finished.
Interestingly, though, there were a lot of people on the sidelines. Floyd wouldn't have believed that the space above him had turned into a literal carnival in his...
Weren't his people told to stop? They remained to do this. Well... Gotta move a bit from the storm, but started with checking out some of the Florida stuff with Hurricane Ian. We can't have Florida without them gators. The gators and their sons. We're taking back the street. The death of a guy, and now we're diving into a hole. Check out the video from the internet historian. Oh, the claustrophobia kicked in. Okay. Yeah. We'll see if I can survive this as well. What? Oh, okay.
In the state of Kentucky, there is a cave.
The Kentucky
That
Fried
every now and then
Caveman.
demands a sacrifice.
Oh.
January 30th,
Jedan.
1925.
Samo jedan ga bije.
Are we having a historian
Ima sekiru.
war? Oh, this is cool.
Ima i šotku. U ovom ćošku ti, Milane. Ujebat. Unutra su dvoje. Dobro.
He hangs up his
Ništa, ulećem ja unutra, ubijem ih sve.
and ducks into a 5-foot opening. The inside of the cave is narrow. He has to drop down on his hands and knees,
Ubili ga,
crawling
Milane,
through a
uleć.
passageway filled with jagged rocks and choking dust.
What is he
Then
looking
down a
for?
chute he had cleared out months earlier. All of the daylight is gone from here, and this lantern is his only source of light. Ignoring the loose limestone rocks perched directly above him, he is now 100 feet in, and here he reaches the turnaround room.
Oh no.
They call this the turnaround room because this is the juncture where even experienced cavers say, no thanks, and
go
turn
back.
around. Because to continue on means going through this.
Da me flešovali mi. Ne vidim kurca. Kako igraju ovako, brate, taktički da...
9 inches.
No!
For reference, here's a subway cell.
No!
Jebote.
No! You can't do that! No!
Ništa, nemaš šta da čekamo Kešić.
This is getting into fearsome territories. I don't like this. I don't like that. Okay, thank you for mentioning the claustrophobia before. God damn it. That's way too tight. I wanted to make a penis joke, but no, we're not gonna go there. Why are people doing this to themselves?
Going through, he would look exactly like this. His arms will need to be completely at their side, and he will need to exhale so that he can reduce the size of his torso.
Yeah, and you can only push with your toes.
Bit by bit, he disappears into the hole.
Dude, you're not a
His
cat.
clothes are caught on sharp gypsum crystals, hooking into him and threatening to hold him in place. But using his feet like paddles,
Dobro, ti, čekaj, igramo još li?
he reaches a wider opening at the other side.
Ti nećeš da treniraš,
The
ne?
ledge. Illuminated
Treniraš.
is a 10-foot drop.
Penis treniraš, a?
A rope is already secured around a boulder, which allows him to rappel down.
Hoće penis da trenira
His
pas.
worn-out leather shoes touch the ground. This is as far as he can go,
Aye.
and it is time for work to begin. What he is working on is another opening. At the moment, it's too small for anyone to fit through, but he will chip away at it
čekamo
until
ga.
he can shove himself right through the other side. Because on the other side is this. A magnificent and otherworldly cave structure.
I see.
Irresistible to
For
tourists. Day for months, he has been removing rocks from this crevice. To him, this is all just routine.
No.
So he eases further into the gap.
Something bad's gonna
Carefully,
happen.
he contorts his body through. Rocks compress the sides of his torso so close that his arms are pinned to the side of his body. He once again paddles his feet to inch down. Then, about halfway, he stops. The lantern. It's starting to dim. He will need to go all the way back to the surface to refuel the thing. He sighs. He slowly shuffles back out, pushing the lantern with his shoulder. Then, oh no. Dim, crack, darkness.
Scheiße.
He has knocked over the lamp, and it has
Da
broken.
izađi s mape pa da igramo novo.
Now,
Čekamo
the
tu
man
lobiju.
didn't panic. He had been caught in the dark before, and he could make his way back by feel alone. So he continues worming out, leveraging his foot against what he thinks is the cave wall. But that is not the cave wall.
Ajde, Bilčino, je nas maraš,
It's a
paki mi s tim, već.
protruding from the
Stvarno,
ceiling. As
Kešu,
his weight
molim
against the
te.
rock.
To ne je bolestno, znaš šta on peva, već?
A solid piece weighing 15
Neko samo
kilograms
košar,
lands
Pa zna si da je
directly on
nenormalno,
his
što se
ankle.
sad žališ.
It aches.
Dobro, nisam
Nisi znao da je ovoliko nezgodno.
Just badly bruised and caught underneath the rock. So he shuffles to move the rock away. Suddenly,
No. He gets buried.
It falls onto his feet, his legs, his torso, and the weight of it all forces the wedged rock deeper into the gap underneath his foot. Pinned, he tries to push forward. He cannot. He tries to inch backwards. He cannot. He is stuck. This is Sand Cave. This man is Floyd Collins. He is trapped in absolute darkness. 60 feet.
Hold on. Floyd Collins. I've heard of this name before. I think that it was covered in the news. Oh my god, this is weird. Okay, so just a quick notice. Second to last year of university, we are given the opportunity to take a weird course on geology. I don't like geology. It's the story of rocks, right? Like, people have their obsessions, right? As I said before, I have mine on biking. And it gets weird. Like, I can just decide one day, okay, I'm going out doing 100 kilometers just like that. And sometimes I get weird looks from my girlfriend, but like, I do that. But when it comes to rocks, I'm like, dude, what the hell? Like, we had this professor who was studying a specialist in like stalagmite and stalagmite. Yeah, that's the two. And he would go to these caves like these, to like visit and stuff. I do remember him mentioning the name of this guy as one of those famous cases, because he will mention that sometimes he too will have to access weird points where that was like barely squeezable. But I still don't get it. I can understand that you want to study some rocks and have them at home on display and stuff like that, but going through the process of digging a cave like that, putting your life on the line.
Not a great plan.
Deep below the earth, all of his limbs held in place at the very bottom of this.
Oh, that's a water pathway. Somebody actually make a reconstruction of it. Oh, good lord! What is wrong with you?
But before I tell you what happens next, ad time. Speaking of people trapped in a cave, World of Tanks. World of Tanks is not only the best game I have ever played, it is the only game I have ever played. It's like cars, but tanks. Picture this. You're a hot new T-34-85.
Okay.
And you've just joined the battle because some Cromwell B tank bagged your entire family. It's time for revenge. You must use strategy. You must use stealth. You must use your wits to defeat your enemies. Use long range or short range. It's available on console, but I want you to get it on PC. Imagine a world war, but there are tanks involved this time. Yeah, now you get it. When you've seen as many messed up tanks as I have, you get a little cynical about the world. My God, I'm gonna be sick. Look at all the different tanks. You can collectomize and customize.
Totally accurate.
Massive battles where you can constantly team kill and ruin other people's good time.
What the f***? I'm on your f***! Yeah!
Did I mention it's historically accurate, especially the Japanese robot tanks? Ooh, look, the tanks are kissing. Progressive. Use the invite code TankMania and get the Excelsior. 250k credits. Other stuff. Go to the link in the description and use the invite code TankMania. Here's what you do. Get World of Tanks. Put that on one screen. Then, on a second monitor, you'll watch the next hour of this video while you play the game. Perfection. I'm contractually obliged to say thank you for being a friend. Sarge, no!
Tank's empty, kid. Go on without me.
No, use your repair consumable.
It's too late, kid. Tank care of my family for me.
Sheesh, the puns.
Get it. Add open. Collins is still in the dark, unable to move. His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above. Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin. Ice thawed, traced across the ceiling, and dripped down directly onto his face, pooling underneath him. The water was a consistent 54 degrees. Floyd tried to breathe calmly in the concentrated dark. When he did attempt to shuffle, more gravel and rocks would tumble from above and pile onto his feet, so nothing would work. He clawed at the cave walls till his fingertips were bloody, and he realized that there was only one option left. Call out for help.
Yeah, you better.
But wait. Who is Floyd, and why did he even go into a dangerous cave?
Yeah, please do clarify on that.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old. And as he grew up, he gained a reputation for being a very daring caver. He would dive into some hole on one side of town and emerge miles away on someone else's property. He grew up and he became embroiled in the Kentucky cave.
Dude, what the hell? You're not half mole rat. What is going on?
Wars. Now, there's way too much to go into here, but the summary version is there's this huge network of interconnected
Mammoth Cave
called Mammoth Cave. It's actually the largest cave system in the world. And there's a city right in the middle of it. Cave City, real name.
Of course.
So of course there are dozens of cave entrances on private property all over the place. Now farmland in this region has very poor soil and things do not grow well here. So cave tourism as a source of income quickly became the prominent thing. However, a problem. There are a very large number of caves, but there are only a limited number of tourists.
This is goddamn Elden Ring.
Competition rapidly escalated.
These are the lower level of Elden Ring.
My cave. Big signs were erected saying, tourists, come to me. Mine is definitely open. Mine is the best. But then competitors would respond by saying, hey, by the way, we're open, but don't go to that one over there. It's really shitty. In fact, it's dangerous. This kept going further. By the end, they were blocking off the trail to each other's property, beating each other in the streets, and hiring people called cappers who would dress up as policemen and tell tourists, no, you can't go in there. That one? No, it's illegal. Despite the fierce competition, Floyd found a cave on his property and started advertising it to tourists. Of course, very few came. All right, he thought, what if I found something really special and unique? Then surely people would have to come to my cave to see it. So he kept exploring until he found this hollow. It was filled with big gypsum crystals, and when you were in there, it felt like a completely alien world. But it was barely accessible. This small tunnel is the only way in. He would need to dig for months to open it up to tourists. But he knew he could do it. Back to the competition, they knew the value of this cave. They wanted it for themselves, and they wanted Collins gone. One time, 5 of them just wandered onto Floyd's property and demanded he hand over the lease.
An entire Peaky Blinder gang.
They just started beating the shit out of him. This only stopped when Floyd's brother, Homer, marched out with a shotgun and chased them all off. But Floyd was not deterred. He spent 12 hours a day, every day, for months, clearing gravel and stone, chipping away at that passage. He would open it up to tourists, make his cave an incredible attraction, and make his dreams come true. So there's Floyd in the dark, yelling out for help. He's at the start of a very tiring...
I don't doubt the beauty of these caves, right? I absolutely don't. Had the opportunity once of visiting Iceland, seeing some of the cave structure there, beautiful. I get it. I get the beauty of it all. But man, people are shitty. Like, do you know what? We haven't changed at all. We absolutely haven't changed. 100, 200 years, 1,000 years. We keep doing the same bullshit all the time to each other. It's in a way kind of wonderful that the human race remains the same. But damn.
Sleep, wake, yell. Sleep, wake, yell. Hours passed. His voice gave in. Arms tingled numb. Pain radiating up his ankle.
And nobody was like, should we look for him?
For the next 23 hours.
Oh, shoot.
Quickly you might wonder, how come no one's come for him after 23 hours?
How's the family?
Sand Cave resides on a 200-acre farm.
Okay.
There are several homes on this property with other families. One of them, of course, is Colin's house, where Floyd's father, Lee, resides. Now, Lee and Floyd constantly get into fights about how to run things. Lee wants his son to concentrate on farming, and Floyd wants to concentrate on cave tourism.
You can find some worms, funnily enough, in those caves. Yeah, you can. But I haven't exactly spotted any animals. At least not that we were made aware of. That was there. Yep, that's accurate.
Arguments would often get heated. And Lee was also a bit of a drunk. It was doubtful that he would even notice if his son Floyd was missing. Also not helping things, Floyd regularly lodged at 2 other homes on the farm.
Okay, so
when he didn't return to one host,
he might be somewhere else.
They would presume that he was staying with the other. And even worse than that, he had recently spent 30 hours in a cave. So disappearing for this length of time wasn't seen as abnormal. Regardless, around the 23-hour mark, a few locals started to suspect that, hey, something might be wrong, and they went to check up on him. And here, they spotted his jacket, still unharmed. Unusual. They went deeper. However, there was only one person small enough to make it as far as the turnaround room. This was a 17-year-old Jewel Estes. He refused to go into the squeeze, but he was close enough to call Collins' name. Floyd! And Collins yelled back. Estes emerges from the cave.
Okay, we know he's trapped, and we know where he is.
So, locals started to gather outside. Out of my way. Say a bunch of men who would each show up and take turns heading into the cave in an attempt to reach Collins. But once they reached the turnaround room... Nope. They would fail to reach him, emerging from the cave, soaked in mud and cursing. Out of my way, they would say as they were heading in the reverse direction. So a few more hours
I was joking before, but that was the Peaky Blinders gang right there.
Word would spread around town. Dozens of locals from Cave City started to gather outside.
Tommy and the boys.
Over in Louisville, Floyd's 22-year-old brother, Homer, he gets a phone call.
Hello? I see. My brother. He's trapped in a cave? I'm on my way.
Homer jumps on a coach and makes his way to Floyd's cave. Homer struts up to the scene. Dozens of men are standing around outside. He ignores them all and marches right into the cavern, still wearing his city clothes. He makes his way in,
Absolute Chad,
through the narrowing passages, down on his hands and knees towards the turnaround room. And when he arrives, he does not hesitate.
Hey bro, you there?
He squeezes into the hole, scrambles his way through to the ledge on the other side. He sees Floyd below and slides down to meet him.
Floyd!
Sup?
Right, probably wasn't that casual.
Oh, thank God you're here.
Homer took a moment to shine his light around the area and assess the situation. It was not good. No. This rock formation is going to prove almost impossible to work around. All right, so let's have a look. Floyd is here. The rock is here, pinning his ankle. He's surrounded by rubble, and there's a pocket of gravel above him, ready to fall. However,
so whenever you remove some,
is so small, there are only 2 viable ways of reaching Floyd and that gravel. Option 1, the most obvious, feet first. But if you do this, you have to kind of squat, and your own torso obstructs access to the rubble. Otherwise, option 2, come down head first. That will give you better access, but you're trying to move hundreds of pounds of gravel upside down. Worse yet, there's barely an inch around Collins on either side, so good luck getting your arm down near Floyd's ankle to actually free him from the wedged rock. Homer calls back to the less daring rescuers standing behind him.
Quickly, some food and drink!
They send it through. He hand feeds his brother a pint of coffee and a total of 9 sausage sandwiches.
Wait, don't they drink water? I always feel like whenever I hear the stories of the days back then, like it's never like, oh, we went to meet this guy. For drinks, it's always like some whiskey, some gin. Like, don't they drink water?
Feeling better?
Much better.
Then, Homer went to task. He began removing rocks and gravel, tiny scoop at a time, with the help of an old syrup can. For the next 8 hours he toiled, first with hands, then, once enough was cleared, using a crowbar to scoop behind his brother, scraping away sharp protrusions as he went. It was slow progress, virtually futile. As soon as he removed one rock or scoop of gravel, another would tumble from above and land in the new absence. And it was exhausting work. By sunrise, Homer's arms and back were knackered. His lungs burned. He was losing hope. Homer emerged hours later, shivering violently, skin bruised from his fingertips. But the cave barely yielded at all.
She won't let him go.
Something new. By the time Homer reached outside, he was greeted by a sea of approximately 100 men and women standing around, drinking, squabbling, and talking big game about how they too were going to save Floyd.
No. Okay, that's horrible. These people are just sitting there. I'm betting that somebody was, not just one, and multitudes of them were betting on who could do it first. As I said before, we haven't changed. This is bloody internet culture.
The press was also present to help people gawk from afar.
Perfect.
Now, Homer recuperated at a small tent near the cave's mouth. Strangers immediately crowded around him to ask innocent but, frankly, frustrating questions and offer unsolicited, obvious advice, as well as wildly impractical solutions. He should try untying his shoes, said one. No, we should send him down with a contortionist who's got a mallet and a chisel. We should jerk him off, right, guys? All right, I made that third guy up, but you get the idea. And they started to argue with each other.
No fighting.
Hey, how about using dynamite? One click form.
No, you
that
idiot.
Was a great idea. And another saying, no. The explosion will kill him, and the weight of the new rocks will surely crush him. They fought for a while until they started arguing about gas torches, which will cook him or asphyxiate him, or the gas will poison him. But by far the most common suggestion, of course, was amputation. Never mind that the foot itself was unreachable, and never mind what the blood loss and shock would do to Floyd's weakened body.
He will die.
And never minding even more that Floyd was strongly reluctant to the idea.
Whatever you do, don't cut my foot off.
All of the squabble would not have gotten on Homer's nerves, except that not one of them would just brave the damn cave and continue shoveling away the gravel.
This is Twitter, guys. This is Twitter. It's basically it. Let us argue a bunch of jargons and let us actually not do a single thing. It's perfect. Oh,
the formula
this is the internet all over again.
Brave heroes go in with food and supplies, then reach the turnaround room and immediately lose their nerve, then dump the food just outside the hole, and then return back outside and go, oh, absolutely. No, he says, thanks for the food. Thank you so much. Yum, yum. No one would go through that squeeze.
How dare they? They just left a...
Dozens more men would try. All of them would fail.
They go down there in leader.
February 2nd, 9 a.m. So far, Homer has been the only person to have reached Floyd. And that would continue to be true until... Here we are at the Louisville Courier. There's a spirited young newshawk named...
Ordinary things.
He's talking to his boss, and he's trying to convince him that it's a great idea for him to cover the story of the man trapped in the cave.
Listen up, boss. I'm hearing talk of a man in a cave. He's stuck down there, and I want to get down there, too. Get to the nitty-gritty, you hear?
This is an opportunity for some good PR, Miller. I'm in. But I want us to sponsor that rescue. Picture this. Man saved from cave by Louisville Courier, the finest newspaper in the state. That'll drum up plenty of business.
24 carat idea, boss. I'll make it happen. I'll get down there, too sweet.
So off Miller goes to Floyd's cave.
Meni veće opterećenje da ja o tome razmišljam. Ovako, brate, dođe. Onda ćeš da razmišljaš šta ćeš i kako ćeš. Nema tu
sad. Milane počeo fantazira. Milane, da razmišljaš šta ćeš sutra pojesti, ne?
Kurac više ti priča, Rusija, Ukrajina, Amerika, Kina, Japan i ostale.
Now Miller is only 21, but he is a slender and determined man. He takes on the challenge. So he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. Miller slowly enters the cave. He finds himself stepping in puddles and having to correct his balance against the ever-softening walls. These were accumulating problems thanks to the Gawkers outside who had lit campfires all around the entrance.
Of course, some more. Oh no. Oh, those idiots.
That caused snowmelt, and the stable environment of the cave is starting to shift. But Miller makes it further than most. And all that's left is that final squeeze, and he's there. He stops. He takes a moment and decides to call out to Floyd.
Floyd!
Hearing there is someone on the other side, he feels ashamed not to try. So he closes his eyes and moves forward. His slender figure begins inching through. The crystal gypsum cuts into his elbows and tugs at his clothes. He gets snagged. He's fluttering through the
Dobra, sad smo svi tu prisutni, tako?
He stops, collects himself, and pushes on. He can barely inhale.
How about bringing
if he
out...
gets stuck in here, he can only hope that someone else can come in from behind and pull him out by the legs. But eventually, he makes it through. Fantastic. He's now standing on the edge of a 10-foot pit, and he clumsily bumbles his way down. He sat right next to Floyd, ready to interview him. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions.
No.
In fact, he was incoherent. At the moment, he is sitting in a pool of water that is 12 degrees, slowly sapping his body temperature. He is dying from exposure. The cold is diminishing Floyd's mental faculties, and he can barely make sentences. So
Jebali te ćevapi, opet si grešku napravi. Stvarno, brate, ako jedem nešto, znači jedem, brate. Znaš, ono, sednem i jednem. Jaja, brate. Jaja.
Grizi jaja.
His hope reignited. Someone else had made it to Floyd.
You and me. Together, we can get Floyd out of there.
If Miller hadn't gone to
Ja,
that cave,
ako
there's a
mi
good chance that
Žumance
Floyd's story would have
pukne,
remained an
GG, ono.
obscure footnote in the back pages.
Ne,
But
volim
the
onako
interviews
da...
and first-person accounts gave the audience a glimpse of something
Da.
real. Fear, hope, desperation, the full range.
Jedino što znam da spremam jaja, brate, ništa
New
drugo.
York. Floyd's story was picked up
Jaja
everywhere and
i kokić.
Yeah, I like that. But you didn't do anything. Exactly.
To je
describes the
jednostavno.
Kentucky man's plight in sensational detail.
Ja znam i da
It was also
pržim,
the
brate,
era when radio became a
ćevape
regular
ili,
feature
brate,
for regular Americans.
krenuke,
It
tako
allowed
to.
something new.
People updated.
Hourly updates.
Viš.
Letting people get engrossed into the story. So, mostly thanks to Miller, the story of Floyd over the next week would grow and grow, seemingly frothing over into every aspect of American life. The press at large would be clamoring over each other for every little extra scrap of detail they could get about Floyd. And everybody wanted to know, will
Taj zombija,
this
sine,
man
uleće ti
make it?
masa zombija. Ležu u pičku,
Back outside the
materinu.
cave, someone new enters
Pogledaj,
the
sad
scene.
ću ja sve da ih privučem.
Lieutenant Robert Bird,
Ohoho!
a thin but strong
Fear of the
33-year-old
Walking Dead.
Louisville firefighter. Like Miller, he was able to navigate the passages of the cave and brave the squeeze. Scratched up pretty good and drenched in cold, muddy water, he managed to get through. He grabbed the rope and confidently lowered himself to Floyd's position. It was not an optimistic sight. Floyd's condition was
Malo si igram
deteriorating.
ovdje.
Well, we've got a heck of a problem here, but I
No
think I can
shit.
get you out with a
Ide
rope.
baš skroz gore.
Floyd nods in approval.
Go on. We might just pull your bloody leg off. Just pull my leg off then. Get me out of here.
How are you going
Returned
to
to the surface and faced the crowd.
How are you going to secure a rope around the guy? And number two, couldn't they just have like send in like a tube? Not a tube, but like a hose or something to feed him with oxygen that already existed at the time. Give him fresh air. like a feeding tube with water. Like he can piss himself, like he doesn't even have a choice. Perhaps at least there he could warm his body's temperature. He would be lying in piss, but I mean, what's the alternative rather than dying?
He announced.
We will attempt a rope pull.
The crowd murmured. It was dangerous. It would certainly break his foot and could altogether pull it off. If there are jagged rocks, you'll fillet the poor man. Amongst the crowd, a doctor stepped forward. A rope pull could stretch his internal organs and cause them to rupture. You'll kill him.
Taller.
But Floyd is dying of exposure down there. The situation is becoming desperate. Burden put caution to the side.
The time for strategy is over.
Yeah, exactly. He's already done that.
Now we try brute force.
Oh no. Oh, okay, that scared me. What is going on? I didn't see that coming. Wait, delirium? Wait, is this a new Jordan Peele movie?
Floyd! We're here!
Yeah, hallucination. I imagine that's
79
much.
hours in the cold water, he is delirious, fading in and out of consciousness. Homer gave his brother some coffee and fed him a couple of ham sandwiches.
Znate da se ne propi za parkiranje?
A bit more energy,
Coffee again.
Lucidity.
What is this with people in Kentucky, man? They made the fried chickens and nothing else. I don't care if there were any other revolutionary invention or recipes or whatever there be from Kentucky. All they had was the fried chicken, and then it stopped. More coffee. Jesus, give him something else. Actual water to drink.
Oh, much better.
I'm gonna put the special harness around you. Burden and Miller, they're here too. We got 3 more boys right up the cave, and they're all ready to pull as hard as they can.
Coffee might be the right choice. More heat. Oh, right. That's fair. That's fair.
And to get you out of here.
Floyd was frightened.
It's gonna hurt.
He gave his brother some whiskey and a strong sedative to calm his nerves, and also to help him withstand the shock in case his foot is destroyed. Floyd took the opportunity to appreciate being surrounded by friends and family.
Go on. Do it. All right, strap him up.
Homer tied the harness around Colin's chest and knotted the rope.
Ready?
Above, Miller is crouched at the top of the pit.
Ready?
Burden clenches the cord from further up the cave.
3.
The rope goes taut.
2.
Do it.
1.
Oh!
Instinctively, Floyd gasps. The force of 6 men pulled against the clutches of the cave. Floyd began to scream. His body was being pulled up from the rubble. The gravel was beginning to shift. Burden clenched his teeth.
Oh, harder!
Floyd screamed harder as well. Now, Floyd was trapped in a supine position, but the direction of the rope caused an upwards force that wrenched him vertically.
Should have had another rope in the bottom.
Compressed and bent against the ceiling of the trap.
Exactly.
It would kill him. Floyd's screaming intensified, and through gasps was begging them to stop. The screams filled the echoing cave, but it did not stop. The agony continued. On and on, with no progress.
Enough! Enough! You guys are killing him!
Homer pulled in the opposite direction to give his brother some reprieve. Somehow, Homer mustered the strength to altogether wrench the cord from the other men's hands. The rope went slack. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor, panting and exhausted. No progress had been made. The cave would not let this man go. The futility of the situation sank in, and all they could do was leave for now and reassess. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the men carried away. Outside, the crowd had grown to 200. They buzzed and asked useless questions. And Homer walked dejectedly past them.
Go home.
He sat by thinking what he could do. The cause seemed hopeless.
Ajoj, brate, vidio se ovaj uštekao, brate.
Someone showed up.
Okay, they invented traffic lights. But they did so not for functionality reasons. It was just to add atmosphere. No, but yeah. Okay. Fair. I'm joking a bit on Kentucky because they also have Mitch McConnell. That's one thing.
Turn things around. He looked up to see a childhood friend of both his and Floyd's, Johnny Gerald.
Gerald, man.
Gerald knew more about cave rescues than most. In fact, just that summer prior, he had helped untangle Floyd from a different snag. He was just the man for the job.
Alright, let me go see him.
Udara mi miš u tastaturu.
Floyd perked up immediately.
Nemoj da verujem.
Thrilled to see Gerald.
Alright, let's see what we can do.
Gerald jumped down. For the next 3 hours.
Vidio? Ja tu stao još bacio bubu i si vidio ono lik je gore smrdio. Nije htio ni da me ubije, a ja sam bubu.
Jebi mi se,
moguće ono.
Ako postoji još jedna igra ovaka, ja mu dam orden, brate.
Ne postoji ovaka igra. PUBG je za ovo beba, bre.
PUBG je za ovo straight.
Gerald would spend several more hours scooping. And it worked. For the first time, Floyd's torso was now available. Then his upper thigh. For the first time in over 90 hours, Floyd was able to wiggle his arms, his hips, and even that trapped right leg. Though,
get yourself a friend like Gerald. These are friends that you need to have to back you up whenever the situations get dire in your life.
It was very painful to do.
Tako keš, je bohan. Milan tu nabija tenziju.
Half ton of rock. But there was still a lot more to go. And that rock by his foot was still holding him in place. By 2 a.m., Gerald was spent. He needed rest. And he was ready to head back outside.
Floyd, tomorrow, you're gonna be a free man.
Moram ja da kupim novi sto, brati, ja udaram tastiru, mišem u tasturu.
They did not. Now that space had been cleared, Burden became convinced that if he could get down he could free Floyd with another rope
onda bi mogao monitorovati.
Gardens 83.
But when Burden tried to enter the cave again,
Lideo sam ludilo tvoj prajna subličte nevi ga niko iskoris jo protiv tv to jevek ludilo.
Instructed to not let anyone in, and they were especially opposed to Burden making another rope pull after word spread about the disaster of the first attempt. He tried to reason with them.
Let me try the rope pull again. It'll work this time.
They wouldn't let up. Instead,
ne znam šta pišeš, ali bit ćeš time out man. Time out.
Meanwhile, Gerald and Homer are incapacitated with exhaustion.
Bolje piše dok možeš.
Busy filing some paperwork for the Louisville Courier.
I'm sorry. For a story that is so popular, it should have gotten the attention of the National Guard, the military, like, not just locals. Somebody do something. Why want to think about the poor guy?
Nobody else had the ability or the authority to take action.
Neku nebuloze mi pisao, ne mogu ja to da dešifrujem, ne znam šta piše.
Kako tebe voli s njim?
Definitivno me voli.
Neki supply što praznički.
Word spread about Floyd.
Supply.
Reporting had been picked up by the newswire, and they distributed it amongst their hundreds of partnered newspapers. For Miller, it would be the biggest moment of his career.
Da.
Imam, skinut ću ga.
Redovno uzmem one supply decoyse i bacim po jedan onaj decoy i izvučem iz supplya, znači jedan charge. Znači uvijek potrošim bar pola supply sam. I to obično nešto su blizu boss arena. I special army normalno municiju.
Reusing that syrup tin, he started offloading gravel into buckets. Those buckets were then passed up down the cavern. So it went on for the next 2 hours.
Ti su kao rad kad postavlja zamku. Postavim ja zamku, ali nekad nema poenta ako ljudi neće da prolaze tuda.
Floyd had been in that cave for over 100 hours now, and seeing everyone working together.
Ludilo puta 100. Bravo, Kesiću, sad ću skinem, stavio sam da skida, to je beto.
To je koliko? 46 gigabita, tako nešto.
58, 59.
To će tek da sutra se skine. Ne bi tako brz net kao tebi.
Bitno da chillam. Chillamo samo i to je to. Pravo je Kesić. Nema tenzije kao onaj.
Pa tenzije nema.
Igrali smo mi bili jedan zajedno.
Jesmo. Nego smo nastavili hunt i dalje.
Parararam. Parararam.
Znaš šta ti poenta? Od hunta treba iskulirati, razumeš, dan, dva i onda zasednemo. To je stvar. Razumeš, Kesić?
Bolje kad bi mogao duže da iskulira.
Pa dobro, možeš i na duže staze, ali... Pa kako...
Nije mi problem to što umirem nego generalno i taj kamperaj i loša igra radi i sve to kad se sastavi mozak mi prosipa.
Vidio, ali najjača stvar što je lik bio iznad mene, čovječe, a mi blejali tu je. Moguće da on nije mrdno, koji su ono nubare, brate, u stvari, brate. Strašno, brate. Samo šo.
Zamisli.
Da?
A legendary poison bomb. Imagine that. Šta je ovo? Progress. Quest line. Collect clues, locate boss lair. Kako reče Collect clues, locate boss ladder. Okay. A ja, brate, stoji meni tipovi na govna. Mogu da verujem. Ajaj. Vidimo što rade staraci, Nenad. Što su se vi otuđili od sveta, a?
Igrali smo s onim Nizozemcem.
I?
Ništa, čovjek dobre igre. Možda pričamo o Šoriću. Jako je dobre.
Ništa ja nisam rekao. Apsolutno.
Pa šta se radi, druže?
Gore je bilo malo napeto, pa sad ono, kako reče, chilluju.
Pa kod njih je napeto stalno.
Kod njih je situacija uvijek.
Čuti sad.
Problem je što Kesić i Peđa mnogo ozbiljno shvataju Hunt. Ko je bio mi ga šao. Pa čekaj, pa za nije? Kao ću pravim djecu sa Huntom, je. Pravim ti igru. A Milan očekuje da može lige kao ovi dvoje. Što imaju po 25 godina.
Bre, meni su refleksi prilično slabije bih. Zato i strategije više...
Pa i meni su otišli, što misliš što ja igram na Spectre?
Ja sam igrao pre Quake. I to mi je bilo dobar fazon. Ali... Većinom sad furaju taj, kako se zove, Quake Champions. A to je tako guvno. Da sam teo da igram League of Legends ili Dotu. Igrao bi League of Legends ili Dotu, ne bi igrao Quake Champions. Pa nisam znao da oni geotermalni generatori, što mi nisi rekao? Da se to istražuje u onome research.
Da, pa to moraš da nađeš.
Ne moraš da nađeš, našao sam ih. Nego se istražuje.
A to?
Istražuje se u onoj grani gde je katerijum, to si mogu da mi kažeš.
Možeš, pa ja sam mislio da znaš što je.
Mislio sam da je to negde dalje, razumeš, Tier 7-8, koji je već pičke materije.
Ali da znaš, oni ti ne jade stavno. Imaju neki poseban princip rada koji, vada kad im ne iđe taj pritisak kao ono da izađu tada ono jade.
Je li imaju neki prosek koliko prave struje?
Sad ću da ti kažem. Evo da se spustim do njih. To je do njega.
Oni skupljaju vodu ili par ili šta već.
Pa što znam, neki prosek je ono 250-350
megawata.
Da, ali za to ti služi da u koji staviš ove...
Znam, baterije. A baterije imam pun kurac. Mogu još da napravim. Kod mene sve ni mašine ni ne rade odjednom, znaš, nego rade po taktovima. Sve mašine koje prave. Recimo, ne pravim i sve mašine stalno, nego recimo imaš ona jedna, ima ono radni ciklus kad povuče struju i onda u bufferu drži energiju.
Koliko sam se namučio da napijem ovo za naftu sinoć.
Šta tačno? Da napraviš onaj kao veliku, samo da pravi struju, šta?
Ne, zgradu. Da prvo moram napravim plastiku i... ovo kako se zove... gumu.
Da.
Da bi dobio kao prerađeno ulje.
Heavy oil residue, da?
Da. I od toga pravim komplet kod deo, a deo će da ide u ovom... da se pravi gas od njega. Ali to... moram u glavi da napravim shape. Pametno.
Ukrajini je napravio lobby, znaš.
Dobro.
Ja upo sa ovim mojim drugom i on tu počeo da nešto sere kikove mi ide i kikove mi druga. I ja sva tri igrača koje su bila tu, ja odvučim u ovi novi lobby, pa nek igre sam pičkam u materiju.
Što je kude, Vlado? Hoćete Makavić?
To je, brate, kikovom i drugo, to je kao kad...
To nešto na verskoj osnovi?
Ne, mislim da je na nacionalnoj.
Šta su ti njegove?
U kom smislu, što si ti Sloven, šta?
Ne, jedan moj drug je Ruska, a ovaj je iz Ukrajine.
A samo malo, da li taj iz Ukrajine je možda na frontu, šta?
Pa da je na frontu ne bi mogao da igra komparativno.
Pa to ti kažem, ili je taj Rus isto s laptopom iz svog logora obojica. Pa što jedu govna, obojica, samo da ti to kažem.
Ne bre, samo...
Ne, obojica jedu govna, znaš. Nisam ja rekao ništa, nego koliko ja shvatam, a ja sam glup čovjek inače, obojice su gameri, znaš. Jer da je jedan od njih dvojice nekakav ratnik, bili bi na frontu obojice, ne bi bili za računarima igrali nekakav komponentirao. Tako da, molim te.
Ne bi igrali neki imaginari.
Molim te, Vlad, nemoj. Čitava ta priča, ne ti. To je kao da igrala se deca, znaš. Pa je neko dete nekom ukralo kockice, znaš. A ovo drugo plače. Čitava priča je smehoteka. Znači, nešto si ti ispričao, nego taj njihov kao, znaš, imaginarni sukob. Komedija. Oprosti. Treba ih obojicu šamarati.
Jebali biti celu svjetsku ekonomiju sa tim njihovim glupostima.
Niti ovaj na frontu, niti ovoga bombarduju. Tako da molim te. Nas kad su zasipali bombama, ja nisam imao ni internet, ni kompjuter, ni struju, znaš. Nisam mogao da se preseravam kao on.
Nisu imali Elon Muska. Da ne pošalje Starlink.
Definitivno to.
A čovjek iz Republike Srpske.
To, Elon Musk. Elon Musk iz Republike Srpske.
Ja, ne moram znači kako nisi imati.
Ja, ono ili? Ono sam gledao. Ono je tuga.
Baba ima unutra, pravo. Znaš li da baba ima teoriju da ljudi imali odnose sa divnim svinjama i da su tako nastavili domaći svinje.
Ti su imali odnose sa
divnim svinjama. I tako su napravili hibride koje mogu da jedu.
Nike?
Da.
Kakvi koristi imaju ovi streameri što im se sad boostaju sa Twitch dropom kanala?
Kao views.
Znači view je to. Pa samo toliko.
Šta ti trebaš?
Subscribe-aju i tako.
Šta ti trebaš? A subscribe-uje ti se čovjek opcijno ako hoće.
To se redovno dešava, brate.
Nije, oni to obično rade kod određenih ovih. Ne rade oni to poslije.
Dobro, kad ima 5000 gledalaca, veće su šanse nego kad ima 5 gledalaca, sigurno.
A da, ali hoće da ti kaže Nenad, ko je imao 5 viewera, taj neće imat 15. Ko je imao 500, možda će imat 1500. Znaš, to po toj logici ide.
I plus ti možeš da budeš... A ne budeš glup da bi imao puno... Da se ponašaš debilno i...
Što glupe? Da zabavljaš ljudi, znaš. Ako možeš to da...
Ja, oni ona tapše rukicama. Kažu, jao, vidi ovaj glupi od mene. Pa jeste.
Takim je dobar za glumce.
Pogledaj Bombuza. On je napravio karijeru od toga da je, ja se izvinjavam, ali tako mi izgleda, da je spored na Frulovome, kako se zove, Delaney. Napravio klik oko toga kako mu kao Delaney ukrade sve kilo. Ma Bombuz. Jedi volim. Ne, nego kao igraju oni Delaney i kao Delaney mu uze sve kilove, znaš, kao onaj kao uzima mu lep kao gamerski.
Bombuz zaista među boljim snajper igračima, ovaj Delaney igra, vrate, sve živo.
Da. Sergeant Meow. Okay.
Jesi čuo?
A?
Sutra oko 8 ću ti pustim keš. Uznem pali iz pazare pa ću bacim kako dana kada bim platu. Gdje ih volim, mogu očima da ih vidim. Sve su to tuđi pa ne.
Čime, nemam čime i...
Kažeš, no ona busta zvuk kad igra taj hunt, ne čuje sam sebe. A opet ništa ne čuje. Kako je to... Ti si tišina što me opija, čarobnjak što mi je...
Ono, kako ćeš tebi da stigne ovo?
Šta si rekao, kad ćeš šta da radi?
Pa ovi satovi, kako će da ti stignu iz Rusije?
Ma ne iz Rusije, tip je Rus, ali će da švercuje iz ove...
Amerike.
Nemačke. Iz Nemačke bolan.
Nek, ne znaš otprilike koji level treba za Martini Harry.
Ali ako hoćeš da kupiš sad, reci mi brate...
Mora bi da skinem da ti kažem.
Ja mogu ti dam nešto ovaj, kako se ove brate... Ti satovi su handmade.
Handmade? Ručno pravljene?
Ne, nego se mehanizam se navija sam od sebe.
Ono s magnetom, je li to?
Ma ne sa magnetom, bre šta ti.
Kako ne? Ima u sebi onaj kao...
Se navija sa ovim stranjem, kako se zove bre, sa ovim ručno. Ručno.
Moj stari ima onaj sa magnetom, da ga ti okreneš par puta, sat okreneš i ima kao klatno malo, koje samo zapne taj kao mehanizam i to je to.
Imam ja taj sat, ali ovo je nešto drugo.
Ja.
Majke vam ga nabijem, pa jabat ću vam majku sad. Koji je ovaj lik, majko? Pa podrži me, buraz, podrži me. O, desi, Phoenixu, šta radiš? Što? E.
Nije to, tako ne reći, nije to puno posla, Nenad.
Dust. Said. Undefined at S.W.Frost 1 low. If OUNDRLFR and high quality increase arvirs, check STRM Dales. To Strammers already usset. Non-binary pride.
Wow. Amazing.
We're firing crossbows and slaying necromancers. That's right, it's Darkest Dungeon from Mythic Games. In Darkest Dungeon, players take on the role of brave adventurers, plunging into the depths of twisted dungeons, hoping to vanquish a hero level. Start on the...
Pepsi neće učiniti da izgledaš savršeno, ali je baš dobar ukus.
Ready for any weather, any season. Hankook Tire.
Ne skidaj Peđa, Berkec, ti nisi stavljao, nisi.
5 GB, znaš to kad bi se to skinuo? Da ga sad stavi...
Pa dobro.
Hunt je 40 GB. Hunt je 40 GB, skidaj Hunt 3 sata.
Pa noćas ga staviš, šta?
To da. Jedino tako, drugačije. Ne može. Tako.
Tako da će i Peđa skinuti.
Par igara je bilo po 15-20 GB, znaš, ono, download, ono, to nije problem. To nije problem. Pola sata, sat, tamo ovamo, nije to strašno. Ali, po 60 GB instalacije, ne, brate, mislim. Da su dali bar opciju, recimo, da mi ne skida, a siguran sam da igra ima 4K teksture, na primjer, u sebi. Recimo da opciono ne skidam 4K teksture. Za igru toliko veliku 4K teksture su ti sigurno 10 GB fajla, znaš. Či mi kurac to.
zlato. Ajmo to blizu.
Gdje si našao zlato?
Gledam gdje mogu najbrže da ga nađem, 500 nešto metara, 800. Mnogo.
A jesi li išao kad oko mape sa recimo merdevinama ili sa jetpackom i samo obeležavao gdje šta?
Nažalost sad više ne mora praviš one, majke, imaš ovaj, implementirali su recimo u minimapu.
Da.
Kada otvoriš imaš ovaj kao minimapu, majke, klikneš i obeležiš šta hoćeš.
To znam.
Gdje baš te puževa?
Ja sam skupio 130 puževa bio. Juče. Samo jetpackom sam išao okolo i skupio. Znaš?
I kako će si ti popeo tu da mi je znaš?
Ko ja?
Ma evo povode ono što stoji.
Puž.
Pa nije puž onaj veliki.
Ko? Le?
Onaj veliki be, što je mijen životinja be, ima 10-20 metara.
Imaš nekad jako čudne kombinacije, imaš ono što kažeš ti, prase. Developeri su ga klasifikovali kao bor, kao prase. Šumsko prase. Vepar. Imaš prase, veliko, imaš 3-4 mrava i otrovnih biljaka. To su ovako nove kombinacije. Crna žena prokleta bila, šta učini od mene?
Ono je bezmišno na ovim manjim efektovima, ne možeš da izmeniš boju svjetla, a to neki mod to rješava.
Koji manji reflektori? Kao sjelice neke šta?
Pa da. Znaš, imaš ove što idu ko na zid i one samo stojeći.
Mislim da to postoji, kapiram. sam da ga ovo one shotuje, ali... Boja bez
A i u ovome ima lebel, brate.
Jest. Ima tu. Jest, ima. Ima lebel i u Battlefieldu 1, a pusti oružje iz istorijskog perioda. Ima i onome, kako se zove, Verdunu. U Verdunu čini mi se da Bugari ili Rumuni, zaboravio sam. Mislim da Bugari imaju ovaj label francuski. Nadam se to ne dosiriti.
Pravim. Da vidimo da li je zašao.
Šta pravim?
Gledam da li je zašao ovaj novi.
Serija ili...
Serija, ne vidim da li je zašao po zonu.
Ono, The One Ring i to.
Da. Teraz je moj da najebem.
Bolje pročitaj knjigu.
Da imam.
Imam ja kući Silmarillion. To je od brata, ali dobro, moraš nas.
A reci mi šta je na repetirke kad uzmeš kao na četvorku, kao neki jači metak ili nešto, šta mu to dođe? Single metak bude.
Pancirni metak. To ti služi da probiješ, da, to ti služi da probiješ tank. To što su oni to vreme zvali tank, to okupno vozilo. Pa može. Nije to bog zna koliko jako bilo, to je Prvi svjetski rat. Ljudi se tad vozili u malo jačim kočijama oklopljenim. To dosta brzo ide za jedan tank, zato ti kažem. Većina tih stvačica su imale mitaljeze, a ne topove.
Mislim da su Francuzi prvi napravili neki light tank.
Mislim da je Peugeot.
I on je pustio s onim, kao što ima na Prage, onaj.
Mitraljez su imali. Možda malo veći kalibar, ali... kao machine gun. Nim se ulagalo baš toliko para u uzmeš oklopnu municiju tu. High explosive. Bože, kako zvuči daleko ovaj dinamit, a mislim da je tačno na izlazu čovjek bacio dinamit. off to grab some. How do you say it? Waffles? Yeah, waffles.
Kući su?
Sad će biti s kućom. Sure, whatever.
Joj.
Such a lonely day should be bent. Well, and it's the most loneliest day of my life.
Kill or be killed. In the darkness of the third.
Hello. We can dash fast. We have a little stamina above there.
Oh no.
It's like purple. Alright. Hello there. Spawn clone. What? There he is. Oh, I did see that there's actually co-op in this too. Like, I think even local co-op as well. Got some dust. Got a little piano music in the background there for a second. Wait, that's up here. At least no fall damage from there. Can I spawn another clone? Or this little guy we're following, he's kind of adorable.
Ja, izlazi novi Assassin's Creed. Bože, ti sačuvaj. Kome to treba?
I know you. God killer. What is it you want from me? Is it a god of war we came to find?
At number 1, I'm hoping you haven't got a glimpse of this one yet. Sony debuted a new God of War Ragnarok trailer and gave us an even closer look at the action in the game. This is quite frankly the most hype building trailer they have released yet. Sony then also revealed the God of War themed controller, which is just so you guys would consider, and said both the game and the controller will eventually release November 9 this year for the PlayStation 5 and 4 only. Take a look.
That's not all that matters. Who's keeping you safe?
I do not need you to protect me.
OMG. So locate the boss lid. Oh. What the fuck? Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Viš?
Idem da spavam.
Da spavaš sad?
Sad. Nisam spavao popodne.
Ludak. Teški ludak. Ajde, lako noć. Jesus Christ. Ah, krv ti jebem Isusu, gdje se sakrije iza kamera. Joj. Da. Gledao ga imbecila što igra sa gunslingerom. Svaki 2 sekunde vidiš kako mu se pištolj ispravlja ovako, znaš. Ko je mene ubio? Random solo čovjek. Ovo je onaj lik što sam ga pucao definitivno. Boris Tvrdilački.
Ješću?
Jer mi sunca koja ne igra na joysticku. Ne mogu da objasnim drugačije njegovo kretanje. Uči me bolje da ga gledam. Još nisam u životu vidio neko trčkara da tapka levo desno. Next.
Vidio Snake, vidio malic. Hoćeš ti meni reći u što on pucu?
Kaj me ne bi pustio, samo da vidim.
Opet. Desno, tu.
Loše vrata otvaraš.
Keroji.
Opalio je 2 puta u mrtve kerove, šta?
Da, misli da su ljudi.
Jel on stvarno slep?
A mukica, brate, on ima ozbiljan problem, brate. On je baš...
Ja moram to da vidim opet. Ajde onoga je ubija nekako, otvori je vrata.
Odmah ga naš frka povatila, brate, ne znam ni šta puca. Čuje ljude, a brate ne vidi ih i on verovatno mislio, a da oni čučnuli.
Da, oni su legli su.
Da, legli. Novi update, legli u Huntu. Linovali je se.
Ljudi čuč. A što radi čovjek živi?
Ali odmah kostru.
125 damage-a sam uradio liku kad sam ga pucao sa alt taskom. Tačno sam imao jedan metak.
Vidi je.
Došle, koristio sam bleed municiju. Tako da. Moram stvarno da provjerim. Da li ovo nema?
Ne da šta radi, brat moj na...
Na.
Ide mi na kurac, imam sad problem opet s Origin. Ja. Ja. Kako da fiksam to, jebem ti mati.
Šta konkretno?
A, opet ne mogu da instaliram Origin, kaže da nemam internet konekciju s Originom. To je isto. Evo instaliram Origin.
Locate the boss lair. Treba bukvalno da zafrljačim bubu u boss arenu. No, dobro. Meh.
Why do you make me do this? For real. No, I can't do that. That wave has witches, and if they manage to get through, they deal a ton of damage. Even with our armor, they will wipe me out. So I can't do it. Area... Well, there was a lot. It definitely did. But does it help us survive? We just got double amount, what? Why do you even get a 2% might scaling? Why you? Nah, it's fine. I don't think we care about speed. In fact, we want to have them around us, that we hit the enemies, so I will probably never ever upgrade it. I will just go for a mount when I get it. Right.
Yarın. pogledaj ako te ne mrzi moje screenshotove, imaš tamo, ja mislim da sam screenshotovo 4 slike, ako samo informativno ako hoćeš da zapamtiš, gdje možeš naći bug, free, to ti je garantovan spawn, ako te ne mrzi, znaš samo pogledaš ako se setiš jer možeš ti nekad zatrebati. Ti on to sortira po biblioteci igara ili kako?
A?
Ti on sortira screenshote po biblioteci igara ili kako to ide?
I vidim što si postavio sad.
Mislim da je zadnjih 7-8 baš iz Hanta. Možda ima 1-2 da su neka bez veze screenshoti iz Hanta, ali ti je ostalo baš da sam bube nalazio.
Blago lokacije. Ulesenoj farmi. Crkva.
Imaš pored, kako se zove, Pelican Island Prisona. U dvorištu veliko drvo ima.
Ima kuda vodaći.
Ima samo... Znaš kako ti se to, od čega se to svodi? Šatkaš se po mapi i gledaš ta velika drva, razumiješ? I obiđeš krug oko drveta i ako ti da interakt ima buba, ako ne da nema. Ali garantovan je spawn ako se ne vrati.
Ovo su prazni serveri, jebote. Sprda neko već.
Kako misliš prazni?
Prazni, samo 2 puna servera.
Za Battlefield 1?
Da.
Pogledaj koji igraš game mod.
Server browser čovječ.
A dobro, ti stavio sve modove, da li ti možda uključen filter? Sigurno.
Ljudi, kako se mod ovaj? Mod za sad.
A je ti to sad za ratište, šta?
Nije, to je ruski sat koji se tako zove.
Dobro.
I može veoma lepo da se...
Vidio sam slike, ali naziv nisam zapamtio, moram da priznam.
Komandirski.
Naziv mu je komandirski.
Da, to je serija kao recimo Lade ili šta znam.
Gdje se boriš što ne?
Stream za ovaj drop.
Imao šta od toga? Rekao, imao šta od toga, jer ti baci onu otrovnu pačicu.
Jeste.
A jesi li radio one zadatke?
Pa počeo sam, nisam sve uradio.
A ne, ima mnogo da se radi.
Ali sad sam gledao, deli se ako si u timu, ako imate isti zadatak.
Da.
Može da se deli.
Misliš da pa može brže da radi?
Može, da, ako imaju isti zadatke, onda može. Malady. Šta je ovo?
Malady.
Dobro. Četiri puta stalker bitli.
To dovoljno je da digneš, baciš je, digneš je malo od zemlje, pritisneš Dark Sight, ono da izađeš Dark Sighta, da se spusti na zemlju, podigneš je opet i baciš tako 4 puta.
Imam i da uništim dog cages or chicken coops using stalker beat.
To ti košta malo više. Možeš pogledati moje screenshote, to sam rekao Drakuli. Ja sam našao mislim da sam našao bar 4 lokacije gdje se spawnuju uvijek buba. Znam za 2 lokacije na Desalanu. Znači ne moraš ih ni kupovati ako znaš da su.
Jedno se spomnio svidbel pa pre vode na drvetu, to se vidio sad.
To je kao default neki, da. Ta je laka za provaliti, to drvo je ogromno, tako da logično je. Imaš pored onoga, kako se zove, Pelican Island Prisona. Imaš jednu bubu. Imaš ono drvo veliko tamo, gdje je ono kamenje. Kao neko dvorište otvoreno, gdje niđe ništa nema. Tu ima jedna, uvijek se buba spomne. Ima jedna buba se spawnuje. Sad ćete reći pored Weeping Stone Milla. Uvijek. Tamo gdje ima onaj vagon, gdje ima ona paučina i ono što liči kao desesina, ona materija, ona crna. Pored tog vagona ima isto jedno veliko drvo. I s njega možda skineš isto jednu bubu. To je ono što sam našao. Sad. Ima jedan zadatak, gledao sam kod Borisa ovog Gardinovaškog. Kaže ošteti 6 ili 8 lovaca, zaboravio sam. Sa bubom. I piše 40, Borisu nije jasno šta 40. Onda ja kažem, pa svaka buba radi 5 damage-a kada eksplodira, znaš. Treba još jednog bossa da nađem i ovo sam uradio. One more time.
Novi Orbit Refreshers. Probaj.
I've been watching it very much lately because I'm on a holiday and I've been seeing all those programs about all sorts of things. Put me in. See, of a city and all the houses which are here and streets. This is maybe an elevator. They take care of that. They are powerful enough to get all the way through here. I read that in a Danish book this morning because an Icelandic poet told me that not like in cinemas where the thing that throws the picture from it just sends lights on the screen. But this is different. This is millions and millions of little screens who send a light on you, some sort of electrical light. I'm not really sure. But because there's so many of them, and in fact you're watching very, very many frames when you're watching TV, your head is very busy all the time to calculate and put it all together into one picture. And then that's on TV. It just goes direct to the truth. And that's the scientific truth, which is much better.
Because as we all know, PCB stands for Printed Circuit Bjork. And for those interested, we upscaled this video from 320 by 200 to 4K using Topaz Video Enhance AI and the Proteus Fine-Tune engine, along with manual adjustments to find the most realistic balance. The audio was also remastered using Adobe Project Shasta added to the mix, along with Final Cut Pro's new AI Voice Isolate to reduce background noise and leave just the ASMR of Bjork and her little city. Thanks for watching Retro Recipes. If you like what we do, feel free to subscribe and support below. And cheerio.
Look at this. This looks like a city, like a little model of a city. And all the houses which are here, and streets. This is maybe an elevator to go up there to get all the way through here. I read that in a Danish book this morning. You shouldn't let poets lie to you.
No.
Cyberpunk 2077 modding has been booming as of late. With patch 1.6, a whole edition is definitely new mods you could download for Cyberpunk. What this will do is add in the ability for cars to fly in Cyberpunk. With the tap of a button, thrusters will appear on your car or motorcycle, and they're definitely hilariously large on motorcycles. But from there, you're able to fly up, and away out of Night City. This is an absolutely incredible mod. It might look familiar to some of you because it was actually in beta earlier this year, only just recently after patch 1.6 did it get a full and proper release. And the experience here is actually pretty simple. When you're driving just about any vehicle in Cyberpunk 2077, you can simply tap the E key, and it'll transition you into the flying mode for that vehicle. Your on-screen HUD will change a bit, you'll get some cool new thruster sounds, and even a variety of new controls. And the incredibly fun part about this mod is you can switch in and out of flying on a whim. So you can use this quite tactfully, whether it be to get away from a bunch of enemies that are attacking you, to simply skip over traffic or increase your speed dramatically, or even just plummet back down to Night City as you're mid-air and then land on a road and continue driving. But why Let There Be Flight is so awesome is them by default would be pretty janky, but Let There Be Flight has an insane amount of polish. The flying feels right. There are a variety of different modes you could choose to the ground or fly up high of the ground, staying pretty low. There's a drone mode where you can do all kinds of crazy acrobatics. I highly recommend using a controller with this one, and in reality, I'm sure as many of you attempt the drone mode, you'll probably just spin uncontrollably and crash somewhere because it is very hard to control at first. But overall, flying becomes a very practical and usable aspect of cyber tracking the health of your vehicle. If your vehicle health gets too low, the car will actually play a warning sound that it's about to explode and you're able to eject from it. Overall, a truly incredible mod, and one that is way better than it has any overhaul. In Cyberpunk 2077 by default, I truly feel like the motorcycles are just kind of slightly different cars. There isn't nearly enough distinction there, and the typical strengths of motorcycles in the real world just don't really extend to the in-game world. Well, as you can probably imagine, Bike Overhaul will fix that. It'll rework the stats for the motorcycles you can unlock in Night City, and it'll make these feel truly unique and distinctive compared to what else is out there. Right off the bat, bikes in Cyberpunk will now have a higher top speed and a much higher acceleration. This puts them in a league of their own above most of the other cars in the game. And even handling gets a complete overhaul here. Bikes are going to be far more maneuverable and nimble, and the radii are much smaller. Will have a bit of their own identity, some of them being faster, having a higher changes, like separating rear and front braking, and even changes to the gearing on most of the motorcycles. Overall, to me, it's a really fun part being that it really, in Cyberpunk by default, when you attack an enemy from afar with a silencer and you don't take them out in one shot, they'll immediately know your location and alert the other enemies around them to attack you, which does kind of make silencers just feel bad. What's the point of using a silencer if the enemy immediately knows where you are if you don't one-shot them? Well, silent silencers and throwing knives will change that. Now, when attacking enemies from afar with a silencer attached, they will merely go into an alert state and begin looking for you. This making it so you can use silencers to pick off entire groups of enemies as long as you don't get too close to them or they don't notice you more explicitly. And not getting too close to them is actually a part of this mod. There's a setting where you can determine a certain distance where your silencer will no longer be effective, and if you attack an enemy in that distance, they will immediately notice you and attack you, just like the vanilla behavior. And of course, this will also extend to throwing knives, and one of the cool features is you can independently configure the detection distance of each of these. So you can make it so you have to be fairly far away to effectively use silencers, but you can be very close and still remain in stealth with a throwing knife. Because, you know, whipping a knife through the air is relatively quiet. I don't think that makes much sound at all, although I admittedly have never tested that. But of course, let's not kid ourselves. The vast majority of you are watching this video because you just watched Cyberpunk Edgerunners and now you're infatuated with Cyberpunk 2077, which is definitely a good thing. But modders are also infatuated.
Done and done. My job is done. Zdjelalo. Dva puta sam bacio drona u izvidnicu i iz drugi puta sam ga našao. Bacim ga iz žbunja ga bacim na Skapar Lake, priđem da vidim boss areni, ne reaguju. Vratim ga nazad, pokupim ga, odem na dokove, uzmem trag, bacim ga na Derov i nađem ga tamo. I ono bio out of range, ali imaš 10 sekundi dok se ne sam uništi. Ja ga uvezem u podrum, nisam znao da se skrebik spone u podrumu. Siđem u podrum sa dronom i samo mi ono kao javi, znaš, kao boss found. I samo izađem iz meča. Babam. Nikad lakše. A što neče fore, bili su ljudi, razumeš, ekipa došla bila da bije boss. I ono vidim da bipci crveno, a 100% su i oni detektovali, znaš, bubu, ali znali da sam. Ovo je rađeno i ovo. Nož se jako fin dobija Kesić na ove questove, znaš. Vjerojatno jedan od najboljih noževa koji su napravili u čitavom huntu. Onaj prvi.
Ja, ovo je novo.
Onaj Raw Stalker. Ne, to ti je originalni. Prvi drop koji je bio.
Ja. Jel li ima klip? Nema.
Sad ću da im.
Ide slika sam.
Whatever. Slika, šta je to sad?
Nije slika, probaj opet na original.
Original. Šta je to? Pucnjava neka.
Ne. Pogledaj šta je na krovu.
Šta je to gore? Lovac?
Kakav lovac bre, Midhead.
Otko to?
To je na... Pa Osko zna.
To je novo, a?
Ko je radio taj spawn?
To je novo, a? Isus. But field 1.
Ovo je isto.
A koji si ti instalirao Battlefield? Battlefield Revolution ili?
Ja imam onaj premium.
Onaj sa Steama ili onaj sa...
Steam.
Evo, to je dobro.
Vrati meni secka. Ne znam što. Pre sam upalio secka mi igra. Ne znam kako premium, to nije secka.
Za 6 sati. Pa da je zahtevna igra jeste. Toliko ti mogu reći.
A igra sam igra, nego ne što
Stari.
Molim, novi.
Jesi uradio ono sa Springfieldom, onaj zaratak?
Odavno.
Jesi ih ispucao sa onim all task?
Sljedeći pet partija sa Springfieldom koliko mi se osladilo.
Poludo je totalno.
Nekada si primio na...
Pa dobra igra. Dobra igra za opuštanje, evo te, evo poredi to sa Hunterom koji je tryhard.
Let me go ahead and pull it up. Oh no. Okay, are we ready for this? Oh shit. You guys ready for some actual real content, boys? Another chat war? This is a serious vid. Alright, I'm glad I told that now.
Bjelozubi.
Jebe.
O, Bjelozubi, spavaš li? A da rekao da ide način večeras, ali nije teo da sam.
You stand on a motherfucker's neck for 9 minutes, 29 seconds, with your hands in your pocket, with your feet off the ground, all your weight on a person's neck. When people kill in the hood, they get life for it. They go to jail. Cops, they get a motherfucking paid leave when they kill us. And we're supposed to just fucking accept that. We angry. We don't know how to go about it. We don't know how to litigate. We're gonna tear something up. That's all the fuck we know how to do. We tired, bro. We hurting. Our children are afraid.
I don't agree with the tearing shitting up thing. I don't like that, but I agree with everything else. Tearing shit up, causing problems isn't gonna help anybody, especially whenever they tear their own shit up. Fuck that. Yet you destroy your own community. What the fuck are you doing? But yeah, it does need to change. Absolutely.
Resisting don't mean you need to lose your life.
Imagine calling that a bad take, saying you shouldn't destroy your own shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Because I done seen some white people try to kill y'all, stab y'all, run up on y'all. You were very patient with them. We're tired of this shit, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets off.
Oh yeah, he's gonna get off.
No
That's
way.
why he was looking in that
There's
camera
no
like
way.
this,
Pa
bro.
mislim, ovo 4 puta da iskoristiš bubu, to u jednoj misiji.
Možeš isto bubu da baciš.
Isto, ali u jednoj partiji. Mogu li 2 puta u jednoj partiji?
Možeš isto bubu, bre, da baciš u vazduh Da uđeš, znaš kako se spušta, spustiš se dole na zemlju i opet ti digneš. 4 puta samo.
Da, danas sam to 5 puta uradio.
To ću odmah na startu raditi.
What the fuck?
So she can get life without parole, and we've seen him murder, then he should be doing the same time.
The guy fucking killed him on video.
This is as blatant as it get. It's in the black and white.
Fucking killed.
I like this guy. I love this guy.
Nestalo belo, da?
Nije nego ga ima previše, znači.
Ne verujem, nestalo je, pa krenulo sijače
I like it
zadnja
whenever
crta
people
da
just
bude.
put it that obvious. You know what I mean? Like, it's as simple as that.
Yeah,
it's fucking obvious. Is it S-Fan? What? How's that S-Fan? S-Fan doesn't have dreadlocks. What the fuck do you mean that's S-Fan? It doesn't look anything like him.
As blatant as it get. It's in the black and white, it's in the numbers. If Derek Chauvin doesn't get at least 20, 25, it's gonna be an uprising. It's gonna all burn.
Because it's peaceful, we should overcome. Marching that shit ain't been working. Where is the dude that killed my homeboy Philando in cold blood? He probably a cop somewhere else in a different state.
You feel me? Fuck them. They got guns, we got guns. They got vests, we got vests. We not our ancestors, bro. We'll die for a reason now.
If they don't make the right choice.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I'll tell you why. Back during the Revolutionary War, they had muskets and we had muskets. Nowadays, they have fucking satellite missiles. It's like, imagine, it's almost like the government kept leveling up and the people didn't. There's no way you can overthrow the government by force. They're just so far outscaled from like what a person has access to. It's just, it's like we stopped leveling in Burning Crusade and they're all the way up in Mists of Pandaria with a legendary cloak. We don't have a fucking chance, man. For real, like we don't have a fucking chance. Ever heard of guerrilla warfare? Yeah, I heard of guerrilla warfare before they had fucking, you can have a fly that has a radar on it that can listen to what you say. To act like that is guerrilla warfare, like you don't understand how like advanced the government is. Like the government is so ridiculously fucking advanced, there's no way you're gonna do that. That happened in Vietnam. That's because they didn't try to win that. And also that was 40 fucking years ago. Think about how much, or what, 50, 60 years ago? Like there's 1,000 times more technology now than there is then.
Minnesota's gonna have to pay.
There's gotta be an immense weight on the jury. There's a realization that it isn't just about shoving. It's an indictment of a system.
Wait, what the?
There's a realization.
So what, they got TTS on the wood now? Like, I swear to God, I've literally had this donated on TTS on my stream. Cops are pee-pee poo-poo?
It isn't just about shoving. It's an indictment of a system.
We need justice. This is the day.
Now, the riots after the death of George Floyd last May damaged hundreds of businesses, especially in the Lake Street corridor in Uptown.
They were smashing cash registers with hammers to steal other people's money.
So counterproductive, it's beyond belief.
I understand that it's not easy to keep emotions in check when nobody seems to be keeping them in check. I get it. Now you start committing crimes and it's a riot, that's not protest.
That's not that.
Everyone feel like that. I never saw
Everybody
feel like that. That's all I gotta say.
We burnt everything down. And we gonna keep burning everything down, and y'all gonna keep giving out these 20K loans, and we gonna keep finessing the government, folks. Stop killing us.
I have to say, anybody who ever finesses the government, my man. Because fuck them. That's what, yeah, because fuck them. If you're trying to finesse the government, if you're trying to get a little bit more, because fuck them. Like, I got no problem with that. They finesse my fucking money every year to build a bomb. I would be fine if we're paying teachers, but building bombs, nah, fuck that. You're trying to scam the ground, I don't care.
Don't do no harm. Y'all act like we walk around this bitch with bombs. Y'all act like we walk around this bitch armed for no reason. We got a reason to be armed, bro. Only reason why these little niggas got guns, folks, because they scared of the police, folks. And when motherfuckers start shooting back at them, then they gonna say it's our skin color. It's our motherfucking where we from, bro. They put us where we at, bro. Record these apartments. Record it, bro. This is really the hood. It's 7 buildings, bro. Full of niggas that do the same shit. We doing shit.
It's actually really it's weird because, like, I live in a pretty shitty area. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, those are kind of nice. Like, if this was where I lived, shit would be spray painted all over the walls. Shit, yeah, I'm like, these are nice. Like, yeah, shit would be spray painted all over the walls. Like, all that other kind of shit, man. Doesn't look that bad. It does suck, trust me. Like, if you live somewhere like that, it fucking sucks.
To make them look at us like that, bro. We can't really blame them, but they can't be scared either. What y'all scared for? You got a shotgun in your car. You got a pistol on your hip. You got a taser on the other side. You around this bitch looking like Batman, and you scared. If you scared, quit. Cause if it was me, I would have been dead too.
It's right.
Why? Cause I fight back. I'm never going.
Još šalješ bubu, izviđanje.
Slav sam.
Throughout the city, people who live and work in this community are just trying to prepare for whatever outcome is possible.
Ne, recimo ako napadaš bossa Renom.
This verdict is gonna determine what we see for policing and politics going forward for this city.
Kako se spušta ovo? Sa Space ide gore, a kako ide dole?
CTRL.
Aha.
A uključiš Dark Side da je ono... Izađeš i... Da je ne ubiješ, nego samo da se...
Da, sve je.
The world had to stop. The world had to stop for this victory. I'm joyous. I'm angry. I'm still angry. I want to bring black life.
I have to say, like, anybody who thought this shit wasn't going to happen, like he wasn't going to get convicted, is crazy. Of course that dude was going to get convicted. Yeah, of course he was going to get convicted. Everybody fucking saw it. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, they're making an example out of him. Nah, man. To me, it's like, I don't care what they charge him with. If they charge him for jaywalking, I don't give a fuck. Like, just make sure he goes to jail. Like, the charge doesn't matter as much to me as the punishment. Yeah, if I see shit like that happen, because here's another thing. You guys, y'all are gonna question mark me there. Listen to this. This dude, he had multiple fucking, complaints about him. This dude had multiple fucking complaints about him. And you're gonna act like he just got fucked over by the system? Get the fuck out of here.
Into this world without us having to do this shit. I want us to grow old, be unscathed, be unbothered, and flourish.
Now people are gonna see that a law cannot continue to be above the law and get away with it.
Yeah, obviously. This is only the beginning. This is one victory. We need 3,000 victories for over 400 years. That's it. I want to take this whole country back. This is our fucking country. We got this victory, but now we have to abolish every system in America that doesn't work for black people. And that's every system in America. They're going to get on TV and say that the system works, but they'll be lying. The system don't work, didn't work. We work.
This shows that the pressure of the people fucking works. I'm very much surprised. If you want to keep it honest, this is un-American.
He thought he might have got a manslaughter count, but now he's feeling it. He's feeling it. He had to go to jail.
I think everybody fucking knew that shit was going to happen. Now, on top of that, what I think is funny is some of you guys think that he's on your side. You think Derek Chauvin's on your side. You think this cop that just pulls people around, bullies them around, stands on somebody's neck like he's a fucking, like he just shot a deer, like he's standing next to a game that he shot after a hunt. You think this dude's on your side? He's not on your fucking side, man. Yeah, it happens to black people. Like, I don't know if y'all know this, but cops kill white people too. Did you guys know that? That happens. That same shit happens. It doesn't matter if it happens to a black person, a white person. it's still wrong. It happens more often statistically. Statistics don't matter when it's happening to you. It still happens. I find it so weird that so many people take this as an L. Like, you take this as an L, some obvious fucking bully with a gun goes to jail, and somehow you think that you're taking an L for that. Get the fuck out of here. You know what's gonna happen after this trial? Is fucking George Floyd's family is going to sue the city, and everybody around there is gonna pay money for it. And if this happens in your city, your tax dunny is gonna go towards paying because of some stupid fucking cop that doesn't know how to follow protocol. So unless you like paying your taxes to offset these dumb fucks that don't know how to deal with situations, then I don't want to hear about this, how it's a problem. This is people's money. Like, do you think they just make the money up? No, the people pay for this. People don't realize black people can be racist too. Of course black people can be racist. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, this is crazy. It is crazy. You guys do that. How can you call him a drugged up muscular man? Like, what do you think? This guy's a police officer. He can handle that. He has 3 people. You think you can't handle one dude? If you can't handle one guy, if there's 3 of you, maybe you should not be on patrol. I'm just saying, maybe you should not be on patrol. If you can't handle one guy, there's 3 of you. It's not like he was some fucking 7-foot-tall bodybuilder. Of course they could handle him, man. Of course they could fucking handle him. Listen, all right, I'll throw you guys a bone. All right, I'll throw the Mulders and chat a bone. Yeah, the odds are that the jury felt like they were fucking, like they were pressured to vote a certain way. And the fact that the jury's names got out is a really bad thing. That should not happen. That is a terrible thing, and it should never happen again. And I think that obviously I was glad about the outcome of the trial. The outcome was good, but the reason why it happened could have been bad. I can't guarantee that's why they made the decision, but I don't think it takes a genius to think that could have happened. You see what I'm saying? People are so like, they're so divided on these stupid little fucking things that they never realize that this shit could happen to them too, and it doesn't matter if they think they're on the right side, because you're not on the same side as this guy. Yeah, like you're not on the same, he's not on your side. It doesn't matter if you're white or black, man. He don't like you anyway. These rioters aren't on your side. I hate the rioters. Like, what do you think that's the only 2 options? You can either be okay with cops killing people, or you have to be okay with riots. Like, it's either one or the other, right? You either are okay with the cops shooting people and killing people, or you want riots and people to burn down a Wendy's. Like, those are the two only things you can think. Give me a break.
He's in jail right now. That's the jail with the clock.
Obviously, the prison industrial complex is one of the biggest fucking problems in our country. Yeah. But I want to see that motherfucker rot in jail.
We stepped up, because we seen how that shit affected us. Bro, it's all love. Today, it's 420. Spark that motherfucking shit. And turn the fuck up.
Did it happen on 420? I didn't even notice that.
We won. Fuck you, you guilty bastard! Derek Chauvin, the guilty bastard, he's not dead!
It's the result that we wanted. It's kind of great.
It's time to celebrate. Some people say it's not nothing. It is something.
Now you have a case that's already been proven. Now you have something to go off. Think about most trials. They always go back to different trials and different verdicts. So now you have some proof.
They need to convict
precedent,
all of them.
is what he's saying.
And Kim Potter as well. I don't even talk to my dad like that. My dad just got out of jail. He got out of jail and he called me and he told me my cousin dead.
That's so.
I'm like, how he died? I'm thinking it's some niggas. Nah, this whole time it's the police.
Who'd you say your cousin was?
Dante Wright.
Protests on the streets of suburban Minneapolis yesterday after a police officer shot and killed 20-year-old Dante Wright during a traffic stop.
According to the police chief, who has since resigned, Potter thought she was firing her taser, but drew her gun instead by mistake.
That's a mistake. How do you do that? Like, that I don't know. Like, that's just that's so dumb. That's such a bad training. Like, I get it's like a high stress situation, like you freak out, etc. But man, that's a fuck up. Like that's I can't imagine how you would fuck that up. It's like if I don't know.
Pretpostavljam pivo.
Izvinjavam se, nije pivo.
Zvučalo je kao pivo. Ja, ne, sve u redu.
That doesn't necessarily mean that's true.
Ja, govorim da sam na kanalu.
Ne.
If I had to guess,
na aparatima.
Čekaj, Drakula klipova, molim ti s mog streama, pošalji kum. Reci Drakula opet napada.
To je narkomančina, ona!
To je narkomančina!
Gradska!
On ne razume kad ljudi imaju ono gorušicu, razumeš, kad mu ono želudac ono nadima. Ne, on to ne kapira. To za njega ne postoji. Bože, ti se čuj.
One's metal, one's plastic. One weighs more than the other.
Moj kum.
You can't tell me a 25-year veteran on the police force doesn't know a taser from a Glock.
How do you consciously want to taser someone, but subconsciously you're trying to kill him?
I think it's because she was scared. She was scared. She looked him up. She looked him up. Okay, he got gun charges. I get that. That don't mean you gotta be scared. If you scared, quit.
What does she fear? What was she in fear of? You got a guy grabbing them. He's just trying to get away real quick. What is the fear?
It could be a sweet old woman with her license and registration, or it could be a violent criminal with a machine gun.
26 years on the force, you tell me. If I was to be in that car, that wouldn't have been the situation that would have happened. They would have gave me a ticket and let me go on about my way. Because the color of my skin.
In the video, you can see the 20-year-old waving around a firearm, holding a bottle of Hennessy, flashing large piles of cash, and smoking what appears to be marijuana.
I'm 19, but I've been seeing guns since I was.
I think one thing that happens with these situations is that you have somebody like that. This is the same thing that happened with George Floyd. Is like George Floyd obviously did a lot of bad shit. That's why he had a bunch of other arrests and stuff. And something bad will happen to a person like George Floyd or maybe like this guy, right? And people will think that the bad thing that happened to them is justified because this person had done previous things that are bad. I don't like that logic, because whenever they pull you over, whenever they're gonna do something like that, that doesn't mean that just because you have a certain amount, it's not like this is a fucking, you know, you've got a punch card and after you get all your holes punched out, they shoot you. That's not how it works. They're still supposed to treat you the same way. So just because somebody was a piece of shit, just because somebody even is a piece of shit, doesn't necessarily mean that you should shoot them. Just because somebody did something bad a long time ago, or maybe like last week, that still doesn't mean that you should shoot them today. Just keep that in mind.
Bye. We all scared. We've been scared since a little kid.
Bro, do you know that they're watching all this death on the internet? That's traumatizing them. They don't feel safe when they see a cop. Why the fuck wouldn't he run?
Yeah, he fucked up. Everybody fucks up. Yeah, he got pictures with guns. Everybody got pictures with guns. Real shit, that man had kids though. Use your handcuffs. Fuck is you talking about? Use your handcuffs. Them bitches.
Use a fucking taser. Just use the fucking taser. Like that would have never happened. They just tased him, it would have been fine. The fact that she had to fucking shoot him and then lie about some taser bullshit. Yeah, right. Yeah, use a fucking taser if he tries to run away.
Work.
There is no justice. Regardless of if she gets 100 years, 20 years, 10 years, 15
Double
years,
XP.
there's no justice. That's my brother lost his life. We lost a part of us, you know what I mean? We lost a piece
Double.
of us.
Killing Floor 2.
About an hour before he was
To igru sam došao do maksimalnog levela pre 2 godine. Double XP. Zašto? A što se tiče dropova, dao sam ljudima skinio koliko sam dropova imao. Koliko je bilo broken. To je bilo gore na Counter Strike sa skinovima. Tu nekde. Tu nekde.
Every time he comes in my shift, if he has 50 cents left or $1, he just buy gushers. Every day.
Smart guy. Those are good.
Pretty good. These justice are for you, bro. We love you, and we gonna stand on their neck till we get justice for you.
That's actually sad about like the fact that he was gonna go to fucking Applebee's with him and then the dude got shot. I want to say this is actually a good video. Like it's actually a good video. You know, most of the videos that fucking Andrew's made in the past, right, have been. I mean, these have been goofball videos. Like you know, interviewing people with like you know, fucking you know, a Bigfoot period blood, shit like that, right? But like this is a good video. It actually is a good video. I agree with pretty much everything about the video. One thing, I don't like the escalation in violence. I think that if you're trying to like match police violence or anything like that, it's always a losing. It's always gonna, you're always gonna lose. You're always gonna end up in jail. You're always gonna get fucked over. Like it's a bad idea. Like my advice to everybody that I've always said is that try to comply as much with police. If the police, it doesn't matter like what you are, what they're doing, try to fucking not be belligerent. Try to comply with the police and don't do any kind of crazy shit. Because if you do that, they're stressed out, and it doesn't mean that it's okay, but if you're dead, it doesn't matter if what they did is okay or not.
Ovako sakri ove statistike, ne znam što to
So
radi.
make sure to always try to comply with the police as much as possible.
Ne znam. Ti mi reci.
That's all there is.
To je to 1-0, 2-1-0, 5-0, 78, takav si vidim.
Ne znam.
The thing is, though, is
Reci mi da ti kažem, znaš.
Like, if it's like a violent criminal that's running away, please shoot him. I get it, right? Of course. But if it's like a random person that's just getting pulled over for a traffic stop and they're running away, nah, that's crazy. Yeah, he had a gun charge? Yeah, but so what? So like, if he has a gun charge and they just automatically shoot him? I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously, listen, by the fact that she said that she thought it was a taser, doesn't that imply that she did not mean to shoot him, that it was a bad decision to shoot him? Because if she didn't think it was a taser, then if she had just shot him without saying, oh, I thought it was a taser, the implication there is that the taser was the correct option and not shooting him, right? You see what I'm saying? A little bit of logic there. I know, it's very upsetting, a little bit of logic there, but you know, that's the way that I feel about it. George Floyd punched a pregnant woman in the stomach? Okay, so does that mean that you pull him out of his car a year later and kill him? What is that? What does that mean? Like, what do you? What's the logic? What's the end goal here? What is the logic here? No, that's not the same thing. Like, the system. Here's the thing, right? Is that you don't get to just go out. Like, I don't want to have some police officer that barely graduated high school going out and being the judge, jury, and executioner of everybody in the fucking in the community. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, that just seems like a mistake. It seems like a huge fucking mistake, man. Judge Dredd, yeah. It doesn't matter if he was a dangerous degenerate, if he was a bad person or not. If he's not actively a threat, you shouldn't have treated him that way. They could have handled it way better, and they didn't. Like, listen, if the cops apprehend you, you are in their custody. They are responsible for your well-being if you are apprehended by the police. Like, that's the truth. Check out the Narc video. There's drama with Josh Strife and Ashes. Okay, Josh Strife Hayes is completely wrong about Ashes of Creation, but it's not his fault.
No, not Josh. Not Josh as well. How is this? Where's my phone? I need to sort this out.
Tell me where you keep it. Where is your funding stored?
Look, it's Amarath.
A legendary level 3 Pantheon deer, and this corporate entity is now under my siege. Tell me where it is.
Huh? Money? I've never heard of it. We're paid here at Blizzard headquarters exclusively in breast milk.
No, they're actually being paid in honor points, and that's not a joke.
The once mighty Blizzard reduced to ash before my excuse me for a moment.
It's Bobby on the line.
What the hell, man? Even Josh Hayes is getting my game confused with yours now.
Oh, this again? Well, that's not my problem, Baldy. For everyone who thinks our shitty game is the same as yours, that's funding you're not getting.
It's not funny. I see this constantly, and it's really starting to get to me now.
Silence, whelp. I have breast milk to harvest.
Oh my god.
Hey, what up, boys? So, today is the day I finally tell everyone why I'm overly critical about Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen. Not only is the game a complete joke in terms of concept and execution, making it easy meme material for me, but the frustration goes deeper than this. Every day I wake up full of life and hope. My optimism for the future of MMORPGs is renewed every morning when I'm reminded of Ashes of Creation's progress over the last 10 months.
It's been a lot of progress.
The combat direction, the innovation when it comes to character creator and weather effects, the MMORPG player base should be rejoicing. We're finally getting a game that seems to be doing everything right, apart from the cosmetics, the FOMO, the battle royale, and the stalling, of course. But you see, my friends, this is not the
I don't think the battle royale was problematic at all.
Case for the general public. Oh no, no, no. And allow me to explain why in today's video.
Okay.
But before we get into that, our patrons and I would love for you to
That's a lot of
grab
fucking
yourself
people. God damn.
Coca-Cola, because my optimism is crushed every single day when I look through my usual social media to find relevant news to report on, and people everywhere, Twitter, YouTube, Reddit, and Discord, continue to confuse Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen, with Ashes of Creation. Even the gorgeous hunk that is Josh.
I feel like nobody is gonna actually confuse Pantheon Rise of the Fallen with Ashes of Creation. That's like confusing the original animated Lord of the Rings with the Peter Jackson trilogy. You're just not gonna do it. They're obviously two completely different things, and anybody that has any eyesight at all would immediately be able to tell the difference.
Hayes has fallen to such a trap, and if I'm honest, I just can't take it anymore. I need to vent. I need to clear the air and sort this mess out because...
Alright, let's see it.
I'm at my limit with this bullshit.
So today, it's time for you to turn around, drop your pants and bend over because I'm about to hate fuck your brains out whilst releasing my frustration about this constant mix-up. Now, with all that bollocks out of the way, let's begin, shall we?
Alright, let's see it.
So it is actually pretty reasonable and an easy mistake to mix these two Kickstarter projects up. However, even at the Kickstarter stage, the major differences between Pantheon and Ashes of Creation are already misrepresented. Pantheon Rise of the Fallen actually failed to kickstart, barely even getting half the required funds to set it off. But this didn't stop them, no. Despite the lack of interest, they chose to privately fund the game instead, using $10,000 pledge packages that still exist today, paid access to their forums, and an NDA so thick it would put even your head to shame. And to top it all off, there's a caveat in their pledge page saying if this game falls through, you will not be getting your money back. Now,
of course not.
If we mirror this with Ashes of Creation, they actually smashed their Kickstarter goal 10 times over within the first day, setting records for the most funded MMORPG to date. Their caveat to funding actually says the opposite. If this project fails, you will get your money back. But the Kickstarter was merely a gauge in interest, allowing Steven and the team to confidently go all out and promise the full roster of original plans. The Kickstarter
makes sense
wasn't
to try to raise
a funding
money.
process, because Steven has said on multiple occasions,
the bottom line is I am committed to this project's success and completion, and that means that when it comes
this one.
Funding for the additional years that perhaps were not planned for, that's coming out of mine and John's pocket. And we're okay with that because what we see in front of us is not only a team of extremely talented individuals, but also a community that is extremely passionate about the project and wanting to see it come to fruition.
The game is
that's always been one of the massive selling points of the game, is that it's being funded by an individual primarily. There's no 10 cent is not invested in Ashes of Creation as far as I know at all.
Already funded to completion out of his own pocket, regardless of any sales made through the monthly packs. You see, the packs still exist with their current access, and the price still stands as it did back in 2018, because by reducing the price, you're spitting in the face of those original backers. And I respect
Mislim da sam ga vidio da je ugasio Battlefield Cats.
hurting their reputation in the current year,
Mislim.
it is the correct choice to make. If you think the alpha
Predno
keys
15
should be
minuta
lower
20.
in price to suit the current interest, then
On ti
you, my
napušta
friend,
tok,
clearly
tako
are
da
so used to Blizzard
apsolutno nemam
taking
pojma
a
da.
giant shit on your head, you
Vi
think
još
it's
ne radi.
acceptable to be treated like a toilet.
Po onome što nam je napisao tehnolog,
I actually don't
navodno bi to ovdje imao posla od ponedjeljka.
think that having the alpha set at
Sad.
$500
Ja sam se prijavio u drugu firmu, podao sam prijavu da ono, ako me pozovu da razumeš da radim nešto, ne znam, vidjet ćemo za ovu firmu da radim, da sam trenutno na platnom spisku, vidjet ćemo.
Ovo je Federci, evo ti bolje da su vam dali nešto tipa bolovanje 60% nego ovako bre, kao
This
godišnje.
game's not ready at all.
Da, znam.
Bro, like a lot of these quests
Not
aren't
that fast.
finished. Like, the zone's not done. I can't level. Like, what the fuck? There's bugs everywhere.
Not me. I dropped out of the Blizzard shill train many years ago because I value being treated with respect. Steven is down 30 million as of the release of Alpha 1 and has most certainly...
The way he said that...
Nema se izgleda ne ljutije.
Na koga, na tebe?
Na mene, ma izdopušao sam ga, evo te krećemo meč.
That's the way he said it.
A što nikad nije tu, jel to?
Ja uđem, pazi odmah, compound port trigger ispred nas. Uđem dva tima odmah tu, pazi. Jedan solo i jedan
You're
dvoje.
doing a pretty shit
Ja
job
uletim
stealing our
dve
money,
vatre.
Steven.
Teren
Maybe you should
se
take a leaf out of
putan, dva
Pantheon's book
minuta.
and start
Zabio ću
actually
kući,
making
to ne
progress.
vidim.
The only similarities
Da.
between Ashes of Creation and Pantheon Rise of the Fallen is that they both still remain in an alpha development stage today. Ashes of Creation just passed its 5-year mark, and Pantheon Rise of the Fallen is creeping up on its 9th year mark. A pretty big difference considering Pantheon hasn't had a single publicly viewable alpha
Možda ga
phase
prekida
yet,
mikrofon.
nor is one in sight anytime soon.
Yeah, if Pantheon has an alpha phase, I'll play it. Like, I think Pantheon's gonna be garbage. But I didn't really know what I was gonna think about Final Fantasy, and I had fun with that. So, I'll play the game, sure. Why not?
Ashes of Creation shows considerable
Ludo.
progress every single month, even before the Unreal 5
Ima sve to za
announcement
ljeto.
had
I
an
agree with
extremely
that.
successful, publicly viewable Alpha 1 test, boasting incredible MMORPG feats that we thought were quite literally impossible in this modern age of MMORPGs.
I will say that, like, Narc is right about
ovdje
this,
budem drugi
because
grad,
remember
dok on
whenever we
reaguje.
did the Dragon Raid in Ashes of Creation and there was no lag, even though there was easily 60 people there, and this was on the alpha? That's insane.
Da se radi, imam koga.
Evo ga Dragan,
Tu je moj imenjak, tu je Kesić Dragan.
I don't think anybody is doing that.
These are not the same game, but to the public eye, as demonstrated by Josh, they are.
Što ja igram Hunt.
The scam level progress
Ja
and
skidam
egregious
Battlefield Cats.
monetization attempts over the years, such as
Čekam, možda se
reducing the
neko
price of
pojavi
the
za
keys
Hunt.
and them trying to sell NFTs has bled into
Eto, tu nam je
Ashes of
matica
Creation's
koja
reputation. I see this every single day across all social media platforms, and it
Šta je bilo?
infuriates me.
Ste dobili batinu?
It does, like, having one Kickstarter that turns out to be a disappointment or a
Kako ti kažeš po tamburi?
does negatively affect all of the other Kickstarters. Because as soon as you see one game that's like scuffed or fucked up or whatever, it makes people think, well, what about this other one? What about that other one? You know, I think that happens a lot. Chronicles of Elria, yeah, I saw
Da ti kažem.
You think I shit on Pantheon and Visionary Realms because of their lack of talent and motivation to actually make a game?
That would be one
I
good
do
reason.
it because Ashes of Creation's reputation suffers because of their lack of talent and progress.
Exactly. It's the same as like whenever PewDiePie had the bridge, and then like all of YouTube had this like ad problem, and then also like whenever anything really bad happens, probably on Twitch, it's probably harder to sell ads on Twitch as well.
But I digress. My goal here today, as much as I want it to, isn't to slander another so-called passion project. It is to clear up the misconceptions that one of our leading content creators within the MMORPG space seems to have with this highly anticipated MMO. So let's pull out the copium and convince ourselves that Ashes of Creation isn't going to follow in Pantheon's footsteps.
Yeah, what did Josh say?
Josh has shown his disdain in the past for Ashes of Creation, and I completely stand by his original critiques. Viewing this project from an outside perspective is exactly how I go about creating videos and likely contributes to the amount of success my format has had, albeit that comes at the cost of me being labelled as a dumb fuck within the neckbeards of this community.
A knock, sadly, takes great joy in mocking them over it. What a toxic asshole.
I deliberately choose to word things in ways that normies would understand the concept.
Yeah, of course, you can't use like this is just a smart way of communicating. If you have a large audience, using a bunch of acronyms and like compounding knowledge is just obviously a bad idea.
In the ways that stroke the obsessive copium fiends festering in the pits of Reddit and Discord. Reality check, guys, the game doesn't even exist, so stop consuming social media about it daily. And that includes all of you morons in my Discord as well. From an outside perspective, the game's progress and concepts do seem extremely daunting. Open world PvP, player-driven world, ocean dungeons, world bosses, artisan seals, but the truth is, it's only really the node system focusing on that player-driven aspect that makes this MMO different. Even then, I think we, as consumers, are way overshooting the impact this player-driven aspect will actually be. We are, unironically, overhyping this particular part of the game because of the lack of information about it, and admittedly...
No, that's definitely true. Every MMO follows the inverse information paradox. The less you know about the MMO, the more excited you are about it. But the more you know about the MMO, the less excited you are about it. What's the game everybody's hyped up about right now? The Riot MMO. Bro, it's gonna be so good. What do we know about it? Nothing. But it's gonna be so good. Like, there it is. Yeah, it's just that simple.
It will probably end up disappointing a lot of us. But aside from this node system, the open world PvP concept has been used across multiple games. The planned crafting and gathering systems were highly successful in Star Wars Galaxies and Eve. The oceans and caravan systems, leaning on a risk versus reward motivation, are utilized successfully across a few. And in fact, Ashes of Creation is quite literally just a nice blend of Lineage 2, aka Black Desert Online, and Arcage. They are quite literally just copying the best systems out of these four as aforementioned.
Thank God. Thank God. Yeah, we don't need a new fucking wheel. We had a wheel. It was rolling. Let's keep rolling. Let's go. Let's go. Yep, keep rolling the wheel. Let's go. Yep, it worked before. Yep, all right, great. Let's have it work again. All right.
Games and blending them all into one. It is not impossible or daunting at all, and the progress they've made this year has been a pretty clear indicator the game is quickly becoming a reality. On that note, let's discuss the clip in question. There's three major points to Josh's clip that I want to address. The scope creep, the so-called taming discussion, and the common sense logic of how an MMORPG should be made. Each of these points he made does not apply to Ashes of Creation in any capacity
Let's burn these
whatsoever.
guys.
This is what compelled me to make the connection to Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. First of all, he mentions scope creep and feature creep. At no point during the development process of this highly anticipated MMO have they ever increased the scope or features planned.
Well, I think that scope creep is something that will naturally happen on its own. Because, like, how many of you guys have ever gotten involved with something and then, like, you realize, like, for example, I'm trying to get music downloaded to, like, my dad's iPod, okay? So that sounds pretty simple, right? So we can't use iTunes and his iTunes account because his iTunes account, he doesn't know the password for it. So then we go to look at, they still make iPods? No, bro, I actually have the one I didn't steal it from Eric. Eric actually gave it to me. And like, Eric's iPod broke, and I gave him my old one, that black one we bought at Best Buy. I think you were there, Cody. Whenever I bought that, it was like, I bought that with like student aid money from fucking like 12 years ago. I still have that same fucking iPod, yeah. And so anyway, so I try to buy, the songs from my dad on iTunes Music, and I can't do that because we can't get into his account. So then we try to recover his password, but we can't recover his password because the password information that he knows, he forgot what it was. So then we go and we try to look that up. And then we're like, okay, well, can we send an email to my dad's email and then get the recovery? Well, no, we can't because my dad's email got broken and he can't get back into his own email. So now we have to make an entirely new email and then call Apple and then have all this happen and then prove to Apple that it's my dad. And so, like, this is how scope creep happens in real life. That's my point. Do you see kind of how I'm saying this? Like, you know, one thing leads to another thing that leads to another thing. So scope creep is a natural outcome of doing anything.
They decided during Kickstarter was set in stone the moment that ended, and not once have they attempted to expand this. There was a debate last month about the map size increase being classed as scope or feature creep, but I think after analyzing and much consumption of copium, we came to the consensus that it is not scope or feature creep to convert the original concept of the game into a practical, usable world that supports the systems. In fact, they even reduced the original scope by removing 15 of their original 103 planned nodes. So
I think that was actually a really good, that to me is the exact idea of not having scope creep. Because what they originally had planned for a bunch of nodes, they said, this is too much, there's too much going on, we're gonna scale it back. And I would assume that making more mountains and more just environment is a lot easier than building an entire node system. That's just my assumption. I'm not a game developer, but that's certainly what would make sense to me.
Technically, it's unscope creep. Anyway, the reason Josh mentioned scope and feature creep in the first place was to push the point of the recent taming discussion. What? Well, this is where it dawned on me. You see, to swindle the super copium enjoyers within the Pantheon player base, they like to do what is called parting of the veil, or what I like to call parting of the arse cheeks as they fuck their backers with no remorse, because this is just 1 hour of them answering questions and promising more and more things that are never actually going to exist. Surely not Chronicles of Valeria vibes, am I right, guys? Pantheon has shown way more progress than that game after 8 years, for sure. This baseless promise of cool conceptual features is the definition.
And we watched this, by the way. Remember we watched that video on Pantheon where they talked about taming and breeding the mounts and everything like that?
Of scope creep, and the subject matter of this month was, of course, taming. The very thing Josh brought up. Pantheon had no footage to back up these wild claims, of course, just the same reused Unity assets that they think is acceptable to present the progress of their, game here in 2022. Steven hasn't spoken about taming or anything like that since ever, because Intrepid do not talk about things until they are ready to show. So
I thought he did talk about taming like a year ago. That was a long time. And it was something about like breeding mounts or something like that. This is a long time ago. Yeah, animal husbandry. Yeah. Yeah, he did. Yeah, that was recent though, right? That was like in the last 3 months.
The only explanation for this comment is that Josh quite literally thinks Pantheon and all its failings are also ashes of creations. Finally, Josh also spoke about how a game should be designed. Okay. Develop the basic functionalities, release a playable product, and then add stuff on top of it. You know, common sense? The funny thing is, the exact quote that Josh said, I think I've heard it word for word coming out of Steven's mouth as well. Steven knows what it takes to make an MMORPG. And
I actually think that it's super important, and I bet Josh and Narc would both agree with me on this, is that it's super important to not bring the game out and have it be bad in any way. Because New World did that, and whenever we look back at it, and we think, would New World have been better if the game was delayed and released on the Gypsum patch on day 1? In my opinion, unequivocally yes. Without even a question. It would have 100% been better. So I think New World goes to show that releasing a half-baked game will hurt the game in the long run, even if the problems are fixed later on. I think another example of that is Battle for Azeroth. Think about how many systems were shipped dysfunctionally, and then it tainted the entire reputation of the expansion, even beyond after they fixed the systems.
He's been doing everything correctly. That's why Ashes of Creation has so much faith behind it. It is not just baseless cope. This is the only upcoming MMORPG that genuinely looks like it will succeed for once. On that note, Steven...
I disagree with that. I think that Final Fantasy is very successful. I think that Lost Ark is also very successful, and I think it will continue to be successful, although it's pay to win, so I think people would write that one off. I think WoW will also continue to be very successful. Classic WoW is doing great. You know, retail WoW and Dragonflight is doing relatively well, I guess. And also, we have the Riot MMO. Oh, he said upcoming? Oh, yeah, sorry. Maybe I didn't hear that. But yeah, I think the Riot MMO absolutely has just as much potential as Ashes of Creation, if not more.
Actually reached out to Josh in this clip and offered an interview in the comments. Josh, if you're watching this, or any of his viewers able to clip...
Oh no. Steven plays Necrons? Bro, Jason used to play Necrons. Nothing says balance like being able to use a infantry auto attack to destroy a tank. Yeah. Having a 2,000 point army with, you know, 10 different NPCs. Yeah, totally fucking balanced.
Please take up this offer and interview Steven, because I think you are misunderstanding a lot of what Ashes of Creation is all about. You preach you want the genre to be better, and Steven is trying to bring that back to us, back to a time before MMOs were complete corporate dog shit. You will not only be doing a huge service to the MMORPG player base, but I think it will also make you consider sucking in that sweet, sweet Ashes of Creation copium. This
I think the fact is, like, Josh probably plays a lot of different games.
Pretpostavljam da nije bilo za mene.
Ma, Dunja me nešto sad ispituje, ne mogu da odgovaram sad. Evo te, klinujemo server, jedan lik pobegne, nismo zapalili leše, vratio se, podigo bojicu. Au, pizdu matranje, evo.
Importance of those games is like hyper magnified. Whereas, like, whenever you're playing a bunch of different games, who cares? Like, if Ashes of Creation isn't good on release, that's whatever. Like, I remember when
dobro, su se vratili ili su pobegli?
Vratili se, ubili smo jednog čoveka, ovaj se diskonektovao. Sad smo mi 2 na 3.
Was unironically right about New World. That it would take about a year to make the game good, and here we are. Greatsword's coming out in 6 days. So, I think, yeah. I mean, just play other games, and it will give you a, in my opinion, healthier outlook on gaming in general.
Month in particular, Ashes of Creation has been receiving a lot of hate, far more than the usual 3 threads a day, but that's...
I disagree with that. I think that this month's Ashes of Creation Alpha And the footage that it showed, like, I'll go ahead and just show you guys real quick, right? And I don't want to go too far into this. But look at this. So I released a video.
Well, after years
and by
of speculation,
I mean my editors released a video. So this has 321,000 views. This is almost 500,000 views. And where's the most recent one? Let me see if I can pull it up here. And this is on my official channel. Let's see, where is it? This Ashes of Creation update is mind-blowing. So this is a video we made about it whenever I came on and talked about it. This has almost 700,000 views. And everybody is fucking positive about this video.
Sam se usro,
like, everybody loved this video. People were so positive about it. So I don't think that there's been a lot of negativity about Ashes of Creation at all. I think there's always going to be skepticism, and there are also going to be people that are, everybody's being positive, so I'm going to be negative because I'm different and I'm special and I don't listen to music on the radio because I'm cooler than that. You're always going to have those people, but I think that if you look at it a little bit more objectively, Ashes of Creation objectively right now has a lot of hype behind it, and it's authentic hype. It's not based off what was said, it's based off what is seen.
Expected, considering they just took a giant dump on all the Zoomers' desperate need to sate their action combat ADHD. But it's important to remember, Ashes of Creation isn't trying to be the next World of Warcraft. It isn't trying to be the next big thing. Steven has said this multiple times, and even the player base, who desperately consume it every single day, already know the open world PvP nature of this MMO will not allow it to maintain an audience the size of World of Warcraft. This highly anticipated MMO's ambitions are simple. Just be a good MMO that respects its players without pay-to-win and anti-social convenience systems. Believe it or not, kids, that's...
I have to say that respecting players and anti-social systems, these are antithetical to world PvP. If you allow people to world PvP freely, they will not respect other players' time. They will intentionally waste their time. And it will make new players not like the game. I don't think... I think it's important that they make the game the way that they want, but it has been obvious that they have changed based off of what feedback is. And I don't think that Ashes of Creation should do anything that they don't think that they should do until the actual players play the game. Because there's always
Kesić skuplja ekipu da ih ubacuje u Kec. Zato što već...
Before you can really decide what's real.
Ovo je već paranoično previše ova igra.
It's kind of like if Blizzard could...
Zato će kaže da nije zdravo toliko
What MMOs used to be, an escapism for people like
Pobili smo ih, jebo mat.
in the real world. The heavy emphasis on social media nowadays and the kids growing up on nerdy stuff being the norm does mean escapism that used to exist is no longer a thing. Sadly, it's all just money bags to our corporate overlords now.
Well, I think also us as streamers hurt the escapism too, because now we're because we are making content in the game, and our existence in the game predicates and presupposes a existence outside of the game. Like, that's just the truth. Anything that adds a window into the outside world hurts that immersion.
Intrepid have made a bunch of mistakes during their development process. APOC was an embarrassing move in my opinion, the cosmetics are a heavily debated topic, and the few periods of time where the progress was slow probably took a toll on this game's reputation.
Yeah, sure.
However, the last 10 months have been absolutely phenomenal for the game. The move over to UE5 feels like something Intrepid have been waiting for to really pop off, and they've been pulling no punches to prove to us they are capitalizing on the incredible strides in technology Unreal Engine 5 offers.
Yeah.
So to end today's clickbait drama video, I actually don't have a question for you guys. So instead, I will leave you with a closing statement. I hate Pantheon. Rise of the Fallen. But as usual, I am just one nerd desperate for a good MMO.
That isn't Pantheon, of course.
And my opinion means nothing without your baseless cope for Pantheon down in the comments below.
All right.
And hey, if you are a backer for Pantheon, unlucky!
What, North? You can't just slander my game like this, man. Ashes of Creation is a scam because I said so. Take that, Baldy.
And to that I say,
oh God.
Listen, kid, I'm sick of your garbage game constantly making Ashes of Creation look bad, but clearly, instead of giving feedback to Visionary Realms for their obvious lack of talent, you'd rather remain ignorant because you're high on copium.
And also, they spent a bunch of fucking money on the game, and they don't want to act like the fact that they spent all that money is fucking they wasted their time. I don't know what Josh really said. There's a Narc video. We watch all of his videos. Make sure to give it a like, give him a sub if you haven't already. He's great. He does a lot of videos for Ashes of Creation. So I actually want to see what Josh actually said about Ashes of Creation, and I'll judge it for myself. And after that, we're going to start Nax. So we're going to be ready in just a few minutes, and we'll get into it and start popping off. Here we go. Let's watch this.
How will Ashes of Creation affect World of Warcraft's legacy? Visa is trying so hard to make me talk about MMORPGs. He's like, come on, Josh, give me a clip. Just say something about Ashes of Creation so I can put Ashes of Creation
priča s nekim sad, ja?
Say something about
World of Warcraft
in the clip title, because if I can put both of those
GG, man.
title, then more people will click on the clip.
That's right.
That's a good question, Visa. We'll have to circle around, we'll have to come back to it. How will it affect World of Warcraft's legacy? Well, Ashes of Creation, if it comes out, when it comes out, possibly, maybe in the future, might be quite good. And then
I think that it's fair to be skeptical if it'll come out or not.
Jutra
There's
si
been a
radi,
lot of
Amakić.
games that have
Ja što sam danas bila direktorica, što je glavna za celu Srbiju, bio mi regionalni direktor, malo. Mislim, bila je okej, ali stresno je to, dolaze tamo te pitu koliko tamo.
But you always have unforeseen
Danas sam se spremao za
so
što.
we'll just wait and see.
It is the problem that what I'm seeing that Ashes of Creation is doing right now is they're already
No, dobro, prošlo je okej.
Now, people that backed the alpha years and years and years ago were promised something, and now they are already showing off the game's taming abilities, where you can tame beasts to your will and stuff. It very much feels like, imagine that someone made a really good board game, but before they released the core board game, they started talking to you about all the features that were going to be in the expansions. And you kind of have to say to them, hey, could you maybe release a core game before you start giving us all the expansions? Could you give us, like...
So what Josh is kind of saying is that the, like talking about the Ashes of Creation, animal husbandry is so...
Ajde,
like
čega
it's
pričaš
so
to, s
far
kompjutera?
removed from the actual game experience that he feels like it's kind of just noise. It's like, okay, this is great, but like whenever I log in the morning, what do I do? I think that's fine.
Solid actual experience before you enhance it with everything else. I think that Ashes of Creation sounds like a fine concept, and I think they have been very much swept up
Još
in
dva
the
kafiza
idea
trebam da.
that if they don't release enough features to
Ona
put
kaviza da.
every MMO game to shame,
Kokoška kerujem
then
sa
they're going to
bubom.
fail. If they... World of Warcraft didn't release...
I don't think that's true.
Neću ti
I
ga
don't
ne
think that it's
skoro
true that
ništa.
they would fail if they didn't release with the features. I think a great example of
Čekaj,
that
sad ću ja da te
is
pojačam
minigames like
konflikt.
Valheim, for example.
Možda ono kad je pravi diskoteku pa smo ga svi
But it
smanjili.
plays well and it's fun.
To
You
tako
don't need to have a million features. You just need to have
Sjećaš onaj jedan dan kad je čovjek pustio muziku i kuvao ručak, znači emisije su ga svi ugasili bili s kanala.
Pa to je sjajno, it's absolutely bomb.
Samo ti kažem, dobro se ljutiš.
That is true. I think the problem though is that whenever a game gets released as a base game, it's judged against every other MMO that has a foundation of like 3 expansions. So that's one of the ways that Lost Ark was able to get into the MMO market very easily, is because Lost Ark already had a lot of that framework done and a lot of that foundation built in Korea. But whenever a new game like New World, for example, comes out and it just has the bare bones, everybody looks at it and they compare it to like Final Fantasy or to WoW, and they're like, bro, this is not as good. So I think that's probably why the expectation is
koja je
there
razlika, vrati, kad igra radi na 140 frame-ova I kad radi na 80 frame-ova, velika razlika. Ja to opisat ne mogu koliko je za mene.
60 frame-ova.
Players, when they see a brand new MMORPG come out, they think, hey, this best release with all of the features that all the other games that I know that they have and that I love. No.
And I think that he's right that no, it doesn't have to release with that.
Što se mene lično tiče, ja sam spreman. A neko koristi ove kodove ovdje.
No, ja mislim da su to... da to streameri dropuju. Da ih dele, znaš, to je kao Redeem kode.
Ubijem 20 pčela s vatrom.
We automatically have to on day one. It doesn't matter if we're a new company. It doesn't make a difference.
Ja mislim da probaj, možda se I to računa. Ja ti piše na koji način.
Pa to ti.
A može vatrna municija.
Znam,
ne moraš flare, uzmi Winchester koji Winchester s prigušivačem I zapaljivu municiju.
Pa to ti to.
To ti je neftini. Ili uzmi vetali sa zapaljivom municijom bez prigušivača, pa pravi malo buke.
Because yeah, the moment that you go onto the market, you're competing with people that have been there for 10 years. Whether you want to or not, whether you think that's fair or not.
A game when it releases now will not release and then it will slowly add to it over time.
That's
now,
true.
This is a balancing act because some people hate the fact that games don't release finished.
Bolje da su bacili u Huntu onaj Krag Jorgensen, onaj karabin.
Single player game release.
Onaj što ima u... Da, ima ga u Red Deadu.
Ima ga I u petici.
Znam, ima sa strane se ubacuju meci.
Opasan
Koji?
Krag Jorgensen.
Krag Johansen.
To ti je dansko-nemački, zaboravio sam.
Čekaj, to u Battlefieldu sam.
Pa, da.
Jesi ću imali?
Ima ga u Red Deadu, ako si ga Red Dead.
Nema si ko Beladen.
To ti je onaj bolt action rifle, tako se zove.
Prvo ti si mene cimao da se razumijemo, a sad te nema.
Koji mi treba Battlefield?
Kec.
Jedan ima Battlefield 5.
Imam ja. I Kec je.
Ne.
A delili su ga bili džabi, da ga nemaš na Steam.
A, mogu, ne, imam ga možda na onome...
Originu.
Ček,
proveri.
Možda ga imam na Epic Games.
A, može biti da ga Epic deli. Upravo sam.
February of last year, sorry, of this year, I guess, 8 months ago. So it's gaining a lot of ground. However, think about how much time it's taken for that ground to be gained and how much negative sentiment New World has generated in those 8 months. And I feel like New World is a really good case study of what happens whenever a game releases unfinished and the narrative of the game gets away from the developers and the game becomes bad because it is bad. I mean, Josh made a lot of videos about New World being garbage. I did too, because it was garbage. And that's what happens. Now, I think that you can easily make an argument, and, you know, I'm sure Josh would be right if you did.
Darkwood je dobra igra.
Tiče perspektive.
Fallout 3 je iduće nedelje.
Vredi.
Vredi.
Pucačenje iz prvog lica, vredi.
It was still an absolutely terrible game. Like, no duping bugs, no furniture bugs, no invincibility bugs, nothing. It's still horrible.
A to je 2D igra, 2D, 3D igra. Ona nije loša. To možeš preći za 2-3 sata. Ne znam kako da ti opišem. taj Evolent. Evolent je kao nešto između Zelda, Super Marija, Final Fantasy. Liči na sve igre ovo, pomalo.
Šta sam primetio da mi Battlefield pali HDR?
A možda isključiš ovo.
Ako imaš HDR na monitoru uključen, upalit će ti.
Pa da.
Ne znam, moguće da taj monitor podržava. Primetio sam...
Nemam ništa.
These extra bits aren't actually enhancing a core gameplay loop because you don't know what your core gameplay loop is. You've just got hundreds of extra bells and whistles that are not strong enough to stand on their own merits, but also not strong enough to enhance whatever the core game is because the core game hasn't been found yet. So it's almost like ordering a meal where there's no main meal, but everything is a side dish. I very much worry that everything is going to be a side dish with a lot of new MMOs that release because they are adding everything and the kitchen sink into them without fully understanding that you need to have a core concept first before you enhance it with stuff. It's MMO tactics.
Okay. We'll watch this probably tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think what Josh is really saying here, and this is the video for anybody who wants to watch it. You know, we've watched many of Josh's videos, and so he's even been on Allcraft before, etc.
Opet ne nislo.
I think he's right. I think really what he's saying in this video is that he wants of the ashes of creation day to day. You know, less of the features,
nije da nisi navikao na to, znaš.
Grand adventure, you know, ideals, like what do you do at level 1, how do you progress through level 15, when do you get your mount, how do you get your mount, how do you level up, let's go through some quests, let's see how the game plays on a very fundamental level. And to be honest, I think that's totally fucking fair. And it could just be a matter of focus, because I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing what Ashes of Creation is focusing on. But I do think the nuts and the bolts and the important, you know, nuts and the bolts, the meat and potatoes, you know, the core of the game is
ovu Dartu imam i na Steam.
Then a lot of the little
Igrao sam malo, onako, mislim,
the next few months.
To je onaj retro kao stil igrice, ali interesantno.
You know, maybe show a little bit more of like what the core game is
Pa,
going to be.
kako bi ti opisao, kao 2D Resident Evil.
Da, iz tiče perspektive. Samo što nije ni malo lagano, čini mi se.
Ne. Apsolutno nije. Čini mi se da snima igru svake večer ili svakog jutra, zaboravim se. Znači jedan dan moraš da preživiš i onda ti snimi igru. A šta taj dan radit? Dan ti traje 5 do 10 minuta, tako na 40 minuta.
They can both be applied to it. That's all I'm really trying to get at. Do you think companies spend too much time on graphics? No, I think graphics are extremely important. Graphics are massively important. Huge. Okay, let me go back over here and we'll take a look at this this video about WoW coming to console, because that's obviously what I had wanted to take a look at. All right, here we go.
Well, after years of speculation and waiting, it seems like the reality of World of Warcraft coming to consoles, or at least console, may be just around the corner. To some, this might sound blasphemous, but believe me when I tell you, WoW on console looks not only very likely at this point, but also ultimately for the best. The game,
I think it is. I would absolutely say adding WoW into adding WoW to console.
Neki Latinoamerikanac.
It would 100% make the game better.
Has, after all, been on a very public decline over the past decade, so opening up to new platforms and players could very well breathe life back into it. Plus, there's the fact that a number of MMOs, including ones that are natively feature target combat, have been very successful on consoles. And in WoW's case, between some currently available features and massive new ones coming to Dragonflight, the game will more than ever be very playable on gamepad, to the point where it
ponudilo u smislu da si mogu dobiješ.
Ne, da li bi radio kao i u Novom Sadu? Ima neka ambicija. Da, mislim, da li da budem, ne istovremeno, budem direktor filijala u Novom Sadu.
Pa čekaj, za istu sumu ili kao već?
Ne, veće su manjim mjestima su dosta manje plate.
Manje odgovornost, manje posla. Relativno manje posla.
Onda bi pratio, pošto ima više tih banaka u Novom Sadu.
Ne, imao bi svoju filijalu bi imao. Kao što sam sad direktor. Imao bi svoju filijalu, tamo obično ima jedno 6-7 zaposlenih. Ali to je, kako da kažem, probran je mirniji, poznaje ljude. Deć, ja sad sa 50 godina viram neke ambicije, tu sam i blizu, ako mi nešto zatreba skoknem do kuće da rešim, do opštine, do ovoga, do onoga. Ovako kad sam imao sad, šta ću? Nemaš madno. Ali vidjet ću, ja pratim, mi imamo naš neki, na našem tamo portalu, te interne konkurse, onda kad iskače tako, znaš, upražnjeno mjesto, onda ćemo što kući. A i
to bi baš nije bilo
možda nije, to je, mislim, veća je filijala, to je Novi Sad, više klijenata, više krane. Što se tiče zarade, možda 10-15 dinara više od toga nešto. Mislim, na godišnjem nivou to je 1000 evra. Slabo, ja kažem, da sam ja mlad, mislim, da imam 30 godina, ovo ne bi se razmišljao. Ovdje sam već instalio, znaš kako ono i poznaješ i teren i ljude i sve mnogo lakše raditi.
Yourself, go ahead and click on the link in the description below. Okay, so I want to talk about the stuff that has kind of led up to this point, the history when it comes to World of Warcraft and
mogu da izađem kad hoću.
So Blizzard has been slowly building towards
da je to, da kažu da. Onda ajde jevi.
Wow, way more controller and by extension console friendly. It all started in 2016 with Legion where they added Action Camp by inputting the command /console.
Bez da nam kažeš koliki su primanja, da li bi ti bila primanja 20-30% viša ili 50% viša, na primjer?
Bila 20% viša.
Ne isplaci, oprosti, ne isplaci.
I onda put, znači auto mi prelazi troduplo više nego što sad prelazim, koji će to da plaćate sile servis. Imao bi ovo.
To ti je svaki dan još
meaning it was no longer necessary to use external programs like WoWmapper to play.
Ne, to mi ti sad vremena ovdje mjesto bi 3 servista godišnje onda je. Ili servis 15.000. Da, mi daju službeno pola pa ajde. Slabo nešto filijala mi imaju, ne. Samo baš veliki ti centri. Zrenjanin, Subotica, oni imaju po jedna kola.
Čekaj, ti inače kao tako, opušteno bi službena kola imao, jel?
Ne znam, mislim, ja nisam saznao detalje, znači, mi je žena na kraju razgovora rekla da bi ti da te prebacim za Novi Sad, ja sam to nisam propitivo šta, gde, koliko, kako sve, mislim, znam ja koje su to filijale tamo. E sad, moguće je da neko možda je najavio otkaz iz neke filijale u Novom Sadu, ili se nekome sprema otkaz, pa oni sad traže neko rješenje, znaš. A najlakše im je da već svog čovjeka samo da ga prebaci. Gdje ću sad, mislim, mlatim tamo, brate, pola sata vamo, pola sata tamo, to je sat vremena najmanje. Uletiš u saobraćaj.
So instead of having to tab or to select a target specifically by like clicking on it, your target is automatically
ništa, pa to je. Znaš kako, ja recimo kad odem na teren pre podne, ja mislim idem slobodno popijem negdje sedem, popijem kafu, ovo ono opušteno, razumeš, ne moram da gledamo će nam neko naći u Novom Sadu da me vidi. Ovako opušteno, tako je, jebi ga, ako hoćeš već pare, izvoli gospodine, evo ti radi, ako hoćeš tu gde jesi, onda si tu gde jesi.
Vidi, ja mislim da je Milan sad ovo čuo, on bi rekao tebi, eto za pola tih primanja više, on bi otišao ti sedi u Novom Sadu.
Samo da je u Novom Sadu.
A nije to baš tako, znaš kako, ti možeš sedeti, ali onda za 3 mjeseca ako nemaš rezultata, evo ih stižu, već kucaju na vrata.
A Milan je navikao na to da nema
rezultata. Ne, on bi to gurao dok može, znaš.
Aha.
Nezavisno od rezultata, njega rezultati ne zanimaju.
On je navikao na to da nema rezultata i da se njemu zahvale na suradnji.
I to je taktika.
Koliko traje da traje, to ti je sva taktika.
Za 3 mjeseca,
Samo pare da daje.
Može kad nema obave. Pa računi još ne stižu na njegovo ime.
Also coming in Dragonflight is the new Near Object Interact key. Now this is similar to action combat but for NPCs and objects.
Ako vidite negdje one kaveze s onim kokoškama i kerovima, treba bubama to da uništimo.
Ako vidite čelu, pustite mene da je zapalim.
Because there's so much fucking ability and item and NPC bloat in the game, you need to have an interact with nearby item because they literally had to put something in the game for you to be able to click a gateway fast enough because there's so many other things that you can click on that it means you sometimes don't click the gateway at the right time.
Evo sad ću ja da bacim bubicu odmah.
You walk next to an NPC or an interactable object, you can simply hit a single key or a button if on a controller, and it will automatically select and interact with it.
By the way, I think this is a very good thing. Lost Ark has that with spamming G. Other games have that with spamming E. Other games have that with spamming F. That sounds fine. I think it's an improvement. But I do think that it's also... I think it's also because it's so hard to even be able to click on it.
Eliminating the need to click. This looks to function almost exactly like it does in Guild Wars 2. As you walk near any NPCs or any environmental objects, as soon as you get close enough, you can just hit F and it will automatically interact with them, start talking with them, looting, gathering, whatever. This will work in WoW for things like NPCs, quest objectives, mailboxes, anything that is lootable. If whatever you're standing next to can be interacted with this new feature, you can do so with a single input. And then the cherry on top is that it looks like Blizzard is adding even more controller official support. Thanks to some recently data mined information from the Dragonflight beta, they discovered icons for just about every controller input type. So they have the native support, they have the icons right there. Now, WoW
also keep in mind that like what we just saw there, this square, X, triangle, and
Pogođen.
This is
I ja sam izbičio.
I on ima zapaljiv. On ima bleed municiju paljiv.
That it would go to all consoles if WoW would go to consoles. Because you would easily assume that it might only go to like Xbox, since Microsoft is buying Blizzard, but having this there is clearly not.
Has been mostly playable with a controller for many years now. This is primarily due to the fantastic add-on console port, which not only remapped your keyboard and mouse inputs to be usable on a gamepad, but also came with an entire UI overhaul, making it way easier to navigate with a joystick and D-pad. I've played around with the add-on on and off over the years and have been mostly impressed with how functional and playable it actually is. And now, between the action cam, the native gamepad support, and the upcoming action combat and near object interact functions in Dragonflight, the game will literally be playable either as, and it currently is, a tab target MMO, or as an action combat MMO. Like, short of doing the UI overhauls themselves, Blizzard has basically everything they need to officially launch console right now. And I feel like I need to...
I do think also, like, making the game tab target makes it accessible for a lot of
games.
Like, I know, for example, my mom, there's no way she could play the game if there's action combat. So I don't think getting rid of tab targeting is a good idea. I just think adding
meni se učinilo da je jedan sa širom bio.
really emphasize just how big these new Dragonflight editions are, because they are massive
Imam Vulture,
improvements to the controller experience. So the way targeting currently works on a gamepad using that console port add-on is that you either need to tab target onto an enemy or emulate the controller by selecting it. The add-on does this by binding tab to one of the gamepad inputs. This is customizable, but basically a button push replaces the tab key. Or you need to emulate the mouse click with this on-screen crosshair, which indicates the mouse's default position. So then by clicking in the right thumbstick and lining up the crosshair, you can effectively, functionally mouse click on an enemy, on an object, on an NPC. But both of these options, the tab or the clicking, just feel slightly too clunky if I'm being honest. For most abilities, especially for ranged classes, you need to hit an extra button before you start using your skill, before you start attacking, before you do anything.
I think it's always going to be a little clunky. And even whenever I've watched people play Final Fantasy XIV on console, I feel like it's more clunky than playing it on PC. Now, is this my opinion as a lifelong PC gamer, or is this my opinion I think that most of the time whenever I'm watching somebody do things on console, and whether this is PoE, whether this is World of Warcraft, whether this is Final Fantasy, everything always takes pretty much 1 or 2 extra steps.
For that reason, I felt way more comfortable playing melee classes when playing with the gamepad, because like I mentioned, there are many melee abilities and cleave abilities that can be cast without a target, and then the game will auto-select the nearest target that was hit, and it's pretty great. So for that reason, playing like a rogue, playing a warrior, playing a paladin all feel fantastic. If the range classes require that extra step of tabbing or lining up the crosshair and clicking, it just doesn't feel right. And it's just as bad as, if not even worse, for interactable objects, talking to NPCs, looting, clicking on quest objectives. All of that require you to line up that crosshair and emulate the mouse click on the gamepad.
And that's why having that pressing G, like Lost Ark, is so good. Is that it removes so many clicks that you have to do, because you just go near something and you press G. Like Lost Ark makes it so easy. You want to pick an herb? Press G.
Ovdje ima Spark.
You want to cut down the tree? Press G. It's just that fucking simple.
Ajmo, gotovo.
And it feels way too cumbersome, really. So replacing all of this with the new object interact will mean, just like in ESO or Guild Wars 2, you just need to stand next to something and hit a single input. It's clunky right now. This is going to be way better, an amazing quality of life improvement, and just overall feel. It'll feel a lot more natural. Now, when it comes to the idea of playing on gamepad or the idea of WoW coming to consoles, there's a few major concerns that tend to come up. One of them is, are there enough inputs? Let me say this, the answer is unequivocally yes. So by default, with the current console port add-on, the setup is 12 buttons and 2 modifiers. So you've got the 4 face buttons, the 4 D-pad, the left and right bumper, and then start and select. Those are the 12 inputs. And then left and right trigger act as modifiers, sort of like swapping hotbars. So you can hold down left trigger to get 12 more, hold down right trigger to get 12 more, hold down them both to get 12 more, including the default 12. Those 3 additional layers add up to 48 total skill slots just using 2 modifiers. And if that's,
he's talking about holding down the buttons. Yeah, all right. Yeah, if you include that, why not? Yeah, sure.
That wasn't enough. Like you could technically add another modifier. I mean, you could just keep adding modifiers, adding more hotbars. So let's say you did left trigger and right trigger as well as left bumper, so 3 modifiers. This would remove 1 open slot because you're taking away left bumper. While it brings the total number of slots down to 11, you have 3 extra combinations, bringing the total with 3 modifiers and 11 buttons to 88 skills. And you could go even further by adding a 4th modifier. So basically, to answer the question is, are there enough inputs on a gamepad to have all of your skills? Yes, absolutely. There's way more than enough. You can totally make it work, and you should be aware that it works.
Yeah, in the context of being able to have a, the fucking trigger modifiers, 100%.
Works just by the virtue of the other console MMOs that exist. Final Fantasy XIV in particular, you can do it. It is certainly possible. Yeah. And then on top of that, there is also the utility ring, which works just like a radial menu in a lot of other games. You can pull this up and you're able to bind various objects, things like potions or Hearthstone and even skills.
It's the same thing as in like, you know, whenever you're playing Dark Souls, you have like, you know, your Estus flask, you've got your your weapon, you've got your Estus flask.
Ovo ono zemlju ovdje.
I mean, it's very simple.
Knaklo pogledaj,
to this radial menu, adding even more skills. Now, enough inputs is one question, which hopefully we've answered. Another one is, does it play well? As I mentioned, in the time that I've played WoW using a gamepad and console port add-on, it was absolutely enjoyable and functional. Was it ideal? Was it flawless? No and no.
I think you can only
Možda nađeš eksploziv.
with a controller. I think that if you want
Kao quick play, znaš kao quick play što možda nađeš item. Tako sad možda nađeš.
But I think with these upcoming Dragonflight changes, it is going to be a heck of a lot better. Like, I'm certain, actually. I am genuinely excited to give Dragonflight a go using a gamepad with the new action combat and the near object targeting. It's not going to become my default. I still prefer keyboard and mouse, but those two additions are going to make a gamepad feel way more and again, this really isn't a question of like either or. The biggest advantage for playing any MMO on a gamepad is it just feels more casual and relaxed. The idea that I could just like sit on a sofa and use a big screen TV and play WoW just chilling with a gamepad. It's a different experience than like sitting here and trying to maintain posture playing WoW at my keyboard and mostly failing at maintaining posture. Like, at least I can get rid of the facade when I'm on the couch. I'm on the couch. I'm sitting improperly. It's fine. It's not really an either-or situation, and there's certainly some value, even if it's just a different way to experience the game, in playing on a gamepad. Now, another big concern that comes up is, could you play competitively? The answer is yes. People have, in fact. There are videos all over YouTube of people clearing mythic raids and reaching Gladiator using only a gamepad. It is
yeah, they're probably playing a bear druid and, you know, playing a prop paladin in PvP. I can easily see that. Again, I think that it would be hard to play I think that playing with a controller will always be like running with ankle weights, but I do think that there will be some people who can still do it, for sure. And also, like, just because you can't play the highest echelon of content with a gamepad doesn't mean you shouldn't have gamepad support.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of people who have a PC and a keyboard and mouse.
Kako ti ove misije za Billy Story, kad uradiš, šta onda? Ti već imaš to.
Possible. Now again, is it ideal? No, not really, probably not, especially when it
to
comes
ti je kao si igralo Battlefield 5 ili Rainbow Six ili Counter Strike. Su ne mali one maili koje stoje, ne da je niko
aha, kao ukras, da igrao sam, to ima i u ovome...
A ima,
Valorant.
A ima vratnim PUBG.
Sad mu je uzmem.
Again, this is going to become even easier with the new changes in Dragonflight. With all that said, Blizzard has clearly been making moves to make WoW way more enjoyable on a gamepad. While console port is an unofficial add-on, Blizzard themselves have added native gamepad support, they added action cams, and they are adding that action combat and the only thing they have left to do is to make an official UI overhaul themselves. And then at that point, well, I know it's not just the snap of the finger, much of the pieces will be in place for an actual console release. And I think that they should. There's a few reasons why. For one, WoW's PC player base kind of been on a mostly continuous decline since Cataclysm.
Pa dobro, to ti 2-3 partije.
Like that's it. Like you're never gonna get a
3 partije.
On bi te u jednom meču sve.
With the expansion, unless you just completely redesign the game from the ground up. So yes, 100% it's a stagnant player base, adding in console support.
Naravno, sve odjedno.
This is not a secret. It is a well-known secret, if anything. Also, other MMOs have proven to be quite successful. Look at games like BDO, ESO, and the most comparable thing to WoW, Final Fantasy XIV. That is a by-default tab target game that seems to work quite well on console and also has been quite successful. And then, of course, can't leave out the fact that Microsoft is acquiring, or they're in the process of acquiring Activision Blizzard King. And with that, and the focus they have on Game Pass and trying to add value, World of Warcraft subscription included in Game Pass, even if it was at the premium tiers, sounds like a lot of value. They are all about that, and that seems entirely plausible.
I guess I really hope they do that. As I said, I think that if they include WoW into the Game Pass, we can see a very bright future for WoW. Because World of Warcraft is a massive.
Evo ima trade ovdje, levering. Kome treba levering skupi trade.
It's a bigger value add probably.
Levering je koliko 7-8 poena, kako beš?
8 je sada.
Gore pčelice iza dimnjaka. Juhu, pčelice, dođi pčelice.
Mislim da je Terminus dosta jak sa leveringom. Po onome što sam gledao kad Peđa igra, ko neko zna da puca status.
Levering je, koliko levering? 3, a ovo Fening je više, Fening je 8, 7.
Da, 8 je,
My biggest questions at this point would be how they handle cross-play. Would PC and console players be playing on the same servers? Would it be entirely separate? Different games have done different things here. For example, Final Fantasy XIV does have cross-play between console and PC, whereas ESO have their own dedicated servers where Xbox players play together, PlayStation players play together, PC players play together. ESO has decided the same.
I am not a fan of any segmentation.
Pčelica, deci pčelice, moja
kako
draga.
kaže Boris, Gardinovački. Headshot sa 2 pištolja na 100 metara.
I have done a lot of WoW raids. Like, I have done so many fucking WoW raids. And after running Nax 50 million times, I can tell you that the gamepad is not going to be the reason why somebody misses the jump on
Mala moja pčelice, desi mala moja pčelice.
That will not be the reason. I can promise you that.
WoW could go either way. Especially when it comes to people who might be concerned about, you know, the dumbing down of the game as if that isn't already an existing concern.
It's, dude, anybody who thinks that WoW is getting dumbed down is dumber than classic WoW. Like, you are so stupid if you think WoW is getting dumbed down. Like, go read a rotation guide for a retail WoW class, and then tell me the class is dumb. And then go read a classic WoW guide. It's not even remotely close.
That's been trending throughout World of Warcraft, retail World of Warcraft's expansion. I don't know that a gamepad, which as I mentioned has upwards of like 80 inputs, would necessarily dumb it down. I understand the concern, but I just don't feel that bothered by it, I suppose. And I don't know how like authentic of a worry that really is. I think the game is going in the direction that it's going, and the direction that it's going with all of the support that Blizzard has already been doing, even without the announcement of official console release, it just makes playing the game here a lot more feasible and even enjoyable. There's especially playing as the melee.
Ovo je bio duos, zato nije bilo.
It's like eating lunch or dinner in the backyard.
Meni se učinio kao onaj... Znaš koji lik, onaj...
Ako je Vombus u koka ga obavezno Boris. Ako počne priča Balkanezi s tobom.
It honestly does. It's pretty chill. I can just lay back, hang out, and use this. I don't know.
I agree.
Please keep chat in English because many people are not from Balkan.
Činio mi se da sam video tog turncoat taj, ali možda je gore...
Redko retardirani debili.
Vombus.
A ne, nije ništa pričao o njegovoj igri i to, nego...
Stop unified for Balkans. I understand that language. The many people who are watching this channel.
Jesi vidio kako je jednom zeznuo Vombuzu Milana? Kesić se pobio sa... kako se zove onaj, Gunsmack. Gunsmack, ja mislim ga je Kesić ubio samostrelom. Ili shotkom.
Ubio sam ga... Tepao sam ga prvo sa Sparksom pa posle uppercut.
Jesi ti izgubio? I ko još igra s tobom, vas dvojica ste poginuli tamo na gomilu. A Milan je bio u compoundu. I desilo se to da Milan ima bounty. I Vombus skenira i vidi jedan čovjek u compoundu i čuje da se ono žica postavlja. Znaš, čuješ on kad neko postavi žicu pa puca. I čuje kako ovaj postavlja žicu. I ono kaže, guys, let's burn this too and just leave the map. Evo dvojice izgorali napolje, dok je Milan izašao iz boss arene, ovi su izgorali, ovi samo izašli.
A on se zabarikadirao unutra.
Milan su zabarikadirao, znaš, kao sad će on da igra kampanje s njima, on će kurez da se igra ni kampanje s njima.
A oni puni kurac kampanja, čekaj, idu, brate, igraju agresivno ljudi,
imaju
idu
bounty,
na pucanje, idu napolje, brate.
Šta su oni s njim da se guze satima tu?
To Beka ne konta, da u ovoj igri fight ništa ne predstavlja. Fight treba se izbegne svaki koji mogu, da. Jer šta ti dobiješ s fightom u ovoj igri? Ništa, ni pare, ni ništa.
Fight!
Da, on igra Battlefield opis fight.
Stari me opuča, brate, s fightovima, znaš ne igra.
On misli da je Hunt Battlefield, znam.
A jebote bounty, jebote izlaz, fight!
Jebote, opučaš me s tim fightovima.
Opučaš, šta to znači? Papuče ti pošaljem post-ekspres. Bravo, Kipara.
Pošalji Mickey Mouse post-ekspres. Opet je Mickey Mouse.
Čovjek.
Mikri Mouse.
Poslaću mu ja gumenog džoku, jebi ga pa, se igraje.
Gazda džoka.
Kad mu pošaljem Milanovog gumenog džoku... Jesi ću, hoćeš ti pošaljem Milanovog gumenog džoku?
Neka, hvala, na moj.
Džokaš.
Ništa nam ne šalje.
Jolaš, džokaš.
Evo ga ovdje, kavez, sad bubu da upalim, samo sekund.
Pčelice, gde ste? Nema pčela.
Ovdje je boss sve.
Stižemo.
I bear.
Niko nije puno stiki, ja?
Imam ja stiki.
Bravo. Evo ti buba ovdje, šta je ovo?
A?
Vidi ovo, pogledaj ovo majke. Dođi pogledaj lebdi žice. Šta je ovo? Koncertina. Kako ne mogu da je uzmem, nije mi jasno.
Ma zato što imaš pun ti inventar.
Ma daj.
A šta si našao, koncertina bombu?
Koncertina lebdi u vazduh.
Pa da, može se nađe kao spawn.
Taman će nam treba tako koncertina.
Stiki, ajde, pomeri se od njega.
Ajde, stavimo stik.
Evo ga, Silas.
Neću, aj beži od njega, imam stiki.
Daj mu stavi stik.
Sad ne.
Može, slobodno si trebao, vrate.
Sad će mi podivlja, jebi ga.
Ubit će ga stiki kad je...
Na nisku sredno.
Toliko mu skinuti. Sad mu baci.
Sklonite se negdje, čekaj da mi se smiri.
Sklonili smo se.
Gardi kao da pauka juri, pa ja tog ne bi mogao da promašim, pa ne znam šta da...
Koga, Bučera?
A ne, nego je podivljo, agrovo se, ne vredi da mu bacim, neće mu skinuti...
Imaš ovdje na krovu ovu pčelu. Vamo ti je Kesić ova, ako ćeš uzeti koncertinu.
Tako samo da zatvorim.
Što ljudi, jel?
Nisu, ja se digu.
Sad kad bi ja znao gdje sam je video. Dobro, da smo došli.
Tu negdje.
Onim putem, da, kuda si ti išao, jel? Tu je negdje. Dole.
Sad još tamo.
Još onako svetlila plavo. Pa da nađem onu koncertinu, gdje je bila?
S.W.Frost
Znaš li gdje ga?
said,
A
I am
otkuram
off to
vidio sam
bed.
je kad je prolazio.